The quest for new silverware starts for Liverpool once again as they enter the Carabao Cup for the first time this season. It's a renewal of acquaintances with an old foe in Leicester City. Leicester, Premier League champions just a few years back, but now, of course, leading the championship and having a really good start to the season under their new manager Enzo Maresca. They stand in the way of Liverpool in the League Cup once again, and of course, a couple of years ago we had an absolute epic between the sides here.
Well, we've done well actually when we've played Leicester. I think we've gone on to the final, and to win it twice, I think the 3 times that we've actually played Leicester. But it's a wet, windy kind of night, and we played Leicester pre-season. I wasn't like too overly impressed with them, but what you have to say is they made a fantastic start in the Championship and really look a bit of a powerhouse in that, and look as if, well, first time of asking, might get back into the Premier League. But Liverpool, as you would expect, big changes, but hopefully we can get the job done.
Yes, let's take a look at Jurgen Klopp's side for tonight, and Curtis Jones captains Liverpool for the second time, having skippered them against Shrewsbury in the Cup just a few years back. We expected a side similar to the one that played at last Thursday night, and that's exactly what we've got, with another start for Ben Doak. And Jarell Quansah returns as well at the heart of the defence, of course having sat out for Virgil van Dijk in Linz the other night, having done so well in the Premier League. Kostas Tsimikas at left-back, of course, having just signed a new deal, and another start for the likes of Gravenberch and Wataru Endo.
Well, a massive game at the weekend down at the Spurs Stadium, old White Hart Lane, but I think expected to be like making changes. Interesting, it looks as if that Curtis Jones might play right full-back, which is a strange one in many ways, but I suppose if you're going to play that inverted right full-back to go into midfield, then maybe the ideal choice. So we'll just have to see how it pans out. But the one thing that you would say about Leicester is they do have pace in wide areas of the pitch.
Well, for Enzo Maresca and his Leicester City side, they've been rotating a lot in the early weeks of the season. They've suffered only one defeat so far, a game at Hull where they lost 1-0, where they probably feel they should have won. There have been changes throughout. There are plenty of changes tonight. Significantly a debut for Connor Cody. He's been out with a broken foot since he signed from Wolves. Harry Souttar alongside him, making his first start of the season. And once again, they've been rotating up front as well so far this campaign. Jamie Vardy and Kelechi Iheanacho. Iheanacho's turn to start today. Look out for Cesare Casadei, who started really well for Leicester since his loan move from Chelsea. The Italian youth international is another of those Chelsea products that's tipped for the top.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them, and all out on loan, I hasten to add. But yeah, I think it'll be a tough test. I think obviously Leicester have made a few changes as well. No Jamie Vardy, who's a little bit of a thorn in Liverpool's side. 10 goals in his 17 appearances against Liverpool, so I don't think they'll be too unhappy that he starts from the bench tonight.
Well, since the opening day, Liverpool have been perfect. Leicester have been nearly perfect. And with Connor Cody now available, he's been on the bench for the last 3 games, having returned from that broken foot, but Enzo Maresca has waited for the opportunity to ease him in. Tim Robinson is at Anfield as a referee for the first time. He's been here on 4th official duty before. This is the first time he's taken charge of Liverpool, one of the new promotions to the Premier League list.
He has refereed Leicester on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, in the Premier League. He's done a few Premier League games. The first ball is downfield towards Cody Gakpo, and here's Endo. The immediate challenge came from Yunus Akgun, the Turk, and this is James Justin, who it's good to see back, having been out for 9 months with a really bad knee injury. Leicester delighted to have him back. He'd done really well for them and suffered that injury back in November last year. Returned at the start of this season. This is Jakub Stolarczyk, the Polish goalkeeper, who's stepped in tonight for Leicester. He's played all the League Cup games as the 22-year-old. That's nicely done. And this is Akgun. Back towards Souttar and on towards Cody. So many players still in that Leicester squad, so many players available. Acquisitions that were brought in to try and help them back into the Premier League. That's a really good win by Kostas Tsimikas for Liverpool. This is Diogo Jota. Sutar is all over him and is a little too physical. Is the big Australian international, of course, born and raised in the granite city of Aberdeen.
Well, pretty apt, because he is a bit of a monster, isn't he? The size of him, and I'm sure Diogo Jota's got a tough evening ahead of him.
6'6", yeah. He is.
Doesn't mean you say you're infallible in the air. As we've seen before, Jota can leap against the best of them and the biggest of them and tallest of them.
Liverpool's free kick, Kostas Tsimikas will take, looking to get off to a flyer here. The goalkeeper's coming. It's actually been clattered into by his own player, who was Casade. And now Liverpool have been caught short on the counter-attack. The opportunity as the ball goes past Jones, and it's Casey McAteer who slots home and stuns Anfield on the counter-attack very, very early. Leicester can't believe their start.
Well, I have to say, I thought it looked offside, but Kostas Tsimikas, I think, just gives up too easily. It just goes down far too easily. And hence the reason Liverpool get a little bit outnumbered. He's trying to say that he's got a kick on the Achilles, I think it is.
Well, a Liverpool free kick that leads to a Leicester goal. And Anfield is absolutely stunned. He's a young man who has been making waves on loan away from Leicester, given the opportunity this season. And he has really responded and done ever so well for them. And now he's scored at Anfield.
Well, it's certainly one that, had we had VAR, I think they would have certainly looked at it. I thought he was offside, I have to say that. But all credit to him, it didn't fluster him. And the cop end, going one-on-one with Kevin Kelleher, he just slots it in off that far post.
Well, Liverpool stunned. Will they be stunned into action, as they have been already on a number of occasions this season, as Kevin Kelleher goes long downfield looking for Ben Doak. Justin with the header. I imagine he's probably got past that stage where you're constantly worried about your knee after you've suffered one of those really bad ligament injuries. I mean, they used to be career enders, didn't they? Even 30 years ago, and now obviously it's still mainly 6-9 months out, as long as you do your rehab.
I think rehab is the key, isn't it?
The surgery now as well, the use of different parts of different muscles, ligaments as it would be. That's Endo for Liverpool. And here's Doak. Can Liverpool strike back quickly? Ben Doak, Wataru Endo. There's a little bit of a scuffer. He does want a corner, he's not going to get one.
Again, I have to say, I thought maybe I'd taken a deflection, and maybe just the fact that it doesn't quite strike it properly. Ben Doak, they managed to isolate him one-on-one with James Justin there. He chose not to take him on, but to make the pass to Wataru Endo. I think when you back players into the 18-yard box, I think take them on.
That's Endo, that's Gakpo. It's a good read by Cody. And now there's another counter-attack on here. And Liverpool are caught short again. This is Albrighton. And the runner's round the back, but it's a good clearance by Jarell Quansah. Needed to be as well.
Well, any time that Liverpool end up running towards their own goal, it's not ideal. They've been caught a couple of times on counter. As I said before, there's plenty of pace in this Leicester side up front. They will get bodies forward. Well,
they had numbers queuing up at the far post there, didn't they? Maybe they needed one to come a little further over. All seem to have made the same run. Yunus Akgün with the corner. And Suta is using Kasade as a blocker. Konate with the strong header away. Well, he's, as Gary says, a huge presence. He started at Dundee United before going down to Stoke. On to Leicester, his brother, of course. Hearts and then Rangers. John. Not offside against Makate. Quivin Kelleher will clear. Just by the nature of the ball back to him, he has to lump it downfield. This is Elliott now in a little bit of space, and Doak too has an opportunity to run at Justin. He teases him and beats him, and Justin makes a challenge. Liverpool want a penalty. Doak felt he was fouled. The referee and assistant feel otherwise.
No, I have to say again, Liverpool managed to isolate the full-back one-on-one. I thought he slipped, Bendo, but again, it'd be nice to see it again.
There's Iheanacho and Makate. And Iheanacho's made the run in behind. Supporters arriving. It's a very important blocker game by Jarell Quansah. Not for the first time. Elliott away. And here's Cody. Well, Leicester got off to a flyer here in the last League Cup between the sides. Jamie Vardy scored a couple and Maddison added a third. Before Liverpool launched the massive comeback that culminated in Taki Minamino levelling in stoppage time and that dramatic penalty shootout.
Yeah, I think it was something like the 5th minute of stoppage time that Minamino scored.
Ricardo Pereira. Nice feet by Yunus Akgun. Cody. Suta. That's Hamza Chowdhury. Stolarczyk. Well, that's given away as Endo steps in with a challenge. Actually nearly falls nicely for Leicester, but this is Gravenberch, can't pick out the pass. Jones will join in. Endo. Elliott. Doak outside him. Elliott's coming the other way. Here is Doak. Jones. Now Elliott. Doak again. Patient from Liverpool. Gakpo. Just trying to work their way into that penalty area. Quansah. Curtis Jones again. Doak. It's a nice little layoff for Jones. Well, they're not in a hurry here, Liverpool. They're working the ball around, they're moving Leicester around. They're happy to go back to the goalkeeper. That's Konate, that's direct. And a little too direct. Through to Stolarczyk.
Well, at times you don't mind that. I think it just mixes up a little bit. We just saw a passage of play where Liverpool were really patient, but ended up going back to the goalkeeper. A little bit of variety and variation is not such a bad thing.
Suta's got away with one there, wasn't he? Gakpo wasn't able to get there. Gravenberch. And on towards the effort from Cody Gakpo. Really good block by Suta. Needed to be as well. Leicester have just played themselves into a little bit of difficulty on a couple of occasions. They did that when the sides met in pre-season. And Cody Gakpo nearly profiting.
Well, it's not been the first time that they've been caught in possession.
That's Elliott. Oh, and Jota. And then it's Doak who shoots, and it's saved by the goalkeeper. And Leicester survive somehow. Diogo Jota will be wondering how he didn't score.
That's a lovely little ball in.
Tsimikas with the corner. And it comes all the way through. It's beaten away by the goalkeeper. And Doak, from a matter of yards, hits the underside of the bar. Liverpool will try again with Elliott. Quansah goes for the effort and he will be penalised for a high foot. And despite the Leicester man throwing himself forward into the header. As soon as contact was made, though, I think one of those where Cody knew what he was doing after the effort, but Ben Doak will be wondering what could have been.
Well, he just strikes it and strikes it really well. Because then Ben Doak, I think when you look at the, I think Conor Cody actually dives to head the ball. I don't think that Quansah's got every right to go for the ball, in all fairness.
Away by Kelleher. Nicely done by Elliott. Gravenberch. This is Tsimikas. That's nicely done by Liverpool. Costa Tsimikas. And Suter will be able to shepherd that out. He just had a bit too much on it from the Greek fullback. And one situation that you will always expect Suter to be comfortable in is guiding a ball out of play.
Yeah, the pass, I think, from Tsimikas wasn't in favour of Diogo Jota. Always favoured the defender.
That's a nice turn by Casade. Iheanacho. Makaté. He's not going to get a cheap free kick there. Endo. Elliott. Liverpool's driving force at the moment. Now Doak. Beating his man again. Great ball as well. And Ricardo Pereira made a meal of that twice. Somehow got it behind though.
Well, the exciting player that he is, it's not for the first time they've isolated Ben Doak against James Justin, and in this occasion the little step over beats the fullback, all ends up, makes that little yard of space for the cross, but Liverpool a little bit guilty, not like taking advantage of that.
Well, it's all Liverpool now, but they do trail. Tsimikas with the corner. That's a good header away by Suter. That's Gravenberch. It's a miscue by Harvey Elliott, who went for the audacious volley.
Well, he looked as if he got caught in two minds a little bit there. Leicester still persistent on playing from the back. On this occasion, they managed to get themselves up the pitch.
Yeah, here's Makaté. And Jones, well, he stepped across him. And he's holding his face, which is why the referee will stop the game. The question is whether or not it was a body check by Jones, or whether or not he just used his body to beat the man.
The one thing you would say, like, you have seen free kicks given for that, but I mean, for McAteer to be rolling around on the ground, I think that's pretty needless, to be honest with you. I don't think it was any elbow into the face. Might be wrong if we actually got a replay, but tonight that we're probably not going to get them. I think he's just making a little bit of a meal of it. Clearly see there that I don't think there's a great deal in it, is there? If anything, it hits him in the chest more than the face.
It's an unusual role for Curtis Jones.
Well, it's something Leicester will probably look at to try and isolate the likes of McAteer on Curtis Jones. He's not the best defender in the world. Well, he's not a defender, is he, Curtis Jones, in all fairness to him?
Obviously the situation is such that Trent Alexander-Arnold's back in training, but it wasn't considered for this game. And Conor Bradley, of course, who probably would have come in, has been injured. Joe Gomez has been playing. So with the rotation, It was such, we saw by Cetic there, of course, in Linz last Thursday. Here's Konate. Elliott holding wide. Doak. Justin very quick to get to him that time. Gakpo. Jones turns beautifully. Elliott will take over. Endo's made a little run, and a strike is by Harvey Elliott, who can pack a punch, as we know. That one's always moving away from goal.
Well, he's been involved in quite a few things so far in the game, Harvey Elliott. He's had plenty of touches on that occasion. He gets a little bit of space, but it's a long way out. Has to be better than that. You can see what he's trying, hit it with the outside. His left foot to swerve it away from the goalkeeper.
Well, Leicester have nearly given the ball away again as they play out, but they have managed to move it for Suta here. That's a nice shift from one side of the field to the other for McAteer. Here's Chowdhury. Very similar in a way to Liverpool with the way that they move Ricardo into midfield. And then it becomes a back three almost, doesn't it, with the players they have there in Justin and Sutar and Cody. Tsimikas. Gravenberch. Across comes Mark Albrighton, who's still grafting after all these years. Jota. Endo. Nicely moving the ball for Doak. He's a little isolated, but he doesn't need anyone at times. And his feet are so fast. That's a lovely ball by Elliott. That's Jones. Diogo Jota, Ricardo Pereira with the challenge. Doak, Jones, Gakpo. Cody's challenge, Cody's tumble, Cody's free kick.
Well, baffles you at times, it really does. There's been worse challenges in this game so far that the referee, Mr. Robinson, has let go.
You wondered where Conor Cody would leave when he went from Wolves. Obviously he'd been at Everton and there was the opportunity to stay there, but they didn't take that opportunity up. And so down to the Championship to try and bring Leicester back. It's Chowdhury, Suta, Albrighton, Stolarczyk. It's beautifully moved on by Justin. Cassidy makes a run ahead of him. If anything, McAteer probably played the wrong ball. Cassidy was making the run down the line. The ball went diagonally rather than down the line. That'd be right, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Things that look obvious from here aren't so obvious on the field sometimes.
Well, you have to imagine that we have got a little bit of a grandstand view, isn't it?
A better view.
Yeah.
Iheanacho lost it. Elliott. Liverpool lucky to increase the tempo and find the quality. It's a firm old challenge by Suta, who probably got the ball, but in doing so went right through Diogo Jota. And the referee Tim Robinson didn't like it.
Well, from a centre-back's point of view, you get isolated in that area, don't you? Like when your full-back's not there. And it's the last thing you want, to be facing up against a centre-forward that's got a little bit of pace and a little bit of trickery, and Diogo Jota just commits himself, Suta, as a lot of us would do. And as soon as you go to ground these days, more often than not, chances are you're going to give a free kick away. The touch by Jota is a good one. He just comes straight through the Liverpool player there, doesn't he?
I like that from the referee, though. He stood and explained it to Suta. It wasn't a telling off or an admonishment. It was an explanation why he'd penalised him. Don't often get that. Well, another opportunity for Liverpool Another opportunity for Kostas Tsimikas to deliver, and it's a free header at the far post, and somehow it's kept off the line. Oh, it's a wonderful bit of work by Conor Cody. Leicester are completely knocked off. Cody Gakpo thought he'd scored.
Oh, he just pulled away from everybody at the far post. It's a decent header. He does everything absolutely spot on. Hits it down with a bit of pace. And all credit to Conor Cody. He reads the danger. And sometimes as a defender, that's what you got to do. You got to anticipate where the danger's going to lie. And it certainly was behind the goalkeeper on that occasion.
Liverpool have had one cleared off the line. They've hit the underside of the crossbar, and now Konate with a hook. Well, it would have been a collector's item. Running away from goal, a hook volley. Wasn't the worst effort in the world.
Wasn't the worst effort, no. I have to think that he could have maybe even done better, to be fair. The amount of ability that he has.
That's nicely done, and this is Akgun. Iheanacho took it off his toe. Chowdhury. Suta. Lovely from Mark Albrighton. Dancing away from Tsimikas. To his credit, Tsimikas got back and recovered. Such is the Mark Albrighton way of playing. He's straight back there as Ricardo Pereira is penalised. A yellow card as well for Leicester's captain.
Well, I think the fact that he thought that Gravenberg was away from him, coming from the wrong side to make the challenge, but again, I feel it's a little bit harsh.
There's a clear kick towards him, isn't there? Which I think is probably what the referee saw. He was certainly saying there wasn't any contact. And sometimes the evidence can be damning even without. That's Tsimikas forward. Stolarczyk has been beaten twice, but Liverpool haven't scored yet. Conor Cody and the crossbar were coming to the rescue, although technically when you hit the crossbar, it's not. Oh my word, Cody took a long time there and very nearly paid the ultimate price. This is Diogo Jota. They've got enough players back there to try and deal with the situation now, Leicester, but my oh my, they're making a real mess of playing out from the back. Eventually Tsimikas will tidy up and Liverpool have it again. It's a bit of a free-for-all down there right now. Leicester get a throw, very nearly cost themselves a goal there, and Enzo Maresca might need to have a little word about the chances they are taking.
Well, Conor Cody, it was just a little bit over casual on that occasion. It's the way the manager wants them to play. Very much in the style of Pep Guardiola, isn't it? Maresco under Pep last year in this competition went all the way.
Iheanacho, and he has gone for goal there, but it's not going to be making any highlights reels. Kevin Kelleher. Liverpool trailing. Beaten very, very early on by Casey McAteer. Liverpool, as you'd expect, have come back very, very strongly, but they still trail in this game to the leaders of the Championship. Goal scored in the 3rd minute. This is Tsimikas. Gakpo. The stab is for Gravenberg. And that's Diogo Jota. He's got a lot to do, but he's done well to find a teammate. Now Gravenberg. The flag will go up against him. And Leicester will survive again.
Well, they're hanging on by the skin of their teeth, Leicester. Every time Liverpool go forward, you expect them to have some sort of effort at goal. it's not happened just quite yet for them.
It's a windy old night at Anfield. You probably saw that from the camera wobbling there. Conditions will play havoc. You can see the wobble there. It is Storm Agnes that has blown into the northwest and is coming right in down the Mersey. That's Quansah. Jones. And gets help from his young teammate. That's a foul again. Justin going through Cody Gakpo. Endo. Elliott. Jones. Cody Gakpo starting to really get a grip of this game for Liverpool. Jones, Gakpo's gone down again. Doak will try and get round the corner. It's going to be a Liverpool corner. Liverpool felt that there was another foul there, and the referee has now come over and said there was an illegal challenge on Cody Gakpo.
Well, he does ever so well. He always is on the half-turn, Gakpo, and he gets the ball. When he receives the ball, he's a great turner of the defenders, and then he starts running at you. And when he starts running at you, you've always got a problem as either a full-back or a centre-back. And James Justin, again, just a little clip, but it was enough.
Well, in the absence of Alexander-Arnold, it is the opportunity for someone to make a name for themselves from a set piece. We saw Dominik Szoboszlai have a couple of sighters or shots at the weekend, and Harvey Elliott is certainly taking charge in this situation. Jones there also. Well, Elliott has gone for goal and hit the wall, and he'll now go across goal towards Diogo Jota. Well, Liverpool are doing all they can right now, but they're not finding that way through.
That was a big wall, and Harvey Elliott.
He's the biggest there, isn't he?
Yeah, it was. To be honest with you, I thought a ball into the far post maybe would have been more beneficial from that sort of angle and that sort of distance.
Well, Justin's going nowhere in a hurry there. He did really well, Tux, to keep the ball in play. And Quansah will go back to Kelleher. Very calm in possession of the football is the young man. Endo will find his goalkeeper again, who is as comfortable as anyone in possession of the football. The young Irish goalkeeper. Jones. Quansah. Leicester have been adventurous when they've had the ball. They've wanted to counter-attack Liverpool. You can see their game plan. It worked for them very early on when Liverpool were caught cold. Right now, despite Liverpool having a number of chances, they've not been able to level things up in this game. Chowdhury on by Albrighton. That's Atgun.
Well, it's certainly an option to break them down, Gakpo. I think if you can get balls and you can pick up these little spaces between the lines, and Liverpool can get balls into him, get him on the half turn and start running at Leicester's, well, back three. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's a back four.
That's Justin, that's Chowdhury. That's going all the way back towards Stolacic. who isn't messing about. And drills it straight at Costa Tsimikas though. Quansah. Now Tsimikas. One thing that this Anfield crowd knows is patience and sticking with their team even when they are behind. And right now, I mean, it's a strange old game because Liverpool are dominating. They've had all the opportunities, but for one counter-attack which they've been sucker punched with, and that's why they trail, because they've not been able to get themselves a goal. Konate. Sent in for the echo, as they say around these parts. Elliott. Konate. Jones. Konate was looking outside him, but of course his fullback is Curtis Jones, but he's right in the middle of that midfield now. Ricardo Pereira, he's going to win a goal kick. Well, from when we saw them in pre-season, they were still a little bit of a mess. There was still perhaps the hangover from what had happened in the Premier League last season. But he certainly managed to change the mindset, the culture of the club very quickly. What you would say is that they've got a playing squad more than good enough to compete at the top of the Championship with the players they have. Albrighton again working really hard. He's a little unfortunate not to come away with the ball there. Quansah. Now Konate. Endo. Now Liverpool are moving. Jones. It's rather turned into McAteer, who will hold him up. Stab towards Elliott. Doak coming in field. Liverpool hunting for it, and Endo's won it. Konate, his pass is a little loose, a little short, and the counter-attack starts again. And Quansah read it really nicely.
Now, he timed his challenge to perfection, did Quansah. He didn't want to drop too deep to make it an easy ball through to the, I think it was Iheanacho. Good understanding by the youngster, trying to hold his line there, and then just reads the situation, gets himself across the front of the Leicester centre forward, and makes a good challenge.
Here's Cody. That's a nice ball again. The flag is going to go up though. It just went a little too early that time.
Well, that was similar for me to the goal. I thought McAteer had gone a little bit too early for the goal, but as I say, having no VAR on this evening, that's down to the interpretation of the match officials.
Jones.
A little bit too direct on that occasion.
Casadei. It's a loose ball by Ricardo Pereira. Diogo Jota. And Liverpool find that goal that they have been chasing ever since the 3rd minute of this game. And Cody Gakpo trying to make it happen. Gets a deflection on the way through. It's a corner.
Well, again, it's good pressure from Liverpool high up the pitch, and Gakpo trying to get it back onto his right foot. He did have the option of Harvey Elliott round outside of him. There's a lot of blue jerseys back there he works at half an opening to get a shot off, but as I say, plenty of blue jerseys back there just to take the deflection. Liverpool have looked dangerous from set plays and certainly corners.
Well, Liverpool have looked dangerous throughout, but they haven't scored yet, and they're trailing in this game. And Gravenberch is going to get the ball back here. And now Doak. He snatched at it a little.
Just not quite falling right from Liverpool's point of view inside that 18-yard box. Got a little bit more quality in there. Couple of miss hits in that sequence.
Turned into a nice dummy for himself, didn't he, by Gravenberch? It's Kwanzaa and Iheanacho. That's nicely moved wide, and once again there's a big gap for McAteer to try and exploit here for Leicester City. Casadei. Well, it's a horrible effort in the end from the young Italian.
Well, that's why I emphasise it. As a midfield player or as a forward-thinking player, you have to have a picture in your mind what's about you before the ball comes to us. This ball into Casadei, if he's got anything about him, he'll have a look in front of him, and he just needs to switch that. You can see Albrighton there just coming into shot. He was in a fantastic position, and really Casadei should have seen him.
He scored 7 times for Italy at the Under-20 World Cup, did Cesare Casadei. He did really well in pre-season for Chelsea as well. Thought he might stick around and have a part there, but then again they've got a squad that's seemingly about 400 players strong. That's Konate. That's tidy. Konate. Kwanzaa. Tsimikas, that's a nice ball. Jota can't take it in. And Ricardo Pereira will help with Casadei moving the ball downfield. Liverpool soon have it back. But now can those in red find a way to unlock this Leicester door? Trailing tonight. We've trailed on a number of occasions this season and turned it round. As we know, you can't do it every game. That's towards Doak, who needed to grow about a foot.
Yeah, the ball was just a little bit too much pace on it and just a little bit too much height from Gravenberch. You can see here, it just comes in on his right foot and sees the run. I'm not 100% sure if it was meant for Ben Doak or whether it was overhit and meant for Cody Gakpo.
Well, again, Cody's playing with fire and Leicester are playing with fire. Doak is very, very quick to close them down out there. Stolarczyk says enough of this. This is going downfield. Goes straight at Wataru Endo. Chowdhury's ball. Just interested Doak. Chowdhury again. A bit of a hospital pass for Albrighton. He did well to keep it. He will lose it eventually though. Endo. Elliott. Nice turn. Referee will let it go.
He's been bright, Harvey Elliott, so far in this game.
That's Endo. That's Gakpo. And again, it wasn't quite what he wanted. It wasn't anything he wanted, really.
Well, it wasn't quite there to hit, was it? I think he kind of hurries into this. You can see there the ball is... Yes. Well, I suppose it's one of them situations where if it comes off the middle of your foot and flies into the top corner, you're saying it's an absolute worldie.
That's a lovely ball by Ricardo Pereira. Iheanacho through the middle. McAteer's just forced himself a little wide here. And he's desperately trying to win a corner and eventually out-tricked himself.
Well, McAteer's touch is a poor one. His first touch has got to take him towards goal here. It doesn't take that right across Curtis Jones. It forces him out to a left wing position where, yes, he's a one-on-one. Konate manages just to get out there and support Curtis Jones, but it was poor play by McAteer, really.
5 goals now this season from that wide position for McAteer, and 4 in the Championship.
From a forwards point of view, any time that you can come onto a ball and take it into the 18-yard box, that's where you got to be hoping to take people on inside the 18-yard box with the way the rules are these days and the amount of penalties that you're going to get. His touch just took him away towards the corner flag, really.
Gakpo coming from wide. Jota. Suter is the defender who's been beaten. And Connor Cody wasn't. Manages to get the ball away behind to safety.
Oh, it suits Connor Cody down to the ground, this kind of game, doesn't it? Lying deep as a back four. He's kind of playing as a sweeper, really, isn't he? The man in the middle of the three.
Another Liverpool corner, another opportunity. And Cody Gakpo was at the near post in the end. It's gone behind from Cody, who didn't know too much about it. Cody Gakpo, though, had the opportunity.
Well, I can't believe he's missed it, Cody Gakpo. It's right on his head. For some reason, it misses him and hits that man there.
Flush in the face. Could have gone anywhere, went wide. Tsimikas now with this corner. Suter with the header. Here's Doak. Elliott. Goes back to Jones. Away by Albrighton. That's Tsimikas. Well, he hit it nicely enough, but it was coming around nicely into Stolarczyk.
Well, it does well, the goalkeeper Stolarczyk, because it's not an easy one. It comes through a crowd of bodies. It's spinning off the turf as well. It's well struck by Tsimikas. There's no way he can spill this.
Well, Leicester are making a mess of it every time they try and play out now. And Stolarczyk again has to get down to stop Liverpool and stop Ben Doak. Diogo Jota forgot the ball. He's done well to keep it. And now in steps Yunus Akgun. Suter. Oh, Gary, what do you say to your players when it's like this, when you're trailing 1-0? The opposition are a threat on the counter-attack, but it's you that's doing all the asking of the questions, all the pressing, all the pushing, all the attacking.
Well, quality in the final third's got to be a little bit better. I think there's no doubt in their commitment and their work rate. They've been really high pressing, playing Leicester probably in their own half, winning balls in good areas of the pitch, but when they've won it, they've not been able to use it quick enough and find gaps and get people in between the lines often enough. Harvey Elliott and this man here, Gakpo, has probably been the most threatening of the Liverpool forward players.
Well, here's Doak again. Held up by Justin again. Elliott, Doak. Now can he tee one up for Liverpool? And again, the blue shirts get in the way. Away by Suter. Tsimikas. We're heading towards the end of the first half. Liverpool would love to be level before half-time. Suter was hoping his goalkeeper would come, but there was never really the opportunity. Konate. Well, Elliott's lost the ball. Well, Liverpool were hoping to be level before half-time. They don't want to be further behind. It's Yunus Akgun who, in the end, ran down a bit of a cul-de-sac. Albrighton. There's Akgun again. Oh, it's given away by him. And it's Gakpo And Chowdhury with a challenge, which is now deemed illegal by the referee, and it's going to be a yellow card as well. Ricardo Pereira is trying to protest the innocence of Chowdhury, who felt he won the ball. He's got a bit of previous with Liverpool, hasn't he?
Oh, he is. He's a combative midfield player, to say it in a generous kind of statement. He does like a challenge.
Quansah. It's a lovely sweeping ball that picks out Doak. And Justin with Cody, and then with Casadei will help the ball away. The Italian again just started to run into trouble. Here's Endo, who's tied it up so well for Liverpool and got them moving again. Tries to find Jota, away by Suta. And that's it, the end of the first half. Jurgen Klopp's off down the tunnel. Casey McAteer has scored the only goal of the game, and Liverpool have done everything but score. Efforts cleared off the line, they've hit the underside of the bar, they've had chances, but they've not managed to get that equaliser.
Well, all the pressure, certainly since the goal, have been in Leicester's 18-yard box. They've really had backs to the wall, and as I say, that kind of suits Conor Cody. He kind of likes these games. His positional sense is very good from when the ball's in wide areas. He's got his head and his foot onto most things. Liverpool have not been quite clinical enough in that final third, and I think that's something the manager will be looking to improve in the second half.
Half time at Anfield, it's Liverpool 0, Leicester 1. Welcome back to Anfield. Liverpool having to chase a game once again. They've done all but score, but they do trail to Leicester City, now of the Championship, remember, albeit the leaders of the Championship, but two vastly changed sides tonight. And it's Leicester City who have the edge in the game. If you actually looked at the stats and everything involved in the game, you'd think that Liverpool would be maybe 2 or 3 up, but they haven't scored. They've not found that final moment, that last little bit of quality.
Well, they've had plenty of the ball. They've certainly worked the socks off of the guys that have come in. You can't doubt the application that they've shown.
Here's Wataru Endo. Don't play. Keep the ball in play. Well, Gary, you said before half-time that all he'll say to his team is just breathe in front of goal, find that moment, find that quality, and the goal will come.
Well, as I say, I mean, you can't doubt their application to the game. I think they've really worked their socks off. It's just been in that final third of the pitch. It's that little bit of quality that's just sadly missing at this moment in time, whether it's an early pass or whether it's like a shot at goal or just snatching at things. The best opportunity obviously was when Ben Doak hit the crossbar. I don't think he did too much wrong there, in all fairness. I think he did the right thing. He just got a little bit too much on it.
Yeah, we've seen Cody Gakpo have one cleared off the line. We've seen Doak fire over. Jota's had an opportunity in front of goal that he wasn't quite able. It came at an awkward height for him, and he just tried to sort of smuggle it over the line and wasn't able to do so. Other opportunities for Liverpool as well. But they know that it's a precarious position now because they can't afford to concede again. Here's Tsimikas. It's going to come to Diogo Jota. It's a lovely turn. And it's towards Gakpo. Cody Gakpo can't quite get there, and Conor Cody gets the ball away.
So just
easy to get those two mixed up, yeah. Cody and Cody Gakpo.
It's things like that, I think.
That's Gravenberch. This is Gakpo. Goal! That's Liverpool's equaliser. And finally it has come. It was made in the Netherlands, and Cody Gakpo's on target for Liverpool.
Well, the two of them have gone Dutch on that goal, haven't they? Wonderful finish by Cody Gakpo. He does that ever so well. I was just talking about him in the first half when he picks up these little pockets of space and he gets on that half turn and starts running at the opposition. On this occasion, he gets on the half turn inside the 18-yard box. There might be questions there, but not 100% sure. It looked onside to me. But you can see here, Gravenberch, a lovely little ball, little bit of shift of the feet, and then it's all about, can you find that little bit of quality which has been lacking so far from Liverpool, and Gakpo finds the bottom corner.
Well, it is take a breath, find your quality. That's exactly what he did, didn't he? Composure from Cody Gakpo, and a second start for Liverpool for Ryan Gravenberch, and a second assist. Just have to be careful here, they don't get punished, as Kevin Kelleher sees that danger very, very quickly.
Well, I think when you're learning from the best, I think that's something that you know, that's a save that doesn't look too much, but the anticipation that he has, the awareness, the build-up of play that Leicester have, the fact that he reads the situation ever so well, makes it, well, I'm not saying a simple save, but comfortable for like Kevin Kelleher. But it's all about the reading and anticipation of the game.
Well, Liverpool have done pretty much what they would have set out to do, get back in the game quickly, give themselves the platform to go on from here. Tsimikas, that's a really good read. What a drive this is by Costa Tsimikas, and now Diogo Jota, and it's Connor Cody who makes a double block there. Well, Brighton will try and bring the ball away. It's a foul by Wataru Endo. Well, they've had to dig deep just to stay in front, haven't they? And Liverpool are trying to up it even further now, but they have got that equaliser. Connor Cody played a big part twice there. Tsimikas tried to celebrate his new contract with the club with a goal. Endo's been everywhere, and he's going to be penalised. He's a little unfortunate this time. Hustling in midfield.
Well, he has that low centre of gravity that he gets his body in and tries to hustle players out of possession.
Casadei comes to Chowdhury. Cody Gakpo. Casadei's got a break there. And Curtis Jones will find his goalkeeper, who again calmly moves the ball away. Gravenberch with a lovely little touch. Tsimikas with a switch from one side to the other. Now Elliott, now Liverpool are moving. There's more purpose about them.
Yeah, it just seems as if they're moving the ball a little bit, that extra little bit quicker, isn't they? They're just asking questions of Leicester. Can you up the pace yourself? Can you live with that pace that we want to play at?
Fierce little competitor is Ben Doak. He's always had that thing where, even when his time in Scotland, obviously he's been pretty much the smallest in his age group, and on the pitch he's played above his age group, obviously for much of his life. So he's used to being the one who has to stand up for himself and really fight for everything. You can see that determination. Here's determination from Gakpo again. Chowdhury will try and shepherd the ball out, and with the help of Cody does so.
Well, Liverpool certainly starting the second half asking questions. Leicester still persist on trying to play out for the back.
That suitor's pass for Chowdhury. It's going to be a foul by Gravenberch. Gravenberch was actually going to Chowdhury to check on him, and Cody Gakpo just ushered him away. Well, the response from Leicester is to bring on one of the players that has been one of their crucial players this season. Has become a goal-scoring midfielder as Wilfred Ndidi. Super goal at the weekend at Bristol City to beat them.
I think Ndidi's the leading goal scorer, isn't he? But he's certainly up there.
Big contribution from him. And he was one of the players that was expected to depart, the Nigerian. Here's Endo. Now it's Elliott. Now Doak. A roar at the Kop end as Doak trying to dance his way forward. And it's very calmly done by Ricardo Pereira. Remember, it was here where he suffered a nasty injury, wasn't it? Chowdhury. Justin. It's nicely done for Harry Souttar. Atgun. Albrighton. Tsimikas in the way. Well, Liverpool have been bossing the midfield, and maybe that was why we're going to see Ndidi imminently, just to get maybe an extra body in there. Yunus Atgun is still fairly new to English football, and Casadei's not really being involved, the Italian. Endo, Elliott, Gravenberch really pulling the strings now for Liverpool. Elliott's been a live wire all night. Here he is again. Very clever run by Gravenberch to create space. Here he is again. Konate. It's a nice little ball into Elliott. Not the best layoff from the little man. Amazing to think how long he's been part of Liverpool's first team setup. Casadei half away. Gakpo, that's beautiful. And he's looking for Ryan Gravenberch. He's just going to run away from him. And trying to return the favour there was Gakpo to his fellow Dutchman. That's a ball for Diogo Jota. It's absolutely thundered at him. Doak. McAteer is the defender with him. That's Jones. That's Endo. Liverpool moving the ball around nicely now. Tsimikas across goal. Souttar away. Tsimikas. More punch now from Liverpool. More purpose. Here they go again. Gakpo. Elliott. Coming for Doak. Again, they're appealing for a penalty, mainly from the crowd. Doak again. A little stab for Elliott. And then on. And it's come off the underside of the crossbar. And again, Leicester have managed to keep it out. Somehow it's not gone in for Cody Gakpo. Here they come again with Jota. That's wonderful. And Jones will try to get there. It was read by McAteer. And now the counter-attack. A foul by Ryan Gravenberch, who could easily go into the book for that. He might be really relieved the referee was preoccupied with his substitution.
Well, we have seen yellow cards given for that before, when the opposition team have tried to break.
Well, it is Cesare Casadei, the young Italian, who will make way. He was player of the tournament in the Under-20 World Cup for Italy as they lost 1-0 in the final to Uruguay. 7 goals for him, but not really had a lucky tonight. Had that one shot, didn't he, that he blazed in the first half. But he scored one, very nearly scored another there. So close.
Well, again, I mean, this could easily hit the goalkeeper and the rebound and go in, but it doesn't.
I'm not sure how the second one actually stayed out on the line. It was a brilliant clearance. Here's Souttar. Cody. Sorry, Gary.
Yeah, well, I think. Well, I was going to say I think Ndidi might go in alongside Chowdhury, but it doesn't look as if that's the case. It does look as if they're just going to push him forward a little bit in similar position to where Casadei was playing.
Well, here's Albrighton. Yunus Atgun. Here is Wilfred Ndidi. Chowdhury. I just remember when teams have gone down and come back up, the likes of, if you go back a few years, Newcastle and Burnley and Aston Villa. And you do keep the nucleus of the players together. It is then a case of they have to show that attitude, that application to buy into a new manager's thinking. Obviously Burnley kept Sean Dyche, but this is a totally different look, isn't it, from Enzo Maresca?
I think you've still got good pros there. This is the ball. Like, I just think that Liverpool, they're bound to score here, but lovely little flick by Doak, and then Liverpool got loads of bodies in there, and
it's a great clearance, isn't it?
It's a wonderful clearance. I think
from
it was
Mark Albrighton.
Yeah. I was just going to say, talking about that, you've got the likes of Conor Cody, you've got the likes of Mark Albrighton, you've got the likes of Jamie Vardy, who's still there, good seasoned pros that, you know, there's a good mixture maybe with the youngsters maybe coming through.
Here's Gakpo, who's absolutely everywhere at the moment in this game. The challenge was on Jones. A little bit of a late nibble on McAteer. Referee eventually saw it and gave it. McAteer was intimating that Jones should have been shown a yellow card without actually showing the imaginary yellow card. Yunus Akgun. Jones header, here's Endo. Jones again. Again, the first thought is to go forward. Maybe just a little bit too hasty that time.
Idea's good though, trying to play it in behind Leicester's back four.
Doak would have needed jet-propelled boots to get that. Here's Albrighton. Yunus Akgun running ahead, but gets a touch on the way through from Tsimikas. Leicester almost just trying to slow the game down a little now, just to take the sting out of Liverpool. It's one thing saying it, it's another doing it, as Newcastle and others have found out in recent weeks. When the momentum shifts and Liverpool start to build up a head of steam, it takes some stopping. A couple more changes coming with Abdul Fatawa and Patson Daka. Could easily have been a foul by Tsimikas. Wasn't much of an appeal from Iheanacho. Jota gets a break off Chowdhury and gets a push from Ricardo Pereira. Play goes on. Jota, great take. That's a good challenge on him. Now will Ricardo Pereira be punished for the push? Referee first things first. Looks like he's going to give Liverpool a corner. Leicester aren't too happy about that, but it might be a huge let-off here for Ricardo, because had the referee blown there, he was sending him off.
Oh, he has been, well, he has been booked, hasn't he? I didn't think it was a corner, in all fairness. I thought the last touch came off Jota.
A bit of a let-off for Leicester's captain. Liverpool's corner. Kostas Tsimikas. The goalkeeper came and got nowhere near it. It's another Liverpool corner. Conor Cody to the rescue, not for the first time.
Well, he just positions himself right in the centre of the goal, isn't he? Stolarczyk came but missed it, but his centre back helped him out a little bit.
Eventful first start in a Leicester shirt for him tonight. Back at Anfield. Tsimikas goes from one side to the other. Now what can he tee up? It's up and just about reaches the cop from Ndidi. Seemed to come off the top of his head, but he got it away. Liverpool will try again. Pressure again mounting on the Leicester City goal. Gakpo's touch. It's a good flick away this time by Ricardo. Tsimikas. Jones is Gravenberch. Endo. Lovely shift to Tsimikas. Gakpo. Couldn't just squeeze the pass for Gravenberch. It's a poor pass though. Konate gathers Doak. Little shift to get his balance and then to move. Oh, and Elliott went with his right foot and went early. And just rose a little too quickly. It wasn't the worst effort in the world.
No, I think the idea was good, wasn't it? He shifted his feet pretty well, gets it onto his, well, he's weaker of his 2 feet, but I think from that sort of position you might as well have a pop at goal.
Well, Mark Albrighton will make way now. He's put in his usual level of energy and the shift that he makes. I mean, he is evergreen, isn't he? Looks like he could play forever. Mark Albrighton turns 34 in a couple of months. Iheanacho will also make way, as well as Kiernan Dewsbury Hall and Patson Daka, who we are already familiar with from their time, of course, in the Premier League. We'll also introduce Abdul Fatawu, the 19-year-old Ghanaian. Dewsbury Hall certainly adds quality. Already contributed a couple of goals from midfield, and well, one thing that you know about Jurgen Klopp is in these sort of games, he's not shy to make the big bold change, and he's making them both here. Dominik Szoboszlai and Darwin Nunez on for Liverpool. Ben Doak will make way. Scored against Leicester in pre-season, could easily have scored tonight and was unlucky not to. And on come 2 gargantuan figures. Darwin Nunez on for his 50th Liverpool appearance. And Dominik Szoboszlai on, looking to bring the Anfield crowd to its feet once again. That's risky. They've given the ball away again, and they've got away with it because Jota and Gakpo have crashed into each other. Here's Endo.
Well, just a little bit too much over exuberance there, wasn't it? That kind of spoiled it for Liverpool. Too many cooks on that occasion. Great
Jones.
pressure though.
Sorry. Just wanted a bit of time there, Jones, but he got away with it. He was sharp enough to get shot. Here's Tsimikas. Quansah. He was seen as the daddy of the group when he was captain in the youth team, in youth cup finals, and has taken that maturity into the first team. Oh, Dominik Szoboszlai with his first dodgy touch in a Liverpool shirt. Completely did himself with it, didn't he?
Well,
Not certain how he did it. The ball went spinning off his foot like he'd stepped on a balloon or something.
It looked as if he might have stood on the ball, but the surface at Anfield is so thick and rich and lush that sometimes it's if you get your studs caught in it, you can make yourself look a little bit silly, as he possibly did on that occasion. But
that's Quansah. Szoboszlai, read by Chowdhury. Read well by Chowdhury as well, it must be said. Jones will go back to Kelleher.
not had the best 2 touches in the world, Szoboszlai, since coming on, has he? I'm sure he's more than capable of putting that right.
Well, one thing that we do know about the League Cup now is, as we've discovered as well with the penalty shootouts we've had, that if the away team or your opposition stays in it, they've only got to last the 90 minutes and take you to a shootout. Leicester right now, you imagine would take that, given the way that Liverpool are swarming all over them, looking for a second goal. Endo, Nunez, Suta using his bulk and his strength well. That's Ndidi. This is Ricardo, and the space for him here. Fatawu. Kelleher has a little bit of catching practice. Gakpo's been constantly available in this second half. Here he is again. Jota will go down the line and receive the ball. It's beautifully done. And the cross is going to come to Elliott, and that's Szoboszlai. And he stood aside, did Elliott, to left it for the Hungarian. Wilfred Ndidi saw the danger and got that.
Well, Szoboszlai just gets in there a little bit too early. It'd been better just leaving it to Harvey Elliott. You see there, he just hold your run, don't get in there too early. He does do all credit. I think it was Ndidi that gets back and just gets a big toe to it.
That's beautifully done by Tsimikas. Nunez. Gakpo. And Szoboszlai did well to keep it. He was immediately challenged by Daka and Ndidi. Quansah. Gakpo again. Nunez. He's going on, he's running into a crowd of players. He did well to make a challenge that will keep it. That's a lovely ball by Endo. That's Dominik Szoboszlai! Oh, that's electrifying! You just cannot even put into words the start he's had to his Liverpool career. A quite stunning strike at the Kop end.
Well, that's how crazy football is. His first 2 or 3 touches have certainly not lived up to the standard that man shows on a regular basis. But his fourth one, well, what a touch, what a strike. And the old, I think you could have had 5 goalkeepers in there, none of them are saving that. It's not just the pace it goes in with, but the accuracy. He strikes it ever so well. And that's a lovely little ball. We'll talk about players taking up positions between the lines and players finding the pass. Endo does exceptionally well, and as I say, that is just absolutely spectacular, and especially in front of the Kop end as well.
A star has been born at Anfield, and his name is Dominik Szoboszlai.
Well, like the jersey that he wears, number 8. I can reminisce a few times. Liverpool's past number 8 scoring goals just equally as good as that, but it's a change of the guard. But if he can produce things like that, then he is going to be an absolute superstar for Liverpool.
Well, look at the 2 goals he scored for Liverpool now. One with his left foot, the purest hit that you could ever see against Aston Villa, and now one with his right foot that, I mean, had the net not stopped it, it would have probably taken out the back wall of the Kop. He hit it that hard.
Game's not finished yet, though.
No.
Liverpool still got a bit to do.
Once again, it's a great substitution by Jurgen Klopp, whose substitutions have come off for him so well this season.
Well, the options are far better, and they're far greater.
Goalkeepers having a few more problems there. I mean, when you can bring on Dominik Szoboszlai, it's a little different, isn't it? And Darwin Nunez. Playing with such a zest, aren't they, and such a vigour, such a joy as well, so many smiles amongst them. See it when you see the footage from the training ground. There's a real mood around the place, which is a happy mood. It's one of joy and lots of joking amongst the players. Winning matches helps that, of course, but
so it does. I think as well that, like, that goal, you can't diminish the role that Endo had to play in it as well. He's always been available to get passes from wide areas, and then a lovely little threaded pass through to Szoboszlai.
He's been lovely tonight, hasn't he, Endo? In that Liverpool midfield. Here's Konate. Szoboszlai again. And goes to Tsimikas. Jota wanted a little earlier to him. Gakpo again, who's been pretty irresistible. That's going to be a goal kick, though. And the defender kicked it against him this time. But he's been the catalyst, hasn't he? He's the one that's got into the good areas, got on the ball.
Well, I think it's like everyone else. I mean, he has been left out in recent weeks, hasn't he? And I think he's obviously asking the question, like for the weekend against Tottenham, do you start Darwin Nunez or do you go with Gakpo?
Well, that's a nice ball, and it's McAteer. It's a challenge by Kwanzaa, and it's a goal kick.
Well, he does exceptionally well, does the youngster. Just slows McAteer up. Directs him in the position that you want him to go. And just makes the challenge. The biggest thing, like the biggest change, certainly from when I was playing, I think defenders are so good in one-on-one situations now. They really are defensively a lot better than what we were.
Why is that, Gary?
I honestly don't know. I think probably fitter, stronger, quicker.
It's a foul by Gakpo on Chowdhury.
Probably work at it a little bit more as well, coming through
coaching and body shape when they're
coming through the academies and things like that.
Well, you have to give Tim Robinson credit tonight that whilst there's been a few that you thought, oh, that's a foul, he's been very consistent in letting the little contacts go and trying to let the players play. And to be fair to him, he's been constantly communicating with players as well. We've had it rough again so far this season, the referees and VAR. We always talk about players can't get away with anything when there's 30 odd cameras at a game now, but same applies to referees.
Yeah, it's a hard task, isn't it? And there's always pressure on them.
And as we will always point out, they will always get more right than they get wrong. It's just when they get it wrong when they've got the telly to look at. That's when it starts to annoy old war dogs like yourself.
Well, from what I've seen lately of like VAR coming in, I mean, it just shifts.
Here's Darwin Nunez. Sutar had a grab of him. Nunez has beaten him, and Nunez is off on a mission. And the goalkeeper Stolarczyk just able to see the ball off and wide.
Well, you got to love him, haven't you? He never gives up. He's like a real force up there. But
it's a force of nature, isn't he?
Yeah,
he really is.
I think, like, obviously the right decision would have probably been to try and pass it. If he could have reversed past that to like Diogo Jota initially, and then maybe give it to Harvey Elliott, I think it would have been maybe a better option. But saying that, if you're a striker, you've got the opportunity to shoot from the edge of the 18-yard box.
And in the mood he's in at the moment.
Yeah, when you ride a crest of a wave and you're like got bags of confidence.
Well, he's irrepressible, isn't he? Stefan Bajcetic is going to get some game time in a moment. And following on from that start that he made in Linz, but right back the other night, his return from his lengthy injury. Konate's had a touch there that just put Curtis Jones then in trouble, and now Liverpool have just got to switch on again because here's Dewsbury Hall, and it's once again it's Kwanzaa who does ever so well. Jones has just got to be careful that he doesn't over-elaborate down here. He's just got himself into a bit of trouble, and the error was forced. James Justin will take the throw. Well, it's a foul by Szoboszlai. Justin got what he wanted.
Well, Kenny throws himself at it, does James Justin, but there is contact, and referee can see there that he knows what he's doing as a fullback. A dangerous position from Liverpool's point of view, though. Yeah,
Liverpool have worked hard to get themselves in front in this game. That they won't want to offer any encouragement to Leicester to give them a route back into the game. And that's exactly what Leicester have here. Sutar and Cody into the penalty area. Is there a sting yet in this game for Liverpool? Diogo Jota with a good header. And here comes that change, and it is Curtis Jones who will make way for Stefan Bajcetic. Quaveen Kelleher has the honour of the Liverpool armband. It wasn't a night really. Curtis Jones obviously was the obvious choice to be captain tonight with the Liverpool side that was named, and he's worn the armband well. I imagine we might see him in his more orthodox position come Saturday at 5:30 at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. White Hart Lane, as Gary likes to say. And it is still on White Hart Lane.
Well, it is actually, isn't it?
Here's Dewsbury Hall, who's thrown himself to the floor. There is a deflection on the shot by Patson Daka, but Liverpool's players are none too impressed with what Dewsbury Hall did there. It could easily have been a yellow card for a very talented young player. That's a little bit naughty.
Oh, he just gets an arm across Endo, just throws himself to the ground.
Could easily have gone in from Patson Daka. More defending for Liverpool to do. Suter, Cody, Ricardo all wait here. It's Dewsbury Hall who takes, and it's Wataru Endo who heads the ball away. And out come Liverpool. Oh, and it's one that Fatahu's actually got away with. It's a miscue from him, and that's Chowdhury. And now it's Fatahu, and they have an opportunity here to Leicester City. Ah, it's a wonderful bit of work by Ibrahima Konate. Liverpool were in trouble for a minute there, but the big Frenchman rode into the rescue.
Oh, he gets across really, really well. Doesn't commit himself. Doesn't get too close. Ask questions of the centre forward. Are you good enough? Can you take me on? Can you beat me? And the answer was a definite no. Liverpool get the goal kick.
Well, it's almost a mini Guardiola, isn't it? Enzo Maresca having worked under Pep Guardiola at Manchester City, just as Mikel Arteta did. Starting to come from everywhere, aren't they, these managers that have worked under Guardiola. Stolarczyk again taking time. Wow, my. In the end, Elliott's going to be penalised for handball. What on earth is the goalkeeper doing there? How's he getting away with it?
Well, there's composure, there's casualness, and there's downright sloppy play. And I think it's maybe a combination of all three, to be quite honest with you.
That's Ndidi. And this is Suter.
I just know from my playing days that I would have been having
That's a hustle by Endo, who's a little unfortunate. He's penalised for a foul on Dewsbury Hall again. Sorry, my friend.
I would have been having absolute kittens if he was giving me dogs.
Did you shout at Bruce Grobbelaar though when he was messing about?
Yeah, but
what sort of response did you get?
Nothing.
We won't actually.
Yeah, no.
Famously, of course, Steve McManaman and Jim Beglin saw the other side of Bruce Grobbelaar. That's going to break here towards Daka. And it's Bajcetic for Szoboszlai. Leicester are really putting an effort in to try and get back into this game. That's come off Dewsbury Hall. And just for the first time in this second half, Liverpool they're not looking ragged, but they're just having to dig in defensively. That helps.
Yeah, well, I think Leicester maybe just asking a little bit more, a few more questions of Liverpool than maybe what we've seen so far in this second half. Liverpool came out that second half like an absolute express train. The pace has dropped a little bit, as you would expect, but they're still, you would say, in control of their own destiny. But a third goal would certainly be nice, just to take all the pressure off.
Well, that's what Liverpool have done well in recent weeks, isn't it? They've got the third goal. And they'd love a third goal tonight as well. And there is that opportunity on the counter-attack if Leicester do start to throw more and more men forward. There's Ricardo Pereira. That's going to bounce off Cody Gakpo, come to Diogo Jota, who couldn't control it. And here's Cody. Suter. Cody again. That's a nice win by Bajcetic. Szoboszlai. It's a stumble by Nunez, which almost turns into a decent little dummy. Ended up with a boot in the back of his neck as well. Cody again. Kiernan Dewsbury Hall. Wataru Endo with another super challenge. Diogo Jota. Now Darwin Nunez. This is Dominik Szoboszlai. Here we go again! Here we nearly went again. Big time.
Well, again, he finds himself in a position, a shooting position. It's something that we haven't seen it too often from Liverpool's midfield players over the years. But I think certainly now is a different kettle of fish. I think when you got the likes of McAllister, you got the likes of Szoboszlai, Cody Gakpo. I'm going to say Cody there.
You were.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's already got me once tonight.
And then I think you know, why not have an effort?
We haven't gone Conor Gakpo yet though, which is okay. That's Wataru Endo again with a header. Chowdhury sees the opportunity to win the ball and find Dewsbury Hall. Now Fatawu again. Skips away from Tsimikas. Endo with a challenge. Appeals from the Leicester fans for a penalty. Fatawu has stayed down. That's Liverpool to clear, and that's Dominik Szoboszlai. And now Diogo Jota. Szoboszlai says, give it me back. Jota's going the other way. Harvey Elliott just forced himself wide. And away by Suter. Bajcetic. Cody away. Leicester somehow survive, and is that their opportunity? It's a challenge by Endo, and it's going to be a foul. And a yellow card as well for Wataru Endo.
Well, it's a good old-fashioned challenge, isn't it? But good old-fashioned challenges these days get yellow cards.
Might just be that the studs were up a little.
Yeah, well, I think when you slide in and you've got anything like showing of your studs, then more often than not, certainly these days, it's going to be a yellow card.
Well, the Japan captain's had a super game for Liverpool tonight. He really has. This is that shout for a penalty. And that's Darwin Nunez running onto Diogo Jota's ball. Ricardo Pereira, great feet. Dewsbury Hall. That's on for Daka. His little pirouette. Here come the runners. And it's on towards Ndidi. And Liverpool with Bajcetic making a vital touch to take the ball from Wilfred Ndidi.
Well, just for a split second I thought he was in here, Ndidi. He was just about doing off Bajcetic and Konate. Had that been, well, dare I say it, had it been like a VAR there.
Well, there's the opportunity for Darwin Nunez at the other end, and he can't quite squeeze it home.
Well, I think we're talking about end-to-end football at this moment in time.
What a ball that is.
Lovely ball, isn't it? In behind Leicester. Darwin Nunez just can't get enough wrap around with his foot.
Here's Nunez again. Ricardo Pereira's going to have to deal with this, and Cody Gakpo is going to take the ball from him, despite the best attempts of the Portuguese. That's brilliant from Gakpo. It's absolutely brilliant. And Ricardo's kicked the ball away, and he's going to do really well to stay on the field now.
Well, referee's certainly given them the benefit of the doubt there, hasn't he?
Twice now. It was the push earlier, wasn't it? And now a clear indiscretion of kicking the ball away. Well, a third for Liverpool would almost complete the set for the games of late, wouldn't it? what it would do is end Leicester's resistance and book Liverpool's place in round 4 of the League Cup. They've got 2, they want 3. A good header by Cody. Elliott. Szoboszlai. It's a nice scoop by Elliott. Quansah with Justin. Oh, Quansah's beaten him. And Quansah's flying here. And oh, yes! What a goal! Diogo Jota. They have got the 3rd goal. And just like at the weekend, it's Diogo Jota who's got it. And Leicester are done now. Liverpool have scored 3 again. Hey, Liverpool have won again.
Absolutely fantastic by the young centre-back. And Jota, who's probably not had his best game so far this evening, but he always seems to get on the score sheet. He's one of these players that comes alive inside that 18-yard box. He's got a lovely little touch. He's certainly got an eye for goal as a Portuguese player. Quansah does exceptionally well there. James Justin doesn't really do anything to put him off. And the little back heel up goes to the ground. Way too easy does James Justin. Lovely little pass by Quansah, right way. And a little back heel. Finds the bottom corner in front of the Kop, who are absolutely in raptures now, realising it's game 1.
Well, Jarell Quansah's first assist is for Diogo Jota, who has just provided the most casual through his legs finish that you will ever see. And it does mean that Liverpool can make one more change, and Kostas Tsimikas can make way here. Having signed a new deal with the club just the other day, and Tim Robinson will usher him off the field. And on in his place will come Luke Chambers. A lovely moment for him. Another talented youngster who hails from Preston, just down the A59. We've had a few from there in recent years, and a little further back, of course. Back in Gary's day. That's Endo, who probably won't get any of the headlines today, or probably any of the glowing reviews in the match reports, but he does deserve them.
He's played really well. Not just defensively and like winning tackles and supporting the back four, but like making forward passes as well.
Well, that's a foul by Gakpo on Ricardo. The challenge by Suter on Darwin Nunez just before that certainly was interesting, shall we say. And here is Jarell Quansah. Diogo Jota and Chowdhury aren't exactly exchanging pleasantries. He's not shy, is he, in coming forward, is Diogo Jota. He's certainly no shrinking violet. And he gives as good as he gets, and he's off after Chowdhury again here. And he certainly lets Chowdhury know he's there. He won the ball very cleanly. And here he is again, Diogo Jota, and the space wide. Here's the opportunity for Liverpool. Can they make it 4? Oh, there's another block to deny Cody Gakpo. And Chambers very nearly snuck in. Darwin Nunez is unaware of someone behind him, but he still manages to keep the ball and then manages to help it on towards Jota. Chowdhury helps it away. And then he's penalised. Well, he just brings crowds to their feet, doesn't he?
Well, the one thing that he has got in abundance is energy and athleticism and desire to do well. And that's hence the crowd love all that.
That's a ball for McAteer. Long time ago that he scored in this game. And eventually the referee does decide that Konate's little push there was illegal.
That's something he has to like get out of his game looking at it. He does that on a regular basis. Gets too close to players and he puts his hands on the back and gives away needless free kicks.
Well, of course, it was stoppage time a couple of years ago that Liverpool stunned Leicester to make a game 3-3. If Leicester get one now, they might think, well, maybe there's a chance. James Justin will take. It's a header by Darwin Nunez. Who else? Chowdhury. It's a good block. A stinger for Stefan Bajcetic. Don't often see that anymore. Players rubbing their legs after getting stung on the back of the thigh with the ball.
Well, he would have known all about it if he had the old mitre mould master. The ones that I used to get at school.
Well, the one with the pimples on.
Yeah, that did sting.
That's Gakpo's flick. Chambers will take his time to get the ball moving again. As the Cops serenades their team, who once again have come from behind with a highly efficient working performance. We keep seeing special goals at Anfield at the moment as well. And just think of the goals we've seen here so far this season. Szoboszlai's been responsible for 2 of them. There's Darwin Nunez at the weekend. Well, that's given away again by the goalkeeper and Diogo Jota, and he's gone on. And there is another clearance off the line by Conor Cody to deny Harvey Elliott. That's 2 for him tonight.
Well, again, what is the goalkeeper doing?
Szoboszlai. Nunez trying to run in behind Cody. And Harvey Elliott can't believe his luck, can he? It was Cody Gakpo in the first half. And Sutor away. It's come off Stefan Bajcetic. And did he try to take the throw in and the ball spun out of his hands? I get the impression that Leicester have admitted defeat now.
Well, I think they've accepted the fate, haven't they?
Yeah. At 1-1, they still fancied themselves, didn't they? But you just can't legislate, and no one can legislate for the ability of Dominik Szoboszlai right now, because another electrifying moment provided by the Hungarian has eased Liverpool into round 4 of the League Cup. Casey McAteer's goal was cancelled out by Cody Gakpo. Liverpool had numerous chances before Dominik Szoboszlai, who scored that screamer with his left foot the other week, now scores one with his right foot, and it was all wrapped up by the calmest, coolest, casualest finish you'll ever see from Diogo Jota late on.
Yeah, well, I think second half Liverpool came out with a little bit more purpose than maybe what we saw in that first 45, and that really was the difference. And once they got on level terms, you just felt it was a matter of time when Liverpool were going to take the lead. But what a strike it was from Szoboszlai to take the lead. A goal that was worthy of winning any sort of game. But Liverpool added to their tally, as they've done in recent weeks, and really, all in all, they're comfortable victors in the end.
Yeah, Leicester started well, they got the goal, they looked a threat on the counter-attack, but Liverpool got on top of them, and they really did start to smother them. They created so many chances, they could have won this game by an even more comfortable margin. As it was, it finishes Liverpool 3, Leicester City 1.
Are you subscribed to Liverpool's YouTube channel?
I do follow the channel.
Yeah. No, unfortunately not. I feel like being here I should be.
Well, I love all the content on the channel, but my favourite thing would have to be the inside training videos.
I know there's like training videos, but more like personal stuff maybe about the players.
We're spending the day with Cody.
Let's go.
Any video with Darwin in it. It's got Nunez in it, I'm smashing it like that.
My favorite video of all time was FIFA reaction rating. When Van Dijk saw his rating, that was so funny.
Boom. We see everything on the pitch, but how cool is it to see what happens behind here, behind the closed doors? That's what I want to see.
You have to convince me that Liverpool would be my team.
I am not subscribed to Liverpool FC on YouTube.
Well, beware the Bournemouth bounce, fresh from their first Premier League win of the season at the weekend. Bournemouth now stand in Liverpool's way for a place in the quarter-final of what we call the Football League Cup. Of course, its current guise is the Carabao Cup. It's another interesting test for Liverpool. Tests that have been put before Liverpool in recent weeks. They've pretty much swept through pretty comfortably. But this tonight, another fight for them, where they have to head to the south coast on a miserable night, miserable weather as well, and try and come through a game that they are expected to win, but first they have to earn the right to win it.
Well, I think that's always the case in a game, especially a cup tie, a one-off game. Bournemouth obviously fresh off that victory at the weekend will give them a little bit of a hope, but let's face it, Liverpool will be strong favourites, but the conditions, as you can see there, are not at the best, and with that storm coming in, I don't think it's going to get much better. They'll have to deal with that, as much as they'll have to deal with a Bournemouth side that will certainly, playing at home, will make it difficult for Liverpool.
Well, let's take a check on the two teams, starting with Liverpool. There are always wholesale changes from midweek to weekends at the moment. Once again, plenty of changes for Liverpool, 8 in total. But as always, there's always a left field selection. There's a couple tonight. Mohamed Salah and Dominik Szoboszlai both start on the south coast. Kostas Tsimikas continues at left back as well. Elsewhere, Jarell Quansah comes back in at the heart of the defence, another opportunity for the outstanding youngster. And then the rest of the players, Curtis Jones needs a game, Wataru Endo needs a game, and they've all factored well for Liverpool in the midweek fixtures of late.
Well, I think that was a big plus from Liverpool's point of view, that like, players that have not been in a regular start have been able to get games, whether it be obviously in the Carabao Cup or in the UEFA League. So I think it's vitally important that you give your squad and rotate your squad. Obviously, the big decisions with Dominik Szoboszlai and Mohamed Salah starting the game. Mohamed Salah, 9 goals from his last 9 appearances against the Cherries. Maybe that's the reason why he is actually in the starting 11.
Mohamed Salah, the captain of Liverpool on the south coast. All smiles with John Brooks before the game and Adam Smith. Bournemouth, who, as we say, picked up that first victory of the season in the Premier League at the weekend, they stick with mainly the side that won that game against Burnley. There are just 3 changes from that fixture, as Adam Smith, who comes in tonight to captain the side, Milos Kerkez, who played at Anfield in the league game, comes in at left back, and Justin Kluivert on the left-hand side of the forward line. It's another test for Liverpool. It's another game they're expected to win, and the place in the quarter-final of the League Cup is at stake.
I think there's no doubting the fact that Bournemouth will see this as an opportunity to progress in a cup competition.
Would say that as well.
Absolutely, and I think I think the more wins that they can get under the belt, obviously the more confidence with having the new manager and coming in at the beginning of the season, I think that'll give them a massive boost. But they've got it all to do against a Liverpool side that have shown great form in league and European competitions so far this season.
Liverpool have managed the schedule really well so far, and as we say, there's always a surprise or two when we get the midweek teams. Salah and Szoboszlai, the surprises in this one. It is very, very wet. It is very, very windy. Storm Kieran has hit the south coast, and now we just wait for the all clear from John Brooks to get us underway for this one. He's had an eventful time with Liverpool already this season. One of those referees to send a Liverpool player off.
He's the one that sent Virgil van Dijk off at Newcastle earlier on in the season.
The first ball downfield is by Joel Matip. Kostas Tsimikas, who it might have been expected that he wouldn't start tonight, given the fact that he's deputising in the Premier League for Andrew Robertson, but given the nod, maybe his experience against what was expected to be a pretty experienced Bournemouth side for this game. This is Billing, but Harvey Elliott will step in. Always going to be interested to see the way that Liverpool were setting up for this game. There were lots of permutations, lots of thoughts as to how they would set up. Gary might have called it pretty right, with Salah as the central striker for Liverpool. That's where he is right now. I'll let him go through it all for you in a moment, but we were expecting a surprise or two, and Gary will work out exactly where that is. It's just a little bit too heavy for Joe Gomez.
Well, I did think that Harvey Elliott would play on the right-hand side where normally Mohamed Salah plays, but it does look from the start of the game so far that Dominik Szoboszlai has started there. We did see at the weekend that he was very influential down that right-hand side. Szoboszlai made the goal for Darwin Nunez, had teamed up with Mohamed Salah on numerous occasions with little overlaps. It certainly worked for Liverpool at the weekend.
Yeah, I think Szoboszlai on the right-hand side of the front three probably would have been pretty low on the card for what the supporters saw when they looked at the initial team sheet that Liverpool had named. Elliott has played out there numerous times, of course, but at the moment he's in the middle of midfield with Curtis Jones and Wataru Endo. Tsimikas is sporting the scars of battle from the weekend. Got a bang in the face. That's Zabani. Billing. Will go back by Chris Mepham to his goalkeeper, Andre Radu, the Romanian, who is technically first choice at Bournemouth at the moment with Neto out injured. It just has to be aware of what's coming over his shoulder there, but the ball is always running away. It always feels such a tight little ground.
Well, I haven't played at this ground before. I'm not quite sure how the wind reacts with regards to swirling.
It's quite low, isn't it? The stands. It's one of the smaller grounds that you'll come to. This is Solanke. Little touches looking for Billing from Christie. Arriving is Milos Kerkez. This is Kluivert. Remembering, it's just over 11,000.
I do think that Liverpool are actually kicking against the strong breeze at this moment in time. They haven't made a real positive start, Liverpool. They've been quite sloppy, a little bit slow in defence and in possession as well.
That's Endo. It's a nice ball. Jones. A lovely step. He's twisted someone's ankle. It was that sharp. Szoboszlai.
I think it was Ryan Christie that looks. He's got himself back now.
Gakpo.
It wasn't Ryan Christie. It was Alex Scott. It looks as if he's hobbling quite badly.
Tsimikas. Endo floats one up. Salah's arriving. He tried to touch it down for a teammate, and perhaps he could have just swung towards goal. It's nicely played by Semenyo to bring the ball out. Foul by Tsimikas on Christie.
I have to say that Mohamed Salah, I thought, was very, very unselfish there. I thought it was a great opportunity. He just put his left foot through it. It was a perfect one to just volley it. I felt that he was a little bit obstructed and couldn't get the shot off, but certainly from our position it looked as if it was a pretty simple task for a player of his ability just to get the left foot volley off.
Jones back towards Quivin Kelleher. Salah. Elliott, the ball was rather delivered at his heels. Will tidy up again, and here comes Salah. Couldn't quite squeeze it for Dominik Szoboszlai, who gets the ball now. Szoboszlai. Here's Kwanzaa. Endo. It's a nice little spot to see Elliott in space. Szoboszlai. And it's away from danger from Mepham.
It wasn't the most convincing of defending from Bournemouth on a couple of occasions. Again, We saw that the weekend he picks up that position really well, does Szoboszlai on the right hand side, fires it in low and hard. Bournemouth just about do enough to deal with it.
Dominik Szoboszlai will take the corner himself and deliver towards Joel Matip. Elliott, he's just run out of it by Kluivert. Doesn't have the same physical stature as his dad did.
It's funny actually, because normally your kids, your offspring are always bigger than yourself, and they grow taller and bigger and stronger, but maybe not on this occasion.
Patrick was 6'3", wasn't he? Big, tall, strong. But he was at Barcelona when Justin was born. Here's Smith. That's Solanke. Liverpool able to clear. It is worth pointing out that he was born in Amsterdam. That was Justin. They decided he wanted him born in his homeland. That's Mepham. Nice take, Dominik Solanke. He's worked that really nicely, but Joel Matip able to make the block. Gakpo. Tsimikas looked behind him, realised that Matip wasn't there and had to backpedal to clear the ball. Gomez, Endo goes early looking for Gakpo. It was seen by Mepham. Smith, tenacious battler who's been such a good servant to Bournemouth down the years. Gomez. Again, good foot from Alex Scott. Very tidy from Curtis Jones, who at the moment is, due to that suspension in the Premier League, which of course is now up, has been a member of the midweek team and has now got to earn his way back into the Premier League team, displacing Ryan Gravenberch, who's been so influential for Liverpool of late. Harvey Elliott, Gomez, Szoboszlai wasn't able to touch it. Here's Elliott. Szoboszlai with the challenge. Jones, very tight. Gomez upwards width. And Jones. And Bournemouth are enough players back there to deal with the strike by Curtis Jones. Here's Matip.
Well, they defended the edge of their 18-yard box pretty well, did Bournemouth.
That's Gomez. Salah goes early. Away by Ilya Zabani. Kluivert unable to take that ball in, because it came to him pretty sharply on the half volley. There's a nice little subplot in this game with Szoboszlai playing where he is against his international teammate Milos Kerkez. Locked horns a couple of times. Kerkez actually, if you remember when they played at Anfield, almost went right through Szoboszlai. Went away on international duty just after that. I imagine he gave him all sorts. Here is Dominik Szoboszlai. Salah is looking for the flick to find the Hungarian. It's a nice turn by Semenyo. Told by Tsimikas.
I don't think that was given for the challenge. It was a little tug on his jersey, Semenyo. Just there, I think that was what the free kick was given. It was pretty soft, to be honest with you, right under the nose of the referee. Semenyo that scored that early goal at Anfield, that kind of...
Well, the gift.
Yeah.
They'd nearly scored, hadn't they? And then they did score when they were offered a second present by Liverpool.
I think you could hear it from
returned to his technical area for talking to Curtis Jones in the wrong place. It is a very small technical area at Brighton, which is at Bournemouth, should we say, but it's a small ground. You go to some grounds where the technical area seems to be a lot larger than others. It's so tight and compact.
We're still having a conversation about it.
Here's Semenyo. Cody Gakpo trying to bring the ball away. That's a ball round the back where Kluivert hits it instinctively. Doesn't really get it.
Well, I don't think Joe Gomez had much idea of where actually Kluivert was. You can see there, looked offside in fairness. Joe Gomez pushing right up. Ball coming over his shoulder.
We were waiting to see if the flag would go up, but it didn't. Maybe it would have done if the effort would have been a little more dangerous. Curtis Jones has fresh instructions handed to him by Jurgen Klopp. It's nicely done. That not quite so.
I think you could see there the flight of the ball. It's pretty much all over the place.
Well, it's not ideal. There's been plenty of talk about the arrival of a heavy storm into the UK this week. It seems like Storm Kieran is the name of it. 60 miles per hour winds and heavy rain. It's just hit the south coast this afternoon. It is very breezy out there. It is raining. Szoboszlai's lost that. That's Kluivert, and Kelleher makes the save and is able to get up very, very quickly and pounce on the loose ball.
Well, that was the most impressive thing about it. It was a difficult save to make, skidding off that surface. He gets down really, really well, but does he get up really quickly? Just there. I mean, he's up like a flash, isn't he? I mean, that was a spare ball that Solanke was looking to pounce on, but the swiftness of the reactions from Kevin Kelleher thwarted the centre forward.
Endo, very calm, gathers the ball and finds one of those white and green quarters. Gakpo. Szoboszlai. Jones again. Elliott. Endo. Just a calm authority about Wataru Endo. He made national news when he got his first Liverpool goal last week. That's a nice ball by Salah. This is Joe Gomez. That's a good header away at the near post. It's another Liverpool corner. National news, of course, in Japan. I mean, it got a mention in the news here as well. But
that was a really good goal, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, he had a really good game in fairness, and to cap it off with the goal was a little bit special. Liverpool getting quite a bit of joy down this right-hand side. Joe Gomez, not for the first time, getting on the overlap, getting to the byline, getting crosses in.
Well, Tsimikas with the corner. It's headed away by Solanke. Comes out to Elliott. Here's Gomez. Nice shift for Tsimikas. Jones. Bournemouth staying guarded, staying tight. Across towards Salah. Touches the ball really well. Szoboszlai. Another Liverpool corner. Ilya Zabani across. Pressure mounting from Liverpool. Looking to strike first. Joe Gomez makes his way inside the penalty area along with Quansah and Matip. Szoboszlai takes this time. It's beautifully taken down by Solanke, who gives it straight to Elliott. Referee said play on, even though there was an injury there. Bang for Alex Scott.
He's had a couple already so far in this game.
I'm not entirely sure that John Brooks saw what happened there.
It does really well, Harvey Elliott. I think it's just a coming together of Gakpo and Alex Scott. Just both players had their feet raised.
I think for the best part of 2 years, people have been waiting for Alex Scott to get his move to the Premier League. He'd been really impressive for Bristol City in the Championship. A young man from Guernsey. Scott there playing the ball forward. I think, as is always the case, when you come in when you're 17 or 18 and impress in the Championship, you automatically get linked with a move to the Premier League, and it happened for him. He was linked with big clubs, middle clubs, smaller clubs, but Bournemouth's always a progressive club for players. It's an understated game so far. It's almost, isn't it? Liverpool is just earning the right to play. It's really well done by Jarrell Quansah. Might have just overdone it a little in the end, and Billing able to make the challenge.
Well,
you got a throw in out of it, so credit to him.
Yeah. Just a little bit concerned, like Liverpool, a little bit lackadaisical when they're playing it out from the back. It's a little bit slow. It's allowing Bournemouth to come and press them quite high up, getting a lot of pressure inside Liverpool's own 18-yard box, which is never a great thing.
Well, that's Salah and Mepham. So it's a different role for Salah tonight. It's a different headache for the two central defenders. He has to be, I mean, he's physical anyway, but he has to be much more physical playing as a central striker.
Well, you would see, you'd possibly say that, but Mohamed Salah just goes about his business, and
it's true.
Mohamed Salah's way, isn't it? And it seems to work on most occasions, whether it's from a right wing position or a central position.
Maybe we're just looking at more the archetypal role for the.
It's been interesting. It's been interesting. He's dropped deep on a couple of occasions to play in that kind of false 9 position.
Here's Elliott. He's put Billing on his backside there. The slide is for Salah. It's a glorious pass. And the flag's up. Salah's unable to finish anyway. But what about that from Harvey Elliott there?
I was just going to say that the opposite is that he likes to play on the shoulder of the last defender, and on this occasion, it must be tight this. Well, you can see there he just strays offside. It's a lovely pick out from Harvey Elliott. I mean, if you're a midfield player, that's an absolute dream pass to make, splitting the lines and playing in behind the opposition's back four. Lovely weight of pass as well. It's unfortunate Mohamed Salah went a little bit early. I mean, it's fractions, isn't it? It really is.
That ability to play that forward pass. It was highlighted how many Alexis McAllister made at the weekend in that game against Nottingham Forest, where they wanted to defend. Liverpool had to find a way through, and McAllister kept finding passes just in each direction at every angle, but they were always going forward.
I think that's one of the big differences we've seen from Liverpool this season so far.
That's the ball for Joe Gomez, who'd made the run. It was just fizzing away. Maybe got a little bit of help off the win the ball and ran away from Joe Gomez.
He does really well, Joe Gomez. He holds his run really well, bends it as well, goes along the line of the last defender, who I think was Zabani, I think it was.
Well, it's been a tough start for Andoni Iraola at Bournemouth. A bit of a hangover coming in. A lot of people felt, well, I think everyone felt it was harsh that Gary O'Neill got fired after the job he did last season, and the same sort of job he's doing with Wolves now. Too many tipped to go down. You've got to get the players' reactions, and you've got to win them over, particularly when they would have been fond of Gary O'Neill. A different style of doing things. Much respected coach from his time. Well, Liverpool have lost that. And it's Solanke. Noticeable that Zabani came very, very high for the ball with Salah there. Here's Mepham. Smith. There's a tussle with Quansah and with Solanke. it was a question of who made first contact with who. The referee in the end, I think, just decided to let it go because they were both at it.
Well, there's one thing that you'll put yourself about Solanke. He's one of these centre forwards that likes to feel the centre half on his back. He looks for the contact.
You can probably see the rain falling in front of Stuart Pearce. On radio duty this evening. Endo. Elliott. Now Gomez. Wataru Endo again. Szoboszlai. Teaming up with Elliott. Elliott's wandering in field. It's a lovely ball for Gakpo. Now Szoboszlai. And now Salah. And Szoboszlai. Maybe just tried to be a little too clever.
Well, I'm not quite sure if that was a pass or a half-hearted effort at goal, but it wasn't his best effort, whatever it was. You can see the difficulty in that camera shot there. It's not ideal footballing weather. It's not ideal for most things, to be quite honest with you.
You never used to mind rain, did you? I think it was just the wind that makes it horrible. I mean, rain's not ideal, but
I think, well, the biggest concern is always the wind.
You can see it blustering across the pitch. Of course, back in your day, you used to have to keep the same shirts on for the second half. These are the boots could change this. Konsa with the header. And it comes off Cody Gakpo. Again, it's just a little scruffy phase of the game where Bournemouth are trying to scrap their way into it. They know that Liverpool are having more of the ball. Konsa away. And Salah will chase. It's horrible for the defenders to try and deal with. Mepham was very clever because he was a hindrance to Salah's progress.
It's like a little bit like a NFL man, wasn't it? A blocker.
Cornerback tracking the wide receiver, not letting him get near the ball. That's a nice ball. This is Billing. And that's Semenyo who's arriving. And Liverpool look open here. And the shot in the end is wide, when it really could have, maybe should have been much closer.
Well, it's a good move, wasn't it? Initially starting down the left-hand side, and a lovely little curl ball in here by Billing. Causes Tsimikas all sorts of problems, really. Ably backed up by Christie. I think give Kevin Keller the benefit of the doubt. Had it been on target, I think he'd have saved it.
Szoboszlai. Here's Jones. Endo. Harvey Elliott seemingly always available so far tonight for Liverpool. At the moment, Dominik Szoboszlai is Liverpool centre forward, and Salah's out here on the wing. Gakpo. Jones for Tsimikas. Have to do it on his own, more than capable of doing that. And Ilya Zabani stretches to put the ball behind.
Just makes himself a yard, does Tsimikas, and gets the ball whipped in. Unfortunately for Liverpool, there's nobody really there to take advantage of it. Nobody really gambled.
Once again, Liverpool load up the penalty area. It's Tsimikas who takes, and it's Zabani with the header again. Elliott. That's a lovely spot, and across the face of goal. And again, those Bournemouth defenders block, dive, challenge, do all they need to do.
That was a good spot again by Harvey Elliott. It's a lovely little floated ball into Szoboszlai. He just tries to turn it back into the danger area. But again, Bournemouth got plenty of players back there to make the block.
Again, the more measured football is coming from Liverpool right now. Liverpool looking more dangerous when they have the ball. It's a lovely spread for Gomez. Szoboszlai, he fires across goal, and the effort in the end is comfortably saved by Radu. Harvey Elliott will be disappointed.
Well, he doesn't do enough, Harvey Elliott. He hits the target, but it's a bit of a tame shot. You can see there, it's with the side of his foot. I think he's got to hit it a little bit more purposefully. It's on target, it's asked questions of the goalkeeper, but in the end it's a pretty comfortable save for Radu, where it should have really been a little bit more difficult than that.
Well, here's Elliott again, moving with purpose.
He's been lively though, as Harvey Elliott.
Salah spots Jones. Well, that's the stretch to keep the ball in play. Well, that's not a good clearance. Well, Endo's strike is brilliantly blocked by Billing.
Just throws his body there, doesn't he, Philip Billing?
Liverpool just starting to look like breaching. Salah, no right to take that ball, but did. Szoboszlai.
Oh, you could see what his intention was. Hit it with the outside of the right foot just to take it past the outside of the post and bend it back in. He doesn't quite manage it. He doesn't get it quite right, does he? He actually hits it with the wrong side of his foot. And it's the reason why it goes wide. But you could see how he set up to hit it, to try and swerve it in with the outside of the right foot into the far corner.
Even he doesn't get it right all the time. Smith will take the throw once he's got a few yards up the field. That's a good old hammer forward. Look at it holding up on the wind. Cliver with a lovely take. He has support as well. Milos Kerkez. Talk about Harvey Elliott maybe not quite going through the ball when he had the chance. Kerkez never really looked convincing with that. Liverpool can come away with the ball.
Well, dare I say it looked more like a full-back shot than a left winger shot.
Say that to Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Well, that's true. Yes. Full-backs have changed in the time that I started playing football, but I think it was an opportunity, wasn't it? They worked it really well. It was a lovely take by Cliver.
Did you play that game where Steve Nichols scored a hat-trick at Newcastle? He didn't play right back that day, though, did he?
He played right side midfield.
Yeah, right side of midfield. Just has to be careful, and then he's more than competent and capable with men coming onto him, getting the ball out with his feet. It's been said before that he's even more composed than Alisson, which is pretty tough to do. Konsa, talking about composed. Elliott, little knock round the corner for Gomez. Now can he find the pass? He's found Salah. And it's a really good challenge by Adam Smith, with Dominik Szoboszlai looking to finish. Smith got across really from nowhere.
Well, the fact that Szoboszlai just moves from the right-hand side creates the overlap for Joe Gomez. You don't quite catch it on that replay, but had Gomez just hit the ball a little bit earlier, as soon as he came onto it, Szoboszlai was in at the far post in a little bit of space. In the end, they work it to him through Mohamed Salah, but it just allows Bournemouth to get players back and again make that little bit of a block.
Liverpool looking to make that breakthrough. Elliott looking to do that right now. Saved by the goalkeeper. Not this time. In by Cody Gakpo. Radu couldn't keep it out twice, and Cody Gakpo deservedly puts Liverpool in front. It's been coming for a while.
Well, it's a wonderful effort from Harvey Elliott originally. It's got to go through a real crowd of bodies, which is always difficult. And Liverpool just get the benefit of the rebound. It falls to one of their players, and that's the happy recipient is Cody Gakpo. Easy for me to say. It comes off Kwanzaa originally. You can see there, no way he's offside. There's two Bournemouth players actually more or less on the line. There it is, and the follow-up. He's the first to react. nice and alert, as all strikers are. And as you rightly say, John, it has been coming.
Yeah, you have to feel for Andre Radu there, because he does pretty well to react, doesn't he, sharply to the deflection from the initial Elliott shot, but drops it straight at the feet of Cody Gakpo, who was most alert, first to react. And you felt it was coming, didn't you? The pressure had been building for a while. And Bournemouth, who have been on the back foot, now have an opportunity from a set piece. Zabani and Mepham will join the likes of Billing and Solanke inside the penalty area. It's taken by Christie. Dominik Szoboszlai. It's cooler than the Fonz at times.
Well, that looks easy, but you know, you have to have an awareness about you that, like, you know exactly where everybody is, and
the ball's holding up on the wind.
Yeah, I mean, it really was quite good defending that from a player that we're looking to operate at the other end of the pitch.
Liverpool are starting to look like they could find a way through every time they go forward. Salah charged down by Billing. Tsimikas away by Zabani. Billing with the header. Endo. Now there's a counter-attack developing. That's a great little heel from Jarell Quansah. Gomez tidy. Endo. Nice little turn. Salah. Elliott will go around the outside, and Salah used him to get the shot away, but didn't really get it the way he wanted.
No, I tried to use Kerkez as shield and bend
that's risky. Oh, Curtis Jones will feel hard done by there, because he saw that way before the pass was even played in. It'd be interesting to see just how much contact he made with the man. Just read the game so quickly then, Curtis Jones. Look at the way that's hanging up on the wind.
It's the age-old question, isn't it? Is it easier to hit with the wind or easier to hit against the wind? Never quite fathomed it out, to be quite honest with you.
And this time Radu able to hit a low stinger underneath the wind rather than hanging it up on the wind. The old Tiger Woods shot, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, I think you've got to drill the ball in it, and the Bournemouth players are sponsored by a drill company. So.
Quansah, Gomez, Salah, touch a little heavy, and Scott able to tidy up. That's caught Liverpool, although it won't come for Christie.
He's got to get on the end of that, Ryan Christie.
Even with the wind?
Oh, well, difficult, I have to say.
What a ball around the corner by Salah. Szoboszlai. Here's Gomez. Jones. Szoboszlai. Strike. Oh! Yes, it was that close.
Well, we're right behind that, right in line with it. And had he just got that little bit of swerve, it didn't need much more than what it had. That was certainly nestling in the bottom corner. Again, he had a little sighter earlier on, a couple of minutes ago. I don't want to be giving him a third goal.
Well, here's Milos Kerkez. Liverpool are moving all over when they're going forward. It's very hard to see who's where for the Bournemouth defenders. Now they've got to try and strike at the other end. Semenyo, that was a heck of a strike. Kelleher got down really smartly.
Well, they walk it out to Semenyo on that right-hand side. One thing is always on his mind, just to cut back and get the shot off. Tsimikas has maybe got to do a little bit better to prevent that.
Jones. Quansah. Always happy in possession of the football. Jones in some danger there, but nicely done. difficult place to receive the ball with 2 players coming at him, but managed the situation really smartly.
Yeah, he really got himself out of a tight spot there, but the pass to Harvey Elliott was just the wrong side of Harvey Elliott. Had he passed it to the goal side, Bournemouth's goal side, then Harvey Elliott could have taken it up the pitch. As it was, he played it in a little bit in behind him, only a fraction in behind him, but it halts the momentum of Harvey Elliott, and he has to come back, and Liverpool have to rebuild again, which they're more than capable of doing, in fairness. But
I'm more than happy to recycle the ball. Kelleher may need to just assess his options there, as Bournemouth have come a little higher on the press this time. Endo. This time Kelleher will put his foot through it. Smith's header comes off Scott, and it did come off him as he tried to control it. It was very tight, the victory at the weekend. He felt that they'd earned the right and certainly deserved a win eventually in the Premier League. But, at the moment, Liverpool are running riot here, and here they come again. Szoboszlai, Gomez, Salah can't quite find Harvey Elliott. Kluivert can't come away with the ball. Well, Elliott caught, and Kluivert's off here. He's got Christie to his right. Solanke was trying to hold his run, and in the end, well, are they going nowhere?
well, it's disappointing from Bournemouth's point of view, because you know they looked a real threat there. It was 3-on-3 at one stage, and Kluivert I think he just runs out of ideas, to be quite honest with you.
Again, Joel Quansah is able just to walk upfield with the ball. Now the squeeze comes from Bournemouth. The defender unfazed by that. Gakpo gets a little break, and on another day Smith might get a yellow card for that little first slash at Cody Gakpo. The referee gives him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, Adam Smith, he sticks to his task, and sticking with Cody Gakpo.
He has always been combative. Scott, you probably heard the groan as he ran into touch. He's only 20 now, already a lot of experience behind him. Salah. Here's Gomez again. Always highly advanced for Liverpool in this game. Gomez again. Kirkes couldn't clear. Salah. Quansah. Lovely step by Jones. Ran into traffic in the end, but he was fouled on the way through. And clattered into Billing as he fell over, which is why the Dane is down.
Good feet by Curtis Jones. Not quite sure. I think he might just run into Philip Billing, wipes him out because of the foul. Billing certainly comes off the worst of the two.
There were long debates at the weekend. Szoboszlai, Alexander-Arnold, Salah over the free kicks, the direct free kicks. Not quite the same debate tonight. Szoboszlai is just standing over the ball, says to Tsimikas, I know what I'm doing here. And Szoboszlai is going to go for goal, but the defensive wall does its job.
Well, that looked as if it was travelling, to be quite honest with you. It was well struck.
Elliott, Liverpool's runners going behind, and Radu able to see it out. Maybe just a bit too much hook on the pass.
Too much swerve.
too much draw.
Yeah, difficult in these sort of conditions to pinpoint a pass like that.
Radu made his Premier League debut for Bournemouth at the weekend with Neto out injured, and he won't be back for a while actually. He's to be out for sort of 4 to 6 weeks. I know there's an international break in that time, but Neto's really important to them. Radu, who's on loan from Inter. Backup goalkeeper there. Ilya Zabani. There's Milos Kerkez. It's a crunching challenge, which Elliot, I think, did well to pretty much get out of the way of. That's nicely played, Christie. Solanke Semenyo was offside, which is why he can't go for the ball. Kwanzaa does well to win the throw. Smith with a challenge. Nice shift from Mepham. Semenyo. Challenge was by Tsimikas, but Semenyo's ahead of the last one anyway. Scratchy from Bournemouth at the moment. They've not really got sort of any fluency to their game in this first half. Liverpool have, without ever looking brilliant, looked quite comfortable. It's a dangerous thing to say. Goes Kelleher with the pass. There is by Mepham. This is Cody Gakpo, the scorer of the goal. That's a lovely touch from Endo for Elliott. A little pirouette from him. And then he's crashed heads with Ryan Christie. Referee will slow things down. Liverpool will get the ball and we'll crack on. Kwanzaa again. Wataru Endo. Gakpo can't keep it, and Semenyo skips one challenge, but Endo holds him up, but that was unable to win the ball.
Really have done well hunting in packs, Liverpool. They're closing down, their intensity has been really, really good as soon as they've lost the ball.
Semenyo's offside again here. He's asking for the ball earlier there, but I don't think he's really got a leg to stand on when you're offside in that situation. Well, Liverpool have brought just about everyone down to the south coast for this one. Lots of travelling right now for them. Very busy period of the season. Kelleher again, very calm. Was able to get the ball out towards Costa Tsimikas. He probably should have dealt with it a little better.
Could have had a better header, but
14 years a Bilbao player he was, Andoni Iraola, before he wrapped his career up in New York. Really good job he did with Vallecano as well. I think he was expected to take on one of the bigger jobs in Spanish football. It was somewhat left field when he turned up in Bournemouth. Been with a couple of other Premier League positions. But, other jobs in Spain as well. Szoboszlai. That's a pretty good first half from Liverpool. There's been not too much threat defensively, but thanks to Cody Gakpo, they do lead. They haven't created an abundance of what you'd class as clear-cut chances, but they've been comfortably the better side, and they deservedly lead.
Comfortably the better side. I think Bournemouth have had a couple of little half opportunities, but all in all, Liverpool kind of bossed that first 45 minutes, and especially down this right-hand side, looked very, very threatening with the combination of Mohamed Salah, Joe Gomez and Dominik Szoboszlai. And Bournemouth, if they want to progress in this competition, they've got to do a little bit more in the second half, because at this moment in time, Liverpool look relatively comfortable.
Half-time on the south coast, it's Bournemouth 0, Liverpool 1. Welcome back. Liverpool in front, and at the moment on course for a place in the quarter-finals of the League Cup, but a long way to go between now and that feat being accomplished. It's starting to take shape with the results last night. Some interesting games as well this evening. It's going to be a strong 8, isn't it, that makes it through. Liverpool wanting to be amongst that number of clubs, and there's no argument that they deserve to be in front in this game. It's just a question of whether they can get a second goal, which you do feel might end Bournemouth's resilience. It was always going to be interesting, given that Bournemouth got that victory at the weekend, whether or not they'd almost sacrifice this or try and use this as a platform to build on the weekend and go into more Premier League games and build more form. Well, that's what they've tried to do, and they're looking to lay a platform at the start of the second half, although that one from Kluivert's a long way away.
But they've got to be better than what they were in the first 45 minutes. I think that goes without saying. They had their moments. Kluivert had a couple of maybe half chances, but they didn't do enough really to trouble Liverpool in any shape or form on a regular basis. Might be different with this half. I think never quite sure with the wind.
We can see now how much the wind is affecting the game. Quivin Kelleher's goal kick going 30 yards, if that. That's a good challenge by Cody Gakpo. Might be a little unfortunate to actually get the throw there. Smith will take. So Bournemouth have the wind. It is considerable now, the strength of the wind as well. You can see there as the ball fizzes in behind. A really good run by Solanke as well. Tsimikas with the first challenge. That's too deep round the back. The problem you've got, of course, Gary will certainly testify to this, while it's great for those little balls there that you ran onto initially, you put a fraction too much on a cross and it's behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, that's. I did think that Liverpool were actually kicking into the wind the first half, but it certainly looks with that goal kick that Kelleher took it earlier on, that definitely looked as if the wind certainly held that one up.
Well, here's Scott. Well, he put everything into it, but he couldn't keep it down.
Well, I think they've got to be a little bit probably more direct of Bournemouth. Get bodies a lot further forward. It was noticeable early on from the kickoff that Ryan Christie was far more advanced than what we probably saw him in that first half.
That's Quansah, that's a dangerous ball, and Wataru Endo's done ever so well to keep the ball there and get Liverpool moving.
Well, he rescued the young centre-back there.
Endo again.
Don't want to see too many of these passes. I said, like Liverpool, last thing you want to be doing is playing inside your own 18-yard box.
Well, here's Elliott. Got to be careful there, they've given it away. Although Endo's gone and won the ball back again, but he can't keep it. Solanke, that's towards Semenyo, and Tsimikas sees him off, but he's made a rod for their own backs there, Liverpool, for a moment. It's 9 years ago that Liverpool first met Bournemouth in the League Cup. They met them a year later. Liverpool have prevailed both times, and they are leading here, but they've been a little bit scratchy at the start of the second half at Tsimikas away.
It's a period of the game that you would expect Bournemouth to come out and be a little bit more in your face. Liverpool just got to weather that a little bit and then take it from there.
Well, there's no real cohesion about them in the first half, was there? And immediately at the start of the second half, you can see they're trying to improve on that. Chris Mepham will clear. Header is by Endo, but it's straight at Billing, and now Christie, and Solanke with a really good run. Quansah managed him well.
I'm not quite sure why Solanke kind of stopped. He looks offside in all fairness, but I don't know why he takes a touch. Why doesn't he go down the outside of Quansah and try and get to the byline? Obviously didn't fancy the foot race.
That was a good flick by Gakpo. Salah now for Elliott. Just lost the momentum a little here, Liverpool. Now they have some with Gomez. It's a vicious cross. It's going to come to Tsimikas. That's behind off Smith, who just has to gather himself after taking that fully from Costa Tsimikas.
It's a wicked ball from Joe Gomez. I'm not sure the ball in from Tsimikas was going to anybody anyway.
Well, Bournemouth have just knocked off for a moment here from this corner. And it's Dominik Szoboszlai. Now Tsimikas. Szoboszlai again. See, he's trying to find Curtis Jones, but he can't find space. Szoboszlai going one way, then the other, and then having his pocket picked. And Kluivert will lead the charge. Wataru Endo lent on him. We'll probably get a yellow card for that.
Well, it might just be given the benefit of the doubt. Does get his body in there with Kluivert. Kluivert does go to the ground relatively easy. We've got to defend this set play. Again, you'll see the high line.
Scott dictating. That's a good header from Joel Matip, with Mepham arriving behind him. Scott was going to take it. He's thinking about taking it, and Billing will say to him, "You are taking it."
Oh, I don't understand. Like, if you're 6'4", 6'5", why you would want to take a corner?
What we'd say there is normally they know who's taking them as well. It's all part of the preparation. And again, it might just catch Liverpool cold. All that uncertainty. I'll get the ball to sit still first. Pitches are too flat these days. Scott with the corner. It's right underneath Kelleher, and it's a really good header away by Joe Gomez. Goalkeeper struggling, needed Joe Gomez to come to the rescue. Oh, that's a challenge that's not a nice looking one. Well, this is brilliant from Gomez.
Well, I thought he was really good at the weekend, Joe Gomez. Talk about strikers being in the right place at the right time. Equally so defenders. He's right in the right place at the right time for Liverpool there. Joe Gomez at the far post.
It was a really, there was a bad tackle, wasn't there, by Kirkus when the teams met at Anfield there in the season. That was a bad one as well. Liverpool get a free kick for it. Tsimikas. Quansah. Now Matip. Endo. Liverpool not really got going yet in this second half. Here's Jones. Liverpool have this tendency, they can look like they're not playing, then all of a sudden they score. done that a number of times this season. It's habitual to good teams.
It's not a bad habit to have, is it?
Quansah again, striding out of defence. Tsimikas, now Cody Gakpo. Tsimikas goes again. Smith was labouring a little. That's a foul by Cody Gakpo. I just wondered how much of the ball Smith got initially in the challenge with Tsimikas. Did enough, and Gakpo thundered through him. That actually looks a foul.
Don't think it was. Tsimikas should go for the ball. He actually goes over the top of the ball. He creates the contact with the challenge from Scott. I think he could have taken the ball, Tsimikas. Had he taken the ball, then chances were he could have gone round Scott.
John Brooks has found his cards now. It's 2 in a couple of minutes. Kerkez, and now Cody Gakpo.
He'll suggest that it was a good old-fashioned shoulder pass.
Suggesting it was shoulder to shoulder, yes. I think the evidence was somewhat damaging. And the fact that you might want to go shoulder to shoulder, but the player you're doing it with often won't engage with you and will just fall over and make it look like a charge. That's Semenyo, that's nicely done, but Curtis Jones gets a heel on it. Christie. When Bournemouth do play and like to play through midfield, Christie's influential. They've not really got him in the game today. Radu. Kerkez. It's a ball for Solanke and the flag does go up. Jarell Quansah was waiting for the decision that did come, albeit a little delayed.
Well, you can see there it's vitally important. You know, as a centre-back, you know where your full-backs are. He didn't need to look, Quansah. He knows that his full-backs like to play in front of the two centre-backs. Hence the reason the centre-backs can play offside then. So often you see teams that are not adept at playing offside. The full-backs are always the ones that linger a little bit and play people onside.
That was a rash ball by Kelleher. It's a heck of a block by Joel Matip. Not entirely sure the Irish goalkeeper would have got there. Szoboszlai. It's just another little warning for Liverpool. Scott. Good read by Joel Matip again. This is Gakpo. Liverpool about to make a triple change. Quite often in these games, these are pre-planned. Interested to see if these are McAllister, Alexander-Arnold and Darwin Nunez. Won't come round for Dominik Szoboszlai, who you'd imagine would be perhaps one of the three who will make way here. And Liverpool to send the substitutes forward. A few more instructions first. Jones did well to see off Cliver, then runs away from Semenyo. Tsimikas. Almost a pause in the, it's not stop, but it just seems a little lighter just now, that heavy rain. There's still the heavy wind. Tsimikas again. Quansah. It's tight again and charged down by Christie. bemoaned his luck. He could have broken anywhere really for him. Matip. Gomez. It's just one of those passages of play that if Liverpool can keep playing and play their way through the difficult period, that they'll go on comfortably. But at the moment, Bournemouth are really trying to get in their faces and cause problems and make them make errors in possession. This is Gakpo. Szoboszlai did well to help it on. Elliott. Salah is there. Salah is so close.
Oh, he's fractions away from adding to his total of the season. There's no right for him really to get a header. You can just see there, it's inches past the upright. Does everything right, Mohamed Salah. He just tries to get it back on target.
Liverpool's changes come. Wataru Endo is one of those who will be making way here, as will Harvey Elliott. Armband is passed over. If you were on the bench tonight, would you be itching to come on in weather like this? Or would you be thinking twice?
No, I think, to be honest with you, it's probably better actually being out on the pitch than actually sitting in the dugout.
Philip Billing is going to make way here as well for the home side. He's not really been able to have the levels of involvement that he likes to have, and so they're just trying to freshen things up, get more attacking players onto the field to try and cause Liverpool more problems. Add a little bit of pace in wide areas. It means that Kluivert can go and play through the middle as well as the extra striker, with Tavernier on. This might break kindly as well for Kluivert. Semenyo! Well, if he strikes it like he did at Anfield, it's 1-1. He doesn't.
Oh, you can tell by the faces of the supporters behind the goal that the disappointment they show, and the manager as well. This is a gilt-edged opportunity. He should score, in fairness. He's got to go across the goalkeeper.
I mean, it's not far away from where he scored at Anfield when he hit right through the ball into that far corner. It was a lovely, clean contact there. Rather snatched at the chance. A let off for Liverpool. Szoboszlai. McAllister. Nicely done by Scott. Oh, that's a super stop to deny Tavernier by Kevin Kelleher. That had some meat behind it, that ball.
Oh, just building up a little bit of a head of his steam, Bournemouth. Not long come on, Tavernier. It's a decent shot from effort. From the way he's out, it's a clear vision for Kevin Kelleher. You would expect him to make the save.
It's just awkward tonight, isn't it, with the wind and the rain. Tavernier himself will go to take the corner. It's Christie. Now Kerkez, charged down by Darwin Nunez. And maybe just a little case of cross wires between Gomez and Szoboszlai. Ball runs out of play. Again, just that little bit of uncertainty, maybe. Seeds of doubt sown into the Liverpool minds with Bournemouth coming back into the game. That's McAllister with a miscued header. Stretched by Joe Gomez.
And it's all got just a little bit messy from Liverpool's point of view, isn't it?
Things that were happening to Bournemouth in the first half when the wind was against them are now happening to Liverpool. And in the second half, the game is just at the moment starting to move on its axis. Can Bournemouth get a goal? Scott. And that is in this time. It's the ball to the far post. And Bournemouth level things up. And like when we saw Liverpool's goal coming in the first half, maybe that's been coming. Kluivert at the far post.
Well, the ball whipped in. It travels a heck of a long way. sure if Kevin Kelleher could come for it or not. Last opportunity, Joe Gomez managed to get it off the line. On this occasion, Kluivert at the far post does well to direct it back on target, but it's a free header. Liverpool players looking around to see who was marking him.
Well, he's off the mark in a Bournemouth shirt. And that was the fear for Liverpool. They've been a little bit scratchy. Difficult against this wind, it has to be said. The fluidity of their play in the first half has been replaced with Bournemouth really getting in their faces. And then Andoni Iraola's side level things up, and now Quansah was caught. And Kluivert it was who caught him.
Well, I have to have a little bit of sympathy for Kluivert there. Just dallying on the ball a little bit, Quansah. Gets the benefit of doubt and the benefit of the decision from the referee.
McAllister. Semenyo had a grab at him. Gomez under pressure from Tavernier. Able to come away with the ball. Salah's helped it on to him. Just the way Liverpool is set up now, it looks, obviously, apart from you're not that used to seeing Alexander-Arnold as an out-and-out central midfielder, but it seems a lot more orthodox. Andoni Iraola has incurred the wrath of John Brooks. He was an uncompromising defender in his day. I think the thing you say about all those years at Bilbao, but he was also a Spanish international as well for 3 or 4 years, a regular member of the squad, and played in the Basque Country representative team. Scott again, who started to get more influential at the other end of the field. Salah's cross met him away. Alexander-Arnold can't gather that. Semenyo, referee actually got in his way. It's a nice touch though by Antoine Semenyo. And now they have a runner. It's Tavernier, and they have Solanke completely unmarked in the middle. Matic with a vital stop for Liverpool. That's Kluivert. It's a strike which Kelleher will watch across goal by Christie.
Well, they look far more threatening and far more dangerous start of the second half than they did any stage through the first 45.
Liverpool will stick to their values, to their philosophy. They'll try and play their way out, but it's not easy right now out there for Liverpool. Bournemouth have responded really, really well. Liverpool are certainly being asked questions of right now. Christie. Nice toe from Darwin Nunez. Salah will chase. It's horrible for the defenders, in truth, when that ball is stopping with Salah behind them. It is something they will have to be aware of, as Radu is able to send that downfield. The goalkeepers will have to take a little bit off the kicks as well. That'd be a 3 or 4 club win tonight, Gary.
Yeah.
Semenyo on the chase, but he looked at that when it was coming. He thought, "Oh, that's interesting." And then it was gone.
Well, it just gathered pace, didn't it? And certainly, as soon as it hits the surface, it was gone. I don't think Usain Bolt would have actually caught that one.
He'd be hitting 400-yard drives out there, Gary. Kelleher, away.
I'd be in the clubhouse, John. I wouldn't be out in this.
That's Szoboszlai. Salah. Liverpool find their feet in the second half. A good challenge on Gomez, who stays down as well. Matip with the header. McAllister. It's gone straight back to Bournemouth. If they turn this round and win, it will bring back memories for them of that memorable victory over Liverpool. That's another dangerous ball. McAllister stretching and did ever so well to get the second ball. Alexander-Arnold, that's a lovely ball. Darwin Nunez doesn't take it in. And there was an opportunity to attack Mepham. Now he can have a go at the defender and go for goal! And does so quite brilliantly. Something out of the top drawer from Darwin Nunez. It's a goal out of nothing. It's absolutely fantastic. The man who brings football fans to their feet does so yet again.
Well, it does excite you, Darwin Nunez, and again he's delivered, doesn't it? He miscontrolled the first one, he actually missed it, but he's got the pace to get onto it. You can see it's a lovely ball from Trent Alexander-Arnold. It bounces off him, but then Mepham is one-on-one, he's isolated, and in fairness to Mepham, he pushes him inside, and you think, well, there's no way he can score from there, Darwin Nunez. He just gets a yard, just there, and he pulls the trigger, and it has to say, you've got to catch the goalkeeper really flat-footed, because it's not a million miles away from Radu, but it's ended up in the back of the net somehow. You'd expect the goalkeeper to make a save there, surely, but I just think it's the sheer fact that he hits it so early.
I remember Luis Suarez doing that in a League Cup tie at Stoke, what must be 10, 11 years ago now. Nunez, his compatriot, bending one top corner from the corner of the box. As you say, awkward with the wind. The goalkeeper will look and wonder why he didn't get closer to it, as you say.
It's not exactly in the top corner, is it? But, you know, I think the fact that he hits so early catches the goalkeeper by surprise, really.
Liverpool, who, as we say, haven't really played or been able to play in this second half, lead again now. And the game is opening up, and Semenyo, challenged by Matip, Gakpo. It's a cheap foul. Smith won one a little earlier, now Gakpo wins one.
If you just have a look, he looks for the Bournemouth player coming and just makes contact with him, because he knows he's a little bit under pressure there in his own half, deep in his own half. Buys the foul.
Well, he probably thought everything was going perfectly for his side. They've responded so well in this second half. They've got that goal. They were pushing Liverpool to try and get a second. And Liverpool don't want to give him too much encouragement now. Quanta, that's brilliant. That's absolutely fantastic. How about that for composure from the rookie?
It's wonderful play by Konza, but you don't want your centre-back being doing that on a regular basis, and he has been doing that in the second half because he's been put under so much pressure. Liverpool inviting the pressure onto them.
Saw the difficulties for Trent Alexander-Arnold there. He played a ball forward in the air, stabbed it forward, it went in the air and landed pretty much level to where he was, just down across the field. That's how strong the wind is now down at the Vitality Stadium, or Dean Coat, whichever way you want to call it. Amazing, isn't it? No matter where they go, no matter how far, no matter what time of day or night it is, it's always full that away end. That's a good win by Alexander-Arnold. Now then, Liverpool with 5 up here. Can they use it right? It's Alexander-Arnold. Straight at Radu. And now Liverpool have to switch back into defensive mode. Semenyo. Nice ball. Clivert. Smith coming on the overlap. Here he comes. The ball maybe was just a little under hit for him.
Did exceptionally well, Konza, because he was isolated himself. He had no left full back. Tsimikas was trying to get back into position, but he did well, did the youngster there.
It's a double change now for Bournemouth. The again as they try to find something to change the course of this game. Clivert, who level things up, will make way. David Brooks, who, as we all know, has really been to hell and back over the last couple of years. It's just great to see him back out there playing with everything he's been through health-wise. Moves onto the field now as they chase the game. And do so here with Traore, who isn't fouled. Traore, of course, is the other substitute who's come on. Darwin Nunez does well. Here's Gakpo. There's a lot of pitch to run into, and he's running right into it. And Gakpo's shot is saved by the goalkeeper. And now Smith. Well, it is a cup tie, so you'd expect it to be nice and open now, with Bournemouth chasing it, bringing fresh attackers on. It's another free kick. It was actually offside against Gakpo. Ryan Gravenberch is Liverpool's next player to be introduced. Dominik Szoboszlai will make way.
I haven't seen a great deal of Szoboszlai in the second half. Been difficult for him down that right-hand side.
It's been difficult for everyone in a Liverpool shirt, hasn't it? He ran the first half, didn't he? Ryan Gravenberch, who's been running games since arriving at Liverpool. Looks very happy, very settled. Fresh legs now. It's on for, again, trying to move the ball with Milos Kerkez. Tied it up nicely by Scott, who's been very influential in the second half for Bournemouth. Mepham. That's Smith. Radu with plenty of time. It's not a great clearance, and Salah will gather the ball. Well, Liverpool would love a third. It would give them the clear breathing space that they hope will ease them into the quarter-finals of the Carabao Cup. Tidy from Salah and Alexander-Arnold. McAllister. All delivered a little behind him, so Liverpool lose momentum. But then forward by McAllister for Salah. And Andre Radu did enough.
Well, I think he just loses the flight of it, does Mohamed Salah. It was a lovely little floated pass, wasn't it, by Alexi McAllister. He's onside by the looks of things.
Well, we've seen that pass before this season, haven't we? It led to an out-of-this-world goal from Darwin Nunez.
It's one of these passes as well, when you're hitting it into the wind, it does you a favour. Just holds it up a little bit.
Marcus Tavernier was
he
was off down the line about 5-10 yards. And Milos Kerkez is sent back. Well, Jurgen Klopp was the one that was pointing out the stealing that was going on. Christie. McAllister battling with him and battling a little too physically with the Scot. Traore gets us moving again very quickly. Smith. Now Brooks. McAllister's challenge is again illegal on Scott. One a foul on Christie, the Scot, and now a foul on Scott.
Both I thought were a little bit harsh.
That's a quickly taken free kick. Tavernier again coming onto that left foot. Just changing the angle. Matip with the initial header, and the ball is out of play. Zabani was making sure that Ryan Gravenberch wasn't getting anywhere near it. Kirkish thought about taking it, and then will stand aside. Well, we've seen where Liverpool had problems last time. Kluivert's not on the field now. Scott, though, has been sending in horrible balls for the defence and goalkeeper. They nearly scored the first time. They did score the second time, and the third time's just got a bit too much on it.
Well, it's like the old-fashioned one you're at school when you're a lad. You try to bend it in, you try to score from the corner. And he's not a million miles away, as Scott, you can see there. As soon as he whips it in, the hands go up to his head. And Bournemouth again about to make another couple of substitutions.
Yeah, Max Aarons is next to be introduced. As a goalkeeper, it's the worst ever because the wind's horrible, and you know that it's going to bend round very quickly towards the far post. And you can't really get back in time. You're being blocked off as well.
Well, it's hard to pick up the flight of it as well because it comes so quickly, and as you rightly say, in the modern day game there's so many players between you and the ball that the blocking is really good. I think that's maybe the reason why Rufus coming on.
Yeah, Kiefer Moore will enter along with Aarons. Send for the big man.
Well, when you're getting balls into the box like that, you've got to take advantage of it. He's certainly a big target man, is Moore. Liverpool themselves about to make another substitution.
Yeah, they don't come much bigger than Kiefer Moore in the Premier League, 6'5". Cody Gakpo will now make way. And on comes the man who always seems to score right now, no matter what competition he's in. Diogo Jota's in a lovely vein of form. 6 goals this season now. Kerkez with the throw. Didn't look the most legal throw. He kept on running after he took it. Anyway, he's gone all the way through. And it's out of play for a goal kick. Close friend of Javi Alonso is Andoni Iraola, even though they were Bilbao and Sociedad. But, regularly talk to each other. Just Traore. There's a little bit of space wide. Kerkez, who just struggled with maybe the flight of the ball. Salah. That's Nunez to go after it, but Mepham's in charge. By Radu. Oh, that's given away. Salah opens up for Liverpool here. Alexander-Arnold arriving almost onto his wrong foot that just slows Liverpool down, but that's Darwin Nunez, and Darwin Nunez still, and maybe in the end they've just got themselves in a bit of a muddle. Kerkez to the rescue.
He wasn't quite as confident as coming in on his right foot as opposed to his left on that occasion. For a moment it looked a lot more promising, didn't it, from Liverpool's point of view, especially when Trent Alexander-Arnold picked it up on the edge of the box. The bench are having a little bit of a laugh.
Smiles down there, aren't they? All having a nice chuckle to each other. A lot of football left in this game, you feel, though. On a night like this, nothing is ever safe. Tavernier. And Joel Matip just making sure he had nowhere to go.
I sense that Joel Matip only runs as fast as he needs to run.
That's Solanke, who's bundled his way forward and won a free kick. Gravenberch complains and pleads his case. And this is another tricky moment for Liverpool. Alexander-Arnold more than Gravenberch.
Well, I think it was at Tavernier that it goes between the two players, and more often than not, you're always going to get contact if you're going between two players, and did look like Trent that made the most contact.
Some big weapons here for Bournemouth. Tavernier and Traore over the ball. Traore, who, oh dear. Talk me through that, Gary.
Well, you could just see that Keeper Moore was having a real good look at him there. I'm not sure that was the best option. If you're going to take the responsibility of taking the free kick, at least try and get it on target, make the goalkeeper have to walk. Yeah, that wasn't true. That was the only person that was troubling was somebody 16 rows back in the stand behind the goal.
They're going to dig that one out of the English Channel. It was never even troubling the goal. Jota is going to run away from Salah, and it knocks the stuffing out of the crowd, doesn't it? Moments like that, and also I had a couple of players will be like, time's ticking away. We have a good opportunity from a set piece. That's a foul by Diogo Jota. Just a really good moment for them, and then just lash the ball into the stand. We're not even close to the goal. Here's Aarons. Brooks. Twisting and turning to get away from Tsimikas, and then a nutmeg on Darwin Nunez as well to boot. Did well to keep that there. Manu has to just be aware of the threat around him of Diogo Jota. It's a decent flick. Moore will run onto it. Thought about hitting it early, and then well, he's a big fellow, and he's big size 12's got in the way there.
Yeah, when you get your feet wrong and you're 6'5" or 6'6", then it's not easy to recover. Makes him look a little bit awkward, but...
Well, he was thinking initially to go for the volley, wasn't he? And then sort of talked himself out of it, and then when he was assessing his options, that's when he fell over. Yeah,
stumbled. We've all done it.
Those of you that have been out there.
yeah.
Most of us just, it happens to us walking down the street. That's Gomez forward. And you can see the manager is just trying to implore his players to keep their composure, to keep their levels of concentration. Heck, it's a game with another completely illegal throw-in. John Brooks has just let them go. It's not even close to being legal. Just throwing it and then just running onto the pitch after it. Max Aarons has to go back towards Radu. Again, the game plan at the moment is simple for Bournemouth. They want to get it up, they want to turn Liverpool around, they want to use the big powerful forwards they have on a cold, wet, windy night on the south coast. Liverpool have to beat the weather and Bournemouth here. Matip. It's a lovely ball. Diogo Jota will be annoyed that he didn't take that, but
Joe Matip will be probably more annoyed at the fact that he didn't bring it down. You just want a little bit of a breather at the back there. The ball's getting knocked into your forwards, you want them to hold it up.
Liverpool insistent on playing out from the back again. Quansah for Nunez. McAllister. Alexander-Arnold takes that really well because it was fizzed in at him. And now Liverpool have lost it. And there's a little gap in behind there. The cross is delivered by Christie. And Jarell Quansah, the most important of headers.
Oh, he was in the right place at the right time. He's got Moore breathing down his neck there. It's vitally important he makes good contact with it. And he does that.
Well, they've caused Liverpool so many problems with the delivery from the left-hand side, the right-footed in-swing, and now a different variation. The left-footed in-swinger is very, very deep, and Darwin Nunez helping his goalkeeper out. Gravenberch was fouled and Liverpool will get a free kick. Kirk is trying to kid on that he was the one that was sinned against rather than the sinner.
Oh, it's right under the nose of the referee as well, Mr. Brooks. He just dropped straight into him. I don't think you can have too many complaints about that.
Tony Raiola has some, but if he sees the replay, he will certainly be of our mindset as well. Here's Diogo Jota. Nice take. McAllister. Nunez says, I'll have it. He gets it. Diogo Jota takes over. Liverpool looking to wrap this up. Ryan Gravenberch, deflection on the shot. It was Christie who was all the way back with him.
Well, they've had their moments in the second half. They've been few and far between Liverpool, but they've dug in, they've stuck to the task. That was the effort there. Blocked by Mepham.
Well, they've had to deal with some dangerous corners at the other end. Now can they get what would be a clinching third from their own corner? Ryan Gravenberch with an ambitious effort, to say the least. There's 5 minutes of time to add on. Radu knows he wants to get on with it. On the flick, but it's comfortable for Kelleher. Headed by Kirkes. And it's a foul on Gravenberch by Traore. Well, it's a long old journey for those Liverpool fans. Well, they can sense the quarter-final, and they're in a much closer there. And that just squeezed its way through to Diogo Jota. Now they have to switch back to defending. Brooks will chase. Quansah's coming. Tsimikas was labouring. And Brooks goes on. And in the end, Ryan Gravenberch can bring the ball away. That was brilliant from Brooks. And McAllister clears. Nunez will chase. And Zabani doing well. He's done well on a number of occasions tonight, the Ukrainian.
They always have that threat, Liverpool, over the pace of Darwin Nunez, just to knock it in behind and let him chase onto it.
Well, Bournemouth manager says to his players, try and leave as many up as we can. We've got to keep high now. Kelleher able to fire across field. And again, it will run away from Mohamed Salah. That wind defeating the crossfield pass. Solanke with Gravenberch. Gravenberch again winning the ball and doing well. McAllister finds Darwin Nunez, 2 ahead of him. Bournemouth backpedaling. Nunez for Salah. It comes back to Gomez. Salah again. Mepham is the defender who's got a fair old grip of Mohamed Salah there, and maybe just too tight a grip.
Well, he does well, Mohamed Salah, because he gets exactly what he was wanting, a free kick.
Immense strength, isn't it? Free kick taken for Gravenberch. A bump for him, he tries to dance away from Kirkes, and then it's a little unfortunate, you have to say, because Christie wasn't really trying to do anything. Gravenberch leapfrogged him and got the ball. But once you put your arms on his back, I suppose the referee was always going to penalise him, even though the Bournemouth man was already going down.
Well, the free kick was certainly not from that position.
Well, that's long, and it's taken a touch through, and Quansah again. Well, he might well be taking the man of the match award home with him tonight, young Jarell Quansah, because he has been rock solid for Liverpool. They needed to be rock solid for a little longer in this game yet. Oh, it's Gravenberch again, and he's just a little overzealous with the challenge.
What is he thinking there? I mean, just there's no way that you should be challenging that position, especially when Ryan Christie's going absolutely nowhere there.
Well, this represents perhaps Bournemouth's biggest chance. Andre Radu has come all the way to join in. Traore pulls it deep. Brooks, his own goalkeeper that gets in the way. Bournemouth's goalkeeper has just stopped a shot going goal-bound in Liverpool's penalty area. Makes sense of that.
Well, it's a great block. That's possibly the reason why goalkeepers should never come up for corners. Don't tell that to Alisson.
John Brooks says to Joe Gomez, if you would, get on with it. There's a few heading for home now after seeing that. That's Darwin Nunez with the flick. That's Kerkez forward. Gomez will hope that will run out of play. Kiefer Moore's kept it in. And Quansah away again. He really has been fantastic tonight. There's young Jarell Quansah, like a veteran. There's a head injury here which is going to stop play. Kerkez is down again. Bump heads with Darwin Nunez. Dr. Alexis has seen to him now, and he's up. No need for the medical teams to come on. Liverpool have the ball, of course, because they were in possession prior to John Brooks stopping it. Liverpool are close. Downfield by Quiveen Kelleher. Aarons will see the ball out of play. It's a big, big victory for Liverpool. They've come all the way down to Bournemouth, to the south coast, and a little bit of magic from Darwin Nunez has sent them into the quarter-final of this season's League Cup. They were comfortable at half-time. They led through Cody Gakpo's goal, but my oh my, did Bournemouth come back hard and deservedly level things up. Only that little bit of genius from Darwin Nunez, deadly Darwin Nunez, sends Liverpool through.
Well, I think Bournemouth were certainly going to get better in the second half. They put a little bit more pressure on Liverpool. The conditions certainly were atrocious. It didn't help the game to flow in any shape or form. But hard-fought encounter. Bournemouth will consider themselves a little bit maybe unfortunate. Certainly the second half performance, they had one or two opportunities, but overall Liverpool were probably the more measured of the two teams. And then that wonderful strike from Darwin Nunez just gets the job done, and that's what it's about in cup football, and especially with conditions like these. Get the job done. Liverpool have done that to move on to the quarter-finals.
Yeah, it's another big win for Liverpool. Midweek success again. They cruise on in the Carabao Cup to match their progress in the Europa League right now and flying high in the Premier League. All smiles for Darwin Nunez once again. Once again, the travelling cop sings the name of their Uruguayan, and Jarell Quansah, absolutely fantastic for Liverpool at the heart of the defence. What a performance from the rookie. Bournemouth 1, Liverpool 2. It's League Cup semi-final number 19 for Liverpool. The road to Wembley sees a two-legged tie with Fulham standing in the way to the trip to, you say, the famous old stadium, the famous new stadium. Ultimately, it's where the prizes are handed out. There's no prizes for those who lose in the semi-final. No one remembers the semi-finalists. Liverpool have such a good record in this competition. They've got such a good record this season, and they are overwhelming favourites against a Fulham side who very nearly gave them a bloody nose at Anfield just a month ago.
Well, had it not been for two late goals, then certainly that would have been the case. I think Fulham certainly made a game of it on that occasion, and I'm saying they'll be looking forward to the occasion tonight to try and give Liverpool a bloody nose, as you rightly say, John. But over the two legs, you've got to fancy Liverpool, albeit there's one or two injuries that have cost them dearly. Obviously no Trent Alexander-Arnold probably for the two legs. He was sadly missed, but have Liverpool got enough? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. vitally important, I think, that they take a little bit of a lead down to Craven Cottage and give them that little bit of a cushion if there is such a thing in a semi-final.
Well, let's take a check on the two teams. We'll start as always with Liverpool, and as Gary mentioned, Trent Alexander-Arnold is the latest to join a lengthy Liverpool injury list. It's a full team now that is carrying injury for Liverpool, and another real blow to them. It means that there's just a sixth start for Liverpool for Conor Bradley at right back, but Virgil van Dijk does return at the heart of the defence, and Diogo Jota, who caused mayhem when he came on at Arsenal the other day, perhaps unsurprisingly leads the line.
Well, I think it's a start for Diogo Jota. I think they're trying to ease him back gradually. The fact that he is probably the main replacement for Mohamed Salah while he's away on AFCON duty, then vitally important, I think, that you manage his game time. He starts tonight. You've obviously got Darwin Nunez on the bench and Cody Gakpo, so it might be a case that he might not play the full 90 minutes, but certainly his influence and the effectiveness of Diogo Jota in that front line certainly will help Liverpool.
Well, no surprise that Fulham have gone very, very strong. They did rest Raul Jimenez in the FA Cup against Rotherham at the weekend, but unsurprisingly he's back to lead the line. Apart from that, it's exactly what you'd expect from Marco Silva. Bernd Leno was beaten by some absolute screamers here a month ago. He says he's ready for the challenge tonight. He might need to be.
Well, I think if the Fulham that turned up on that day turns up again tonight, then Liverpool are certainly in for a game of it. I think they can blow hot and cold Fulham like a lot of teams in the Premier League in that mid-section, but certainly on their day they're more than capable of giving Liverpool a right fright here.
David Cook is the man in the middle, and the League Cup, the Carabao Cup semi-final first leg is underway. It's a bitterly cold night at Anfield in early January, but if you're in the League Cup semi-final, you know it's going to be the first couple of weeks of January. You know it's going to be really cold, and it's another big night for this new-look Liverpool side. Harvey Elliott again given the job of playing over on that right-hand side in the continued absence of Mohamed Salah against one of the standout performers in the Premier League this season. That man there, Anthony Robinson, the Fulham left-back.
Well, I think vitally important for Fulham that if they're going to be successful, I think vitally important that Robinson gets down that line and we see him as an attacking threat. Probably more so in the second leg, but I think even in this first leg that's about what he's about. His game is all about going forward, and he's got tremendous pace. One thing that Harvey Elliott will not be able to do is take him on for that sort of pace and run at him, but he's a clever little player, Harvey Elliott. He knows that. He'll use his ability as a passing and positional and see if he can get the better of the Fulham fullback.
Well, Chelsea went into last night's semi-final first leg against Middlesbrough as overwhelming favourites to advance from the tie. They came unstuck at the Riverside up in Teesside, the banks of the River Tees. They'll still be expected to come through down at Stamford Bridge, but it just shows that nothing can be taken for granted in these games. And Joe Gomez on his 200th appearance tonight. It's taken a lot longer than it would have done, but we know what he's been through in terms of the injury help. But tonight reaching 200 games in a Liverpool shirt, and right now you would argue there's nobody playing better in a Liverpool shirt.
Well, he's been consistent, and certainly at that left back position, which is not his most favourable. He's stood in admirably for Liverpool.
It's Elliott forward, away by Tosin Adarabioyo. McAllister took a little ride on Andreas Pereira, and that wasn't the easiest ball for Tosin Adarabioyo to deal with. He did well to get there before Diogo Jota. And Kevin Kelleher, who we already knew was Liverpool's League Cup goalkeeper. It was never a doubt that he would start this game. Of course, we saw Alisson playing in the FA Cup at the weekend against Arsenal, but never a doubt that Kelleher would start against Fulham tonight. And that was made clear by Pep Ninders in his press conference yesterday, but I think everyone already knew anyway. Here's Elliott. The only way he wouldn't start is if he was ill or injured. Speaking of injuries, Conor Bradley had to miss the start of the season after having such a good loan at Bolton last season. So he was unable to deputise for Trent Alexander-Arnold when needed a little earlier in the campaign. That's Gravenberch forward. Willian. Away by Robinson. But it was a nice cameo, wasn't it, from the young Irishman at Arsenal the other day, particularly against Martinelli.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do. I think I mentioned that in commentary when the two youngsters came on. Bobby Clark came on as well, didn't he? Like, come on at that stage of the game in such a massive game against such a key individual as well, and Martinelli, a big player for Arsenal. I think they did exceptionally well.
Here's Luis Díaz, who was outstanding on the time that he was on the field at the Emirates, particularly in the second half. He was all over the place, wasn't he? That's Elliott. Away by Tosin Adarabioyo. Jones. Gomez started to go, but Bobby de Cordova-Reid, who thought he'd won it, didn't he, here for Fulham a month ago. It was funny, actually, because they lost that game 4-3, and you were thinking Liverpool have got themselves out of jail. Fulham actually followed that up by winning the next two games 5-0, and they were absolutely flying. But then they followed that up by losing 3-0, 3-0, 2-0 without scoring against teams you'd have expected them to beat, and that's pretty much what they've been like this season. Here's Raul Jimenez. It's a good challenge by Gravenberch. Bradley will go back to Kelleher. And Virgil van Dijk will come out with the ball. Interesting to see the Liverpool team selection for this game. Obviously the fact they've not got a Premier League game this weekend, and I think the fact that there was no FA Cup replay with Arsenal as well to think about next week just influenced the team selection a little more. No, that's a mistake, and it's come to Curtis Jones. Now what's he going to do with it? Jones fires a shot that was well hit, but not particularly well placed, and comfortable for Leno.
Well, Fulham give it away in a really dangerous area. Liverpool just can't quite capitalise on it. Curtis Jones with the shot from quite a distance. Asked questions of Leno, but certainly was a comfortable save, I think, in the end.
Adarabioyo was playing with fire again there with Diogo Jota. And Bernd Leno will look downfield towards Willian. That's Issa Diop. Andreas Pereira, who you know always has that ability to run with the ball, to find a good pass, to find a killer pass. It is a threat. Castagne. Not a great ball in towards De Cordova-Reid, and Van Dijk will clear his lines. Diogo Jota was beaten to it by Adarabioyo. That's Castagne. It's back to Leno, all the best dealing with that. And he sorted himself out well and dealt with it well. It did look as if it was travelling back towards him a little harder than it actually was in the end.
I don't think there was any way he was going to take a chance there and play some neat, intricate football. It would just put your foot through it.
Virgil van Dijk, who missed the game in London, of course, with that illness. He was sent home from the team hotel. Jurgen Klopp able to have a joke, well, not a joke at his expense, it was actually more of a compliment, really. Here's Jones, and commenting on how good he normally looks. Here's Konate. Nice ball, Gravenberch. He's got Jones to his left. The ball reached him, he was already static, which just halts the momentum of the Liverpool attack. But this is Elliott, and now Bradley, and Elliott, and Bradley goes in behind, and Leno is able to stretch and get there.
Well, they combined really well, do the two youngsters, Harvey Elliott and Conor Bradley. Lovely little give and go. Robinson is a little bit flat-footed there, doesn't quite read the return pass from Harvey Elliott, and Conor Bradley gets the run on him. He just can't quite find the ball into the box. Not a great deal of options, in all fairness, to find from the young Irishman. Did exceptionally well, really promising start from him.
his third start in the League Cup for Liverpool tonight. A great opportunity for him. Of course, he did start in Belgium against Díaz last month. Diogo Jota. Here's Luis Díaz. Gets the ball on the move. On towards Diogo Jota. It's glorious from Liverpool. And the pass was looking to pick out one of three runners arriving. Anthony Robinson read the danger and got across. That might be a foul by Jones. It's actually gone Liverpool's way for the man jumping over the top of him.
Well, it's the old one that who fouls who there, really. I mean, Curtis Jones makes no attempt to go for the ball. Andreas Pereira does, but in doing so, just comes straight over the back of Curtis Jones.
There was a few bewildered looks on the Fulham bench, I think it's fair to say. Tim Ream in particular.
Well, he's a centre-back, isn't he?
Yes,
so,
of course.
So, that's one
you just assumed it would be a foul against Jones when you saw it. David Coote going the other way, penalising Pereira for a high boot in the end. Harrison Reed is just labouring a little on the edge of that defensive line. He's just holding himself a little awkwardly. It's Elliott with the free kick, and there's a little bit of nonsense in there.
Well, there's the inconsistency that a referee and that really annoys players, annoys coaches. We must have seen, I don't know, half a dozen times Liverpool at the weekend with Arsenal, when the Arsenal players took a further line than Liverpool, came back, just blocked players, grabbed players, and nothing was given. On that occasion, referee Mr. Coote immediately picks out on the situation, gives a free kick for Fulham. I'm not saying it wasn't a free kick. I think it should be a free kick. I think more often than not it is, but it needs to be on a regular basis.
There have been some famous meetings between these two down the years in the League Cup. The last one was December 2000, where Liverpool won comfortably. There was a connection to tonight's game, of course. Bobby Clark, who came off the bench for Liverpool at the weekend. His dad Lee played for Fulham. That's Diogo Jota. It's a lovely turn. Finds Jones. Gomez trying to step away from De Cordova-Reid and the cross. Well, that's the one downside you have sometimes when you have a right footer playing left back and he's just trying to stand it up. Couldn't quite do so.
Yeah, well, that is the difficulty that, like, Joe Gomez is always going to face. Well, any defender's going to face if you're playing on the wrong side, that your natural kicking foot. He gave it a go though, which I think all credit to him. I quite like that.
Never fails to amuse a crowd, that, does it, when a goalkeeper slips over?
Well, it was interesting before the game that the groundsmen were actually watering that area quite heavily.
Well, as we know, the entirety of the Anfield surface is heavily watered. Those who arrive early will see it before every game. I mean, it happens at every ground in truth these days. Some more than others. Like to have a little bit more zip on the surface, and some find it difficult on some surfaces to play if it hasn't had that level of watering. Here's Elliott. Joe Gomez. Jones. Van Dijk. Now Konate. Bradley. Gravenberch. It's been a quiet start to the game. It's been all Liverpool. Nothing really too concerning for Fulham. couple of moments, the shot from Jones from distance and Bradley almost getting in down the side, but apart from that, everything's been kept at arm's length. That's Luis Díaz. Ibrahima Konate. Gravenberch for Diogo Jota. Robinson with the challenge. It's not the best clearance in the world by Issa Diop, but he recovered well, and with the help of João Palhinha was able to get the ball away. Castagnet able to turn and find De Cordova-Reid. That's a foul by Jones. He was a little too keen. He actually had De Cordova-Reid where they wanted him as well.
Well, Joe Gomez had done his job. Could he gone tight with the winger, and Curtis Jones just tries to nick the ball, try a little bit overzealous, to be quite honest with you. I don't think he needed to be there.
Willian. Things are developing here for Fulham, but Conor Bradley with a really good toe. It wasn't a great ball in truth by Willian. That's a good ball though by Bradley, and he's found Elliott. Now McAllister. Jones. Joe Gomez. Gravenberch. Elliott just hovering. Again, Liverpool happy to stay patient, to keep the ball. Van Dijk just trying to up the ante a little with a precision ball for Bradley. That's nicely done. Bradley's turn was read though well. And McAllister with João Palhinha. It's a glorious challenge onto Gravenberch. It might come to Diogo Jota. It does come to Diogo Jota. And neither Luis Díaz nor Curtis Jones could quite get there. The ball somehow stays in play. It's Jones. Luis Díaz had to retrieve the ball. Jones advancing. It's a good challenge on him by Castagnet. Jones wins it back. Bobby De Cordova-Reid putting himself about.
Well, they're certainly asking a lot of questions, Fulham. It's been very much a case of Liverpool dominating possession, Fulham sitting back. Liverpool, I think, will be happy with the start. I think Jurgen Klopp will be quite pleased with the way his team have gone about it. Been very, very positive so far.
Harvey Elliott for Liverpool. Once off Fulham, remember. It's a long time ago now. He was a young fledgling, or still a young fledgling, isn't he? What a wee slip of a lad. Gomez. It's unlucky. Curtis Jones was trying to take it in and turn. Just wouldn't quite come for him.
Well, I think he was actually just trying to lay it off to Harvey Elliott, who'd made a little run across him. Touch wasn't the best though.
Gomez. Luis Díaz. Elliott's had a wander over to this side to join in.
He has that licence, Harvey Elliott, I think. Especially when Conor Bradley is holding that position on the right-hand side. But you'll see that quite a bit from Harvey Elliott. He likes to move across that front line. This is a tackle from McAllister that sets it up. A little give and go there. Diogo Jota just fires it across. I don't think he's shooting. He just fires it across into that area between the last defender and the goalkeeper. I think give Leno a little bit of due credit. I think he understands and appreciates just exactly where everybody is there. He could easily have handled that and just palmed it out to a red jersey. I think he realises that there's nobody really behind him and kind of calculates that if he lets it go, then there's no danger.
It's a lovely ball by Elliott. It's a little unfortunate that Bradley couldn't take it because the ball probably was more designed for Diogo Jota.
I think that's just an example. If you hit that ball nice and early, you do open up spaces.
Well, here's Reid, and here's Andreas Pereira. Can hit them from distance. Thought about it, goes the other way, and didn't play a good ball in the end. Konate took it from in front of his goalkeeper.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think you've got to be positive as a defender. He did shout Kevin Keller, but the ball was right on top of the both of them. Had he left it, Kanati, I think there could have been a little bit of a mix-up. I think the right thing is to deal with that on your own, take the consequences for it.
A moment ago, whoever Reed felt that he got a shove there from Joe Gomez.
This is the ball in. It's a bit of a nothing ball from Pereira.
He's shaping to shoot, isn't he? He's thinking, I'm going to shoot, and then he talks himself out of it, doesn't he, and then does nothing.
Well, in doing that as well, he hesitates and gets the ball trapped underneath his feet, really. He can't get it out of his feet to get any sort of connection on the cross.
That's come off Van Dijk, and here's Pereira. And Bradley tries to make a challenge. Williams danced his way through, and Fulham lead. Liverpool got themselves into a mess at the back, and Willian, who's come here and hurt Liverpool before, has done it again in this League Cup semi-final.
That's all a bit of a mess, and certainly against the run of play. But that won't bother Fulham, certainly won't bother the fans. It's a difficult ball to deal with, a bouncing ball, but Liverpool should certainly do better. As soon as Pereira gets wrong side of Virgil van Dijk, there's not a lot he can do. Virgil van Dijk, that header there, can't get any purchase on it, and he's playing catch up. Conor Bradley just throws himself at it. Just really a calamity of mistakes really from Liverpool. All credit to Willian, he does take it well.
Well, he scored a couple of huge goals here for Chelsea back in his days at Stamford Bridge. Now playing a stone's throw across West London. He scored a huge goal at Anfield for Fulham. As composed the finishes you'd expect from one with such experience, but Liverpool will look back to the way they dealt with that first real Fulham attack of the game. And now Liverpool have to chase the semi-final, of which there's a long, long way to go. That's Bradley. Elliott. Flag stays down, and it is worth remembering today that when the flag stays down, it means it does stay down, because there is no VAR. There was due to be VAR in the semi-final, but as soon as Middlesbrough advanced, it was decided as they couldn't have it, they wouldn't use it at all in either game, which I guess is fair. Liverpool's corner, looking to answer back quickly. They've just fallen behind. It's Elliott. It's a good header away. It comes to McAllister, caught it well. Really good block by Andreas Pereira. Jones, Diogo Jota. Jones created a little bit of space for him. That's to Luis Díaz. Oh, it's the shot by Harvey Elliott. That wouldn't have counted. The flag was up.
Oh, he just tries to sneak in at the far post as Harvey Elliott. He just strays offside. I'm not sure that Diogo Jota is actually trying to pick him out. I think he just put it into an area. It's pretty tight as well, in all fairness. The referee's flag goes up more or less straight away though.
Well, he was offside, wasn't he, and then tried to get back onside. And the fact that he was in an offside position to start with would always influence the assistant.
He didn't score anyway, so
yeah, it's irrelevant, isn't it?
I don't think it was from that position, right enough.
Bradley who won that. This is Robinson. Raul Jimenez. That's a foul by McAllister on Andres Pereira. Well, they can dream, can't they? The history of Fulham isn't awash with trophies and success. That famous run in the UEFA Europa League. Well, Virgil van Dijk can't believe he's been penalised here. Quite certain Andreas Pereira's reaction was necessary. It's a yellow card as well for Liverpool's captain.
Well, Pereira's got him booked, didn't he? Simple as. Well, that's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
You can see Jurgen Klopp's reaction, you can see the reaction of his captain as well. Tim Robinson is the fourth official. I'm not entirely sure that whatever Tim Robinson has to say there is going to appease the Liverpool manager.
A challenge like that will probably happen 5 times again, if not more. I get it, it's maybe a free kick, I'll give you that, it's a free kick. There's absolutely no need for Andreas Pereira to be getting that sort of treatment for that sort of contact. That's absolutely ludicrous. And to get a yellow card for it is beyond belief.
Well, when you see from that angle, you think, oh, there might be arm contact in the face. Then you see it from the other angle where you see it's basically holds his hand out and the most minimal of contact. Is not happy, Liverpool's players aren't happy. They just have to be careful and switch on again here, because Fulham are looking for a second goal. Sometimes, of course, those moments can bring a crowd and a team to life. And Fulham are still looking to try and hurt Liverpool, and Kelleher holds on to that and wants to get Liverpool moving on the counter-attack, which is led by Ryan Gravenberch. Fulham have got plenty of white shirts back. Here's Bradley. Gravenberch again. A bit too much traffic to go the low road. It's handball that against Ryan Gravenberch. And he will disagree. But I think that the fact that he was stood on the pitch like that will always see him penalised. That's Van Dijk. I mean, that's probably as angry as he gets. What you saw there on the field, he just tried to keep it reined in. Very composed, cool figure. Liverpool need to have that level of cool composure now. That's Reed. Raul Jimenez probably just got a taste of Virgil van Dijk not being overly happy with the world right now. Good challenge on Gravenberch. Luis Díaz trying to get in the side of Adarabioyo, who stayed and stuck to his task well.
Right, great little ball by Alexis McAllister, saw it early.
Bradley. Got a break. And João Palhinha, who does that job so well in this Fulham team, covering for Robinson, who'd lost out, to stop Bradley. Jones. Here's Van Dijk. From Bradley was a little heavy. It interested a couple of Fulham players. And soon moved it on, and there was no danger. For a moment there might have been a couple of hearts in mouths. There's the Irishman again. It's back with Kelleher. Elliott may have held on to it a little longer than he wanted to. Paulini was very quickly in to challenge him.
Yeah, just took a little bit too close to Paulini, give him the opportunity to make the challenge.
That's McAllister. That's towards Gomez. And Timothy Castagne with a rather wild clearance. Gravenberch. Raul Jimenez was refusing to give that up. Referee says play on. There was a foul according to him by Van Dijk. Now it's Robinson. And credit to Bradley who stays with him and slows him down, but he still delivered the cross. That's Van Dijk. That's Jones turning dangerously, but certainly backed up his ability there, didn't he, to come away with the ball. Luis Díaz. Now Alexis McAllister. Connor Bradley. Elliott. Gravenberch. Luis Díaz. The ball came back to him. It was a little behind him, which meant that he had to readjust. Meant that the chance to get the shot away was soon gone and was blocked by a good piece of Fulham defending. McAllister, Bradley. And trying to find those passing lanes in between Fulham, who were keeping the windows firmly shut. Gomez. Now Jones. Now Luis Díaz. Ball just bobbled a little wide for Gomez. Again, just takes the momentum and the sting out of Liverpool's attack. Castagne's appeal for a throw was rather a token one in the... Oh, better just stick my hand up. Jones. Van Dijk. This is Elliott. Now Bradley. Konate. Elliott. To Liverpool to make something happen. Fulham have got their goal. They lead. Remember, there's no away goals in these ties. It's just whoever's in front at the end of the two ties. If not, it's penalties. Bradley did ever so well there to keep the ball and then runs away from Willian. Konate, Bradley, Gravenberch onside. It's going to come to Elliott. Robinson in the way. Again, Fulham's scramble covered defence was good. It was up to the task. And Willian made Bradley do what he wanted him to do.
Yeah, just a little bit of naivety there from the young man.
There was a challenge in midfield here where Fulham were, I think, wanting the referee to almost stop the game and maybe give Virgil van Dijk a second yellow card where he...
But it's a sore one, isn't it? I mean, again, these challenges, forever talking about, never saw that in my day, like people getting their toes stood on so often. I don't really know what's changed, that it happens on a regular basis throughout any course of any game. A number of times players stand on each other's toes.
Connor Bradley was just sent back by the referee a couple of yards, but then took the throw from exactly the same place as it was. The ball back to him from Ryan Gravenberch, didn't find him. Is this a Diop? Dangerous. Trying to play too much there. Luis Díaz onto Diogo Jota. And again, it's cleared away by João Paulinho. Let off for him. Can't play there when Diogo Jota's about.
Well, I know it's easy from our position, but like the ball really was to Harvey Elliott from Luis Díaz, and he just got his head up. I mean, from our elevated position, we can see that quite easily at pitch level. It's maybe not quite as evident, but had he done so, Harvey Elliott, I think, was certainly in and a goal. The ball to Jota was forcing them away from goal.
Bradley. Now Van Dijk. Here's Gravenberch. Again, Robinson stuck to his guns and stuck with his man. Lovely ball. Jones takes the ball in a lot of traffic, and he's trying to weave away from it, and he did ever so well. It is a Liverpool corner. Didn't give it up, did he?
Well, he's determined to get to that byline. I think he maybe get the benefit of the doubt here. I thought it might have been.
Well, listen, who'd be a referee trying to work out that?
That was a tough one to call, wasn't it? I think in the end the referee probably did get it right.
Well, here's Jones again looking to make something happen, and again winning a corner.
Well, certainly Fulham got something to hold on to, and they're certainly holding on to it. Got everybody behind the ball, they're working exceptionally hard. How long can they keep it up? Or can they catch Liverpool and catch them on the break?
Well, final 10 minutes before half-time. Leno with the clearance, Willian helps it away, that's Bradley. Diogo Jota's been caught right on the edge of the Fulham penalty area. Jimenez just catching his heel, just a kick to the heel, wasn't it?
I don't think there was a great deal in it. I mean, Jimenez will probably point to the fact that Virgil van Dijk took him out of the halfway line with a challenge, something that's quite similar. He didn't get anything.
Fulham did get the advantage from that, of course. They were moving downfield, which is the referee did play an advantage. And well, sometimes you need to find something when you're trailing that perhaps no one expected. And tonight there's no Trent Alexander-Arnold, so all those who practice the set pieces, the free kicks, for when he's not there, time to step forward. Harvey Elliott and Alexis McAllister. Leno will be worried if it's McAllister, given what he did against him in the league game. The wall's in the way. McAllister trying to get onto the second ball. That's Gomez. And Castagnier with a really good header to Jimenez. And now Willian. Good toe from the 20-year-old.
Yeah, did well, Conor Bradley. Got nice and tight to Willian.
He's not got the pace he had back in his younger days.
Oh, you would fancy Conor Bradley in a foot race with Willian.
What he does have is all that experience and that little bit of trickery still. Speaking of trickery, here's Robinson. Oh, and look at Dick Cordova-Reid. And Luis Díaz had to come from nowhere. It was imperative.
Well, something you would think has gone drastically wrong in Liverpool's back. Well, they all get attracted towards the ball. You see the two centre-backs totally out of position. Joe Gomez has to go with Harrison Reed that makes that run to the near post. And that obviously leaves a lot of space at the back, but all credit to Luis Díaz. He gets back and makes a really good covering challenge.
What's in his head now? What could he have done better there?
Cordova-Reid.
Yeah.
Difficult. It was a difficult ball to take, wasn't it? It was a bouncing ball at the time.
Well, Liverpool will end up with a throw from it.
I think if anything, you've got to have that awareness that somebody's going to be about you, but not easy to take.
Raul Jimenez has just forgotten that we haven't got VAR. He was asking for handball from the shot that he hit for the corner, and play had already restarted. That's Palhinha. It's not the worst ball in the world, but he doesn't find Willian, and Konate able to get Liverpool moving to Bradley. 41 league games he played for Bolton last year. Conor Bradley, in a successful season for them. And he played alongside young James Trafford, who's doing so well for Burnley now in goal. And he was in the team of the year. He was just about player of the year in the division. You don't see many right backs get that. Here's Jones. Diogo Jota deep on towards Luis Díaz, but it's a ball that coupled with the attentions of the defender, who was very physical with him, he was always going to find difficult. And so a little over 5 minutes to go until we reach the 45-minute mark. And Liverpool trailing. Is Andreas Pereira. Adarabioyo goes back towards Bernd Leno, whose clearance is coming down with snow on it. Harrison Reed did ever so well, and Bobby De Cordova-Reid perhaps was guilty of not expecting him to do so well, because he wasn't ready for the pass when it came. Great first touch from the former Southampton man. Liverpool will of course not remember the semi-final with Southampton with too much fondness. A semi-final in which of course Virgil van Dijk was part of the Southampton setup.
Oh, Harvey Elliott just asking a little bit too much to Joe Gomez there. Didn't really need to make that pass. He could have gone intermittent with either Konate or Virgil van Dijk. He didn't need to really hit that diagonal 40 yards. He could have made a simple 10-15 yard pass to one of these two centre backs.
Reed again. Jones did well to keep it in play. McAllister did even better to keep it against Palhinha. Oh, the referee's called him back. You can see the reaction of everyone looking at the referee. You can forgive him. I think he probably thought that McAllister wasn't going to get away from the attentions of the Portuguese international, but he did really well.
Well, it is infuriating, but you know, I think you've got to give the referee some slack there. I think he tried initially to play advantage, thought it wasn't going to happen.
There was another pull then, wasn't there?
Yeah, so yeah, that was a tough one for him. You can see the frustrations of the manager, Jurgen Klopp.
Yeah. Here's Bradley. Elliott came the other way, and Issa Diop able to shepherd the ball out of play. One of those moments you just have to suck up as a young player. Those usual telepathic understandings that were so often there with the likes of Alexander-Arnold and Salah and co. Leno is being encouraged to get on with the game from the referee. That's McAllister. Diogo Jota was always second favourite there. He almost tried to fool the centre-back into making a mistake. That's Pereira. Robinson, who's always the outlet, and he's always the threat as well. And Konate got himself into a bit of a muddle and recovered ever so well. Gravenberch's touch. McAllister. De Cordova-Reid with a really good challenge to win the ball. Willian. Fulham's turn to snap into tackles. Gravenberch thought he'd won the ball against Palhinha. He didn't. Willian. Andreas Pereira. There's a little running behind by Castagne. Raul Jimenez. Pereira. Oh, it was wobbling. Kelleher was always behind it.
Yeah, Jimenez has done well. He's that target man, that lone target man, setting up Pereira there. You can see the ball swerve ever so slightly. Had to keep his eye on it, did Kevin Kelleher.
Ryan Gravenberch nearly lost his footing there. It does say a lot about these pitches that, given the amount of rain we've had lately, they are still so heavily watered before games. And even given the amount of rain we've had, they still look perfect. Modern technology, Gary.
Well, I think the Newcastle game was probably the worst I've ever seen it, but I mean, it still played it exceptionally well.
Raul Jimenez with a turn. Van Dijk is penalised. None too happy again. Raul Jimenez did enough though, didn't he?
Well, I think it was a free kick in all fairness. I think Virgil van Dijk keen to like press and keep tight with the centre forward. He does well, Raul Jimenez. I think he's played exceptionally well so far without really looking threatening, but he's certainly been a handful for Virgil van Dijk.
But Leno can't keep his feet tonight. Jimenez. It's comfortable for Kelleher.
Well, he did try and make a pass there. I think he actually tried to hit it off Curtis Jones.
There's a time added on at the end of the first half. It's comfortable for the goalkeeper. He's happy to let the ball run all the way through.
Oh, it just takes a little bit of sting out of the game, wastes a little bit more time.
Well, plenty to think about for Jurgen Klopp and Pep Lijnders. He managed to come up with something at half-time to conquer one former Everton manager at the weekend. We've got to come up with something tonight to conquer another. Gomez is fouled by De Cordova-Reid. He actually did kick the ball away, which is pointed out by many in the crowd. Bradley. Liverpool would love one now, wouldn't they? It's towards Luis Díaz. Castagne, his favourite. Gomez. Away by Palhinha. Reid will help it further away, but there's nobody there except Kevin Kelleher. To his credit, Reid says, right, well, I played a bad ball, I'll go and sort it out. Oh, Konate got himself again into a little bit of a mess and recovered to get the ball out of play, but just for a moment, Andreas Pereira thought he had a run into an empty net there. All down to that man's effort and chasing.
Well, your first man always closes down. You rely on your other teammates to come at the back of you. Pereira did that, put a lot of pressure on Konate.
Robinson. A bad ball actually turns into a good one. It finds Reid. Robinson again. Willian. They won't mind that, Fulham. Got a little hand in the mouth from the Northern Ireland international. Just gets on with it though. Konate and Van Dijk just shepherd it through, and now Harrison Reid goes down holding his thigh, having been caught by the goalkeeper. Here's Elliott at the other end, and here's Jones. Now Luis Díaz. Can Liverpool level it before half-time? And it's away well, but this is Gomez! Well, we all know it's coming, it's just a matter of when. at the last moment of the first half.
Well, he needed a little bit of swerve with the outside of his right foot. It didn't come, hence the reason it goes wide. And Liverpool will feel that they played pretty well in that first half without really causing Fulham too many problems. One little slip, one little mistake has cost them dearly, and they've certainly capitalised on it, Fulham. But I think that certain players have looked lively. I think Jota up front has looked lively. I think down the left-hand side, Díaz has looked like lively as well. So it's all to play for in the second half. But the fact that like Fulham have got something to hold on to, it gives them that little bit extra belief in themselves. Can they hold out for the full 90 minutes? Well, we'll have to wait to the second half and see.
Well, Liverpool managed to turn things around with some half-time tactical alterations at Arsenal at the weekend. They'll be hoping to do the same tonight. Half-time, it's Liverpool 0, Fulham 1. Well, welcome back to Anfield. Liverpool's biggest ever win in this competition came against Fulham way back in September 1986. Fulham were not the side they are now back then, but were famous all night where Liverpool got double figures, and Steve McMahon scored 4, missed the penalty as well that night. Mr. Gillespie was on the field.
Funny, I remember that game.
Is that what you remember?
10-0.
That's a rarity for you. Well, tonight Liverpool would just take a couple of goals. That's brilliant from McAllister. Oh, just absolutely delightful skill. And Luis Díaz has it for Liverpool. A rip-roaring start to the second half would be absolutely perfect, but Willian is there to get the ball away. That's Joe Gomez. His header is a little heavy, and that's Pereira. And Ibrahim Konate just turns on the afterburners.
Well, the one thing that Raul Jimenez has not got is pace. He'll work for you all day and he'll fight for you all day and he'll back into you and he'll make a nuisance of himself, but on a foot race with Konate he's not going to win.
Bradley's early cross was aimed for Diogo Jota. He didn't have the quality that was required. Liverpool will still try to advance here. Gravenberch can't keep it, and that's been a problem that's hindered Liverpool somewhat. Not quite had that zip that they so often have. So many players ruled out through injury or being away, of course, on international duty. It's up to those there aren't on the field to turn this game around, and Gravenberch's trying to do that. His shot is deflected, and Bernd Leno did really well to keep it in play.
Yeah, it's not quite worked out for Gravenberch tonight. He's been okay in spells, but he's been slipping all over the place. He lost possession a couple of times early in the second half already. But you're only, as a forward player, you're only one good pass or one good shot to go away from rectifying that.
I would say, had he scored there, I think Fulham would have been livid about the non-free kick award for the initial challenge on the edge of the penalty area. As it was, it's by the by now, it's irrelevant. Here's Konate and Quiveen Kelleher. The second leg is 2 weeks away. The personnel won't be much different, it must be said, for Liverpool for the return game. So those that are out there that are trailing know that they have what remains tonight and in that second leg to turn things around. There's Cody Gakpo and Darwin Nunez on the bench. Well, those out there would love to find something. Elliott, well read by Robinson. He got the throw and got it to Pereira. And Konate halts him. That's for Gravenberch. This is where Gravenberch can do his best work, and he could do his best work. Well, it was inventive. It was almost inspirational.
Well, he gets on the half turn here, which is really good. Gives him the opportunity to run at Fulham. And then a little check back onto his right foot. He totally wrong foots Leno. From a position like this, you always expect the right-footed players to go for the left-hand post with that little bend. He goes for the opposite one, which certainly wrong foots Leno. And had it been on target, I don't think he was saving it, the goalkeeper.
Jota's left doesn't find Gravenberch. Raul Jimenez doing really well to go back to his goalkeeper. That will give the crowd a kick up the proverbial. Bradley does well. Takes it from Willian. Elliott, persistent, punchy, and it might come to Diogo Jota. It's a brilliant challenge by Castagnet. Just couldn't quite get the ball away. Wouldn't really sit for him. So close for Liverpool, so close for Jota. Now they can't keep it. Reed. And he'll take that, and Fulham will take that.
Well, a real positive start from Liverpool. Harvey Elliott winning the ball back, and then a little ball into Diogo. Well, the shot more or less, it ricochets off a couple. Castagnet give him his due. He comes across as a full-back. It's a great covering challenge, because the centre-back doesn't know exactly where the ball is.
Bradley, Elliott. Kevin Keller's going to come a long, long way here. That's calm.
That was risky.
Here's McAllister. Great read by Robinson. Oh, Bradley can't thread it. That's not a good ball back by Willian. It's a Liverpool corner.
He's having a bad 5 minutes, is Willian. Liverpool got their tails up. You can sense that with the atmosphere inside the stadium.
It's fiery out there, it's fast out there. But can Liverpool get themselves back on terms? They haven't found the quality yet. The quality that will get them a goal. Elliott's corner. McAllister kept the ball down brilliantly. Gomez, now Jones. Goes one way, goes the other. And his shot is straight at the goalkeeper. Andreas Pereira's gone down. David Coote says the physio's coming on. Well, the pantomime show continues. This was the challenge on Willian that Fulham weren't happy about, although well, normally you'd see a free kick given for it.
Well,
but you'd probably say wrongly.
Well, I don't see the problem. Oh, it didn't even hit him where he's actually holding it.
Well, David Coote, to his credit, probably sees a player maybe deliberately trying to slow the game down. That's De Cordova-Reid. This is Jimenez. Oh, it very nearly comes back to Bobby De Cordova-Reid. That was a vital, vital touch by Liverpool's captain.
Well, I think Mr. Coote's done he did well there.
Well, if at first you don't find a way through and twist again, Liverpool have 5 senior forwards available to them, including Harvey Elliott, who you do class as a senior forward now, and Jurgen Klopp, who made the changes at the weekend that worked for him at Arsenal, and he's going to make changes now to try and get his side back into the game. Of course, Elliott went into midfield the other day. That worked well for him. Having done so well as a wide forward at Blackburn. But it's a different level at this level, isn't it?
Well, the one thing you would say, Nunez is definitely due a goal.
Great turn by Elliott. Great read again by Castagnet.
Service from the ball boy's got to be better than that. think he was disappointed with himself, actually, the little ball boy.
Here's Gravenberch. And Willian will get there. It wasn't a good ball in the end. It will come to Reed, who's had a super game. I think he was rather hoping that Pereira would you better fist the chase in after that, which is right across the line.
Yeah, but you got to admit, but like he's injured, Pereira.
Gomez, Luis Díaz. And it's keeper's ball. It's comfortable for him. Very early call from Leno. Liverpool just can't find a way through. So Cody Gakpo and Darwin Nunez will be summoned from the bench. Not yet though, because there's an error. Will Fulham be punished for the error? Here's Diogo Jota, so often the punisher. Brilliant block, Robinson. Fantastic stretch from him. And Willian, Elliott's done ever so well to win it back. Now will Liverpool keep with the momentum, or will they make the changes?
Oh, they work it really well. Diogo Jota really is good at going across the edge of the 18-yard box, but all credit to Robinson. He follows the run, and then just the outstretched leg just makes the block. It's been the story of the night so far, really, isn't it?
Darwin Nunez and Cody Gakpo are brought from the bench for Liverpool. Whilst they will be disappointed for the likes of Gravenberch and Harvey Elliott, Liverpool need to find something up top. And Darwin Nunez certainly brings something different. Of course, it was against Fulham that he announced himself in English football, and he scored. Robinson away.
I'm a little bit surprised that Harvey Elliott's come off, I have to say. I thought he'd been lively.
We'll talk about lively. Here's Jimenez, and it's 3 against 3. Jimenez slowing down to then speed up, and Gomez gets the ball away with Doug Cordova-Reid, thinking he had a tap-in.
Well, they break really well, de Fulham. Jimenez plays his part again. He's the one willing player, isn't he? Up that top line, trying to get across the face of Konate. Konate just holds him up, but can't block the shot or the cross. But Joe Gomez, good position as a left full back on that far post there.
Luis Díaz.
Got plenty of attacking options now, Liverpool, haven't they, really, when you think about it?
Well, Jota and Darwin Nunez are playing as a 2 up front with Gakpo on the right. Here's Konate.
One thing you would say is like they don't have great natural width on that right hand side. Gakpo will, as you see there, play it infield. The width will have to come from Conor Bradley. He's more than capable of doing that.
That's Nunez. It's actually come off Pereira, who fired it back to his own goal and was quite lucky to get away with it. That's a touch by Pereira, who was trying to release Willian, but Konate was in the way. Didn't have to play it that close to the Frenchman. McAllister. And Fulham putting up the blanket defence.
McAllister, we need McAllister to play these balls, threaded balls between the lines more often.
Bradley. Clever ball for Diogo Jota. Gomez. Great read again. It was Palhinha who's done that so many times. He's annoyed that Fulham haven't kept it. Kelleher on the hurry up to give it to Van Dijk, who speedily passes it on to Díaz. Darwin Nunez. Adebayo is the defender. That's comfortable for Leno. Tried to make something happen. Well, what Fulham have shown is that they want to counter-attack, they want to get a second, and there could be a threat here. It's De Cordova-Reid. Now Pereira, De Cordova-Reid. He's got Raul Jimenez waiting, and Konate puts it behind.
Well, Liverpool have just got to be a little bit careful here. They've got to remember that, well, after the end of this game, it's still only half-time. You've got another 90 minutes plus down at Craven Cottage in a couple of weeks' time. You don't want to put yourself totally out of the game, get caught and counter-attack. Needed to lift it, didn't he?
Which is probably what Bobby de Cordova-Reid is saying now, or maybe he said to Raleigh, I needed you to make a run across the defender. Well, Pereira will take the corner. And they have sent the two big centre-backs and Castagne forward. And Konate, the most commanding player there, as he gets the ball away. Raul Jimenez, flag stays down. And he tried the Rabona.
Was it Rabona?
Rabona.
Panenka?
No, Panenka's the dink penalty.
Yeah. I don't know why he just doesn't hit it with his left foot, but
particularly when it goes straight behind. Looks great when you're doing it, it comes off, but that won't be going on any highlights reels, will it?
no.
Well, Gakpo gets away with a loose one there. Here's Bradley. A little isolated over on this flank. Konate. Now Jones.
Haven't seen an awful lot of Curtis Jones in this game, certainly in the second half.
Bradley. Gakpo was a decoy. Konate. Again, Fulham keeping Liverpool at arm's length. I was waiting for something explosive to happen from the team in red. Gakpo, brilliant touch. Header again by Palhinha. That's McAllister. Robinson says goodbye to the ball and smashes it away downfield. Up goes Van Dijk. Wins the ball. Willian though picks up the second ball. De Cordova-Reid had the chance to run in on goal and didn't control it. Still Fulham's attack is alive. And Kelleher will gather. Oh, he's had some moments, hasn't he? De Cordova-Reid.
Well, had he been able to take that on the half volley in advance, then Liverpool were in big trouble. Liverpool have just got to be careful. They're going gung-ho, and it's not, I don't think, the time to do that, in all fairness.
Pereira. Now Willian. He's played with the maturity you'd expect from what he has behind him tonight. Funny, well, that's not the best pass in the world. Nunez. Reid did ever so well, didn't he? And tossing out a bio for Timothy Castagne. And the Belgian international into the Portuguese international, Palhinha. And De Cordova-Reid has broken in again. And Pereira waits in the middle. Well, he went for goal. Well, maybe the angle was against him. Kelleher made the save, which he had to make.
Well, Cordova-Reid, if he just smashes that across the 6-yard box, Pereira's got a tap-in.
It's like the last 5 minutes of a second leg, this. Never mind the second half of the first leg. Gakpo. Luis Díaz. Darwin Nunez. A bit too much going on in there for him to deal with it. And Jimenez, oh, it's brilliant. Great feet from the Mexican. That wasn't, though.
Well, it did brilliant, then just overcomplicated things. He's got an easy pass out to the left back position.
Jones, great scoop tackle again by Palhinha, and De Cordova-Reid just sucked into a loose challenge on Luis Díaz.
Well, Luis Díaz just arrives. He knows his timing, his arrival here. He could have got on to that a lot quicker than maybe what he did do. But he waits for the challenge. Joe Gomez just gets sucked right underneath the ball, and here, there, it's just a pass across the 6-yard box, isn't it?
If Liverpool get back into this, they will look at moments in this game where they could have put Well, not Liverpool out of sight, but they could have got 2 or 3 up Fulham. Now Liverpool looking to answer back. McAllister takes, and again it's straight into the goalkeeper's arms, and there's been a number of those from Liverpool, particularly in this second half. And Leno will take his time. A long time. And wellied downfield by Tosin Adarabioyo. It's worth pointing out this is a very young Liverpool side tonight. The average age of the starting 11 was 24 and 330 days. They've only gone into a semi-final once with a younger side. That was against Sheffield United back in 2003. And they need a little composure, as well as the hustle that they've shown. Conor Bradley wants to get on with it. The biggest night of his young life. Diogo Jota. Robinson again doing so well. Bradley. Well, that's a free kick. It's right on the corner of the penalty area as well. And Paulinho for once rash.
Well, he just comes over and totally commits himself, Paulinho. All credit to Conor Bradley, nutmegs him there, just totally commits himself, Paulinho. There's no way Conor Bradley's gone past him, right on the edge of the 18-yard box as well.
Well, they haven't found the delivery yet, Liverpool, to hurt Fulham. They haven't found that moment. Oh, they need it, and they need it pretty quickly if they're to turn this first leg around. Konate and Van Dijk wait deep. It's McAllister. Oh, they're appealing for handball against Robinson. Referee wasn't particularly well situated to see it. And all the players that were in a red shirt in unison appealed. And that's behind by Castagne.
It's handball. It's 100% handball, this.
Judge for yourself. Well, Liverpool have to make do with nothing more than a corner. Can they? Away by De Cordova-Reid. McAllister will try again. Oh, and the goalkeeper has to save that. It was one of those that was really awkward to deal with.
Well, he just whips it in, didn't he? The corner's poor in the first place, but the second one, whipped it. I'm not sure he's shooting. He's just trying to hit it in with a little bit of pace and a little bit of bend.
And again, they just don't get it right with the delivery. And Leno again, he's just left to calm everybody down.
Well, the handball situation, I don't think it's intentional. He tries to get his hand away, but what you see is it hits his hand and it stops it going into a position where Liverpool could certainly have taken advantage of it.
In that situation, the only thing that you feel, that's nicely done by Jota. This is Curtis Jones. Oh, it's in! How's that got in? He won't care. Nobody inside outfield cares. Liverpool are level, and Curtis Jones has scored the goal via a big deflection.
Well, the old adage is if you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the raffle. And Curtis Jones, he just bought a sleeve of them. He's been really quiet in this game, certainly in the second half. Fulham will curse their bad luck. But the shot at goal, it's Tosin that takes a deflection off him. Liverpool really work hard to keep possession. And at the edge of the 18-yard box, he just lets rip. And the danger is there's always that when you're ploughing people behind the ball, you're throwing bodies at it. Yes, sometimes you're going to get a block, but sometimes you get deflections like this. A wicked deflection that takes it past Leno, and Liverpool back on level terms.
Well, here come Liverpool again with Conor Bradley tails are up now. Diogo Jota! What you would say, Liverpool will feel hard done by not getting the penalty. They'll feel there was an injustice there, a miscarriage of justice or whatever, but that's a massive stroke look that they'll probably feel that they deserve for not getting the penalty.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And Curtis Jones, who scored Liverpool's 500th League Cup goal in the last round, scores goal 504. Just after he got the 500th, he got a few more against West Ham. Harry Wilson and Tom Kearney are Fulham's next to be called upon. And here's Reed, and he stepped away really well from McAllister. Castagne. Gomez with the header. Here's Curtis Jones. Here's McAllister. Darwin Nunez sees space and runs into it. And he runs into the challenge of Palhinha. Reed. Hold on to your seats, there's 20 minutes left yet. Could be a free for all this.
Well, we saw 7 goals in the league encounter.
And there was a lot of late goals in the league encounter as well. Here's Jones again. Nice ball through the referee to Diogo Jota. Darwin Nunez. Liverpool have turned it around. Cody Gakpo. They've worked it beautifully downfield. And Gakpo just shaped his foot perfectly. And from 1-0 down, a matter of minutes ago, Liverpool now lead.
Well, if the first goal was a little bit fortunate, which it was, the second goal is absolute class. It's Liverpool stamped all over it. A lovely move down the left-hand side, finished by that man there, Gakpo. A lovely little finish as well. It wasn't easy. And Liverpool, from being trailing 1-0, back on the lead. And it's the 3 front men, all combined. Jota to Darwin Nunez, and a little cut back. So often we see Liverpool cut it back in that position and there's nobody there. But on this occasion, Gakpo is, and he does exceptionally well to squeeze it in. I think when you see from that angle behind the goal, he's not got a lot to aim for, but he meets it absolutely perfect. And Liverpool round off a really, really good move with an absolutely crucial goal.
Liverpool were behind at the midway point of the second half. Now, in the 71st minute, they lead 2-1. It's 2 goals in 3 minutes. Willian Pereira make way for Harry Wilson and Tom Kearney. What a turnaround, what a typical Liverpool turnaround.
Well, they can do that to any team, can't they?
And the 2 substitutes as well, Nunez and Gakpo, combining to score the second goal. And now the mood inside Anfield is a little different, although it's still very lively out there. You imagine that Fulham will still feel as though they're very much in this game and still have plenty to offer. Bobby de Cordova-Reid has just come to play on the left-hand side now with Wilson on the right. Luis Boamorte has been watching that tablet, that screen, non-stop, and will have been looking at the Liverpool goals and looking at what Liverpool have done in this second half. But what Liverpool have done is added real intensity, and they've added quality as well. Here's Bradley, and it is a foul by de Cordova-Reid. He felt there was enough ball in the challenge for it to go his way. It's another Liverpool free kick.
Oh, he's been really good, Conor Bradley, both in the first half and certainly in the second half. We've seen him far more advanced in the second half. I think you can see from that replay.
There wasn't enough ball, was there?
No.
He felt there was, but on that replay, you just saw that Robinson and de Cordova-Reid were having words, or certainly a conversation. He has just gone to that side as Bobby de Cordova-Reid. Robinson kind of just felt a little exposed. Well, Jurgen Klopp is on the back row and he's living every moment, isn't he, and dishing out the instructions.
Well, Darwin Nunez fancies this.
Beck, who was getting the instructions. Well, they've had a few free kicks, they've not really gone for them, so over to you, Darwin Nunez. And just couldn't quite get it to do what he wanted. That conversation is continuing, by the way. And this is the moment earlier when he could have picked out Pereira. And we said, didn't we, Gary, if Liverpool turn this around, they will look to decode over Reed's moments. Here's Konate. Lovely touch by Gakpo. That's Luis Díaz. That's Cody Gakpo. This is Curtis Jones. Liverpool have runners and forwards coming from everywhere. But perhaps the most potent of them right now is Conor Bradley on the right-hand side. Diogo Jota takes over. And still Diogo Jota! Oh, just wouldn't quite stay down for him.
Well, if anything, I know this sounds a little bit daft, he hits it too well. He goes on his left foot this time. He backs himself. He's a little bit off balance when he hits it, but he hits it really, really well, but just gets a little bit underneath it. Sails high over the crossbar into the Kop. But they're certainly looking far more threatening and far more dangerous than what they have done at any stage of the game.
Well, Alexis McAllister has a problem here. Curtis Jones is, come on pal, up you get. Diogo Jota will help out.
Well, I think it's just a case of trying to keep the momentum that they've built up. Don't want to really be stopping it with.
And Lewis Bournemouth is talking to Tim Robinson down there. And Jurgen Klopp is back in the technical area after talking to Owen Beck for a while. This is Reed. And now Robinson. It's broken off McAllister. Bradley is persistent, not wanting to let Anthony Robinson get away from him. It's nicely done for Kearney. Back towards Robinson, a horrible ball back to him. An apology from Tom Kearney, who has for so long been such a big part of this Fulham club.
Just signed a new contract as well.
Came back from that horrendous knee injury so well. And brought him in from Hull, where he'd risen through the ranks. Gakpo, that's nice. That's Nunez. It's a brilliant turn. It's back for Bradley. Across comes Reed. Gakpo will keep Liverpool moving. Darwin Nunez finding space. Darwin Nunez looking for that potent ball again, that ball that could deliver Liverpool a third goal, but the goalkeeper was there to react. And Fulham's counter-attacks they're just starting to hit the buffers a little. More stuttery now from Fulham as Liverpool really get on top in the game. McAllister. Here's Gomez. Curtis Jones will have to hurry up to go and retrieve it, as his old pal Harry Wilson was closing him down. McAllister.
Well, they've got a problem down this right-hand side. Fulham, haven't they?
That's Gakpo, and that's a header by Darwin Nunez that he managed to get arcing towards that top corner. It's a really good save in the end.
Well, it's a wonderful. He's got lots of space down this right-hand side, Gakpo, and it's a heck of a header from way out. Darwin Nunez, he's got no right actually to get that sort of amount of power on it. Leno could have maybe made it a little bit easier than like what he kind of made it, but if Liverpool were to score with this, I'm sure the goalkeeper would maybe regret the decision to make it.
Well, here is the Liverpool corner. It's going to come out to Curtis Jones. And that's McAllister. Lovely read by Luis Díaz. And away well by Palhinha. Across comes Gomez. Boom.
Well, he had to make sure there. Liverpool were a little bit short of numbers at the back. No messing there.
Tosin Adarabioyo. There's Castagne. Reed. That's nicely done. They've played through Liverpool really nicely there. And Belgian international will find Tom Kearney. Now Joao Palhinha. Robinson already advanced into the Liverpool half of the field. There's a foul by Gakpo.
He just dangles a leg. There's the big Dutchman, doesn't he?
Little Sport Morte. The game will stand there giving the final instructions as Fulham will have another swing here. And they will bring on a man who has done some big work for them in Sasha Lukic this season. Brought in from Torino last season, hardly featured. There's the delivery. Van Dijk's underneath it. Robinson, Kearney. The ball in behind Gomez, and it's gone across the face of goal. Raul Jimenez knew he was offside. Everyone will ooh and ah as he toes the ball wide. Gary's not overly convinced.
Still, as a forward, I still think you want to put it in the back of the net. You don't want to miss it like that.
Robinson does well. It's a foul by Gakpo. Referee will say play on. They've got the ball. It's good refereeing.
Well, Harrison Reed is about to come off, I think. He had that dead leg at the end of the first half. It looks as if it's just stiffening up a little bit now.
Yeah, he's done well to get through to now, hasn't he? Because
Yeah.
it was a really big blow that he took to his thigh. And on will come the Serbian. The 27-year-old Sasa Lukic. He made his name at Partizan Belgrade, as many do, before moving to Italy, where he had a really good spell with Torino. A number of really good years in Serie A, a little loose. And here's Luis Díaz. And Cody Gakpo's piece of skill is brilliant. Now Darwin Nunez on the half turn. Really good reaction save from the goalkeeper. Really good stiff wrist from Leno. And Nunez doing ever so well to turn and hit the target. Van Dijk just has to be aware of the threat of Harry Wilson. And Kelleher guides the ball out. I think it's a good description of his ball to Curtis Jones. Here's Jota. Curtis Jones might have got in his way. Liverpool are still maintaining the forward thrust here, and they've played with real thrust here in this second half. Got a bit of luck to get the first goal. There's a problem here which Cody Gakpo's going to put the ball out of play. It's Curtis Jones who crashed into his own man, and maybe he's got a bit of the Harrison Reeds.
Yeah, there you go.
They hurt, don't they?
Yeah, they do hurt, yeah.
And Bobby Clark and Cade Gordon will go and do some warming up. It is one that if you get moving, you can normally run it off. As you saw with Harrison Reeds, if you do it early though, it can stiffen up. Here is Jones. And Paulinho away, only as far as Gomez. This is Bradley, who really has been excellent in this second half. Really stepped up when Liverpool needed him to. I imagine he might be needed to in the second leg as well. Northern Ireland international on towards Darwin Nunez. Little stand up to the far post and headed away by Wilson. Third goal for Liverpool would be massive.
Well, it certainly would. I think that's obviously what they're striving for. It just gives you a little bit of breathing space. It's never over when you've got another full 90 minutes to go, is it? But certainly 3-1 gives you a little bit more comfort than just taking a 2-1 lead down to Craven Cottage. Self-explanatory, really.
Well, the game has swung on its axis here. Liverpool haven't really looked a threat from a corner, but if they were to add a goal now, the cop would be delirious. It's Robinson's header, helped away by Castagne. This is McAllister again. There's a calmness about Liverpool at the moment, almost a peace about the way that in which they're moving the ball around. Gakpo was probably fouled. Jimenez did well just to get his body and arms off him just in time to stop the referee giving a free kick. But Liverpool, who were playing with almost fury and ferocity as well as the speed, just slowed down now, playing with a calm authority. Like they've not played at all in this game before this little period.
Well, some would say that probably need to keep that momentum up.
That's a loose pass by Bradley. And away by Diop. But whereas before those were causing problems for Liverpool, that just whipped straight through to Kelleher.
Well, it's any port in a storm really at this moment in time, isn't it?
Joe Gomez playing much more centrally as well now, isn't he? A little tactical change that Jurgen Klopp's made. Finding the right time to go and play in there. Konate. And Curtis Jones then going and holding out on that left-hand side. It's been an interesting way of changing things, finding those tactical alterations to change the game. We talked about how he did it at the weekend at Arsenal. Put an extra man in midfield and made the alterations to change the game. That's Bradley and Robinson, and Bradley able to help the ball on, and it is a foul. It's going to be a yellow card as well for Sasha Lukic, who's only just come on.
Oh, his first touch is Darwin Nunez's leg, I think, as opposed to the ball.
Inside of his foot, but you're right.
Oh, again, it's like stands on his toe and then just slides up and then makes contact with Darwin Nunez's shin with his, I think his own shin or his knee.
Here's McAllister. Robinson robbed. Diogo Jota slipped. Luis Díaz, still Luis Díaz, and it's going to come to Diogo Jota. He thought about hitting it, instead finds Bradley across the face of goal. What a save that is by Leno. Oh, Darwin Nunez has been denied by some really outstanding goalkeeping of late, and there's another one. Leno fully stretching himself to keep that out at point blank range, and that might just be the lift that Fulham need in this tie.
I mean, really, what has Darwin Nunez got to do to score? I'm not sure he knows an awful lot about it, as Bernd Leno, but it's a heck of a save. And Conor Bradley involved again. It's a lovely little ball, isn't it? Absolutely inviting ball. He makes good contact on it with Darwin Nunez. Good technique as well. Let it come across his body, hitting it with his left foot. Bernd Leno just full stretch, just dives and hits his leg in the end.
Well, I imagine any goalkeeper coach there would say that Leno's read the percentages and played the percentages. that he's not going to be able to get it high. He's just going to go low and spread himself and hope that he does enough, and he did do enough. Here's Tom Kearney. Now Palhinha. Great rob by Gomez. Darwin Nunez was setting off then, just stuttered, and now he goes. And in the way was Gomez, Luis Díaz, Darwin Nunez. Joe Gomez is hurt. Tosin Adarabioyo wasn't letting Darwin Nunez past him. I think perhaps we saw Palhinha and Gomez crash knees there. Both of the two are limping away, and that's perhaps a tired looking ball that Curtis Jones had no chance of getting to.
Well, it was Darwin Nunez that played it, so he couldn't be that tired. He's only just come on, but just needs a breather. He's been involved heavily in Liverpool's attacking play in the second half, and just recently as well. Can Liverpool get that third goal? That's the question.
Well, they're nearly out of time tonight. We are into time added on at the end of the 90 minutes. Liverpool, who once again looked as though they were heading for defeat against Fulham, and now at the moment looking for victory. Might get a yellow card there, Harry Wilson. He's a little unlucky as he was falling and losing his footing.
He just gets wrong side as well, doesn't he? I think it's...
Yeah, I tried to make it look like he wasn't rugby tackling, but he was.
Yeah, I think it was a easy decision for the referee on that occasion.
Well, there's no thought about not sending Van Dijk and Konate forward. Liverpool are going to tee it up again. Van Dijk and Konate have stayed forward here. Here's Gomez and McAllister and Nunez. Curtis Jones. Nunez goes now. The ball goes to McAllister. Liverpool are content to play. And Konate and Van Dijk have gone back to their more orthodox starting positions. Here's Gakpo. Away, half away by Issa Diop. Bradley again picking up the pieces. What a second half he's had. Jones. Lovely play by McAllister. That's towards Bradley, but read by Robinson. Jimenez wins a clever free kick.
That was clumsy by Cody Gakpo, isn't it? It's clumsy. You don't need to make any sort of challenge there. Jimenez is going absolutely nowhere.
That will run through to Kelleher.
I think in many ways Fulham will be happy if it finishes 2-1. Obviously they took that early lead. They'd love to hold on to it, but 2-1 is not a disastrous result for them.
It's back with Diop. And here's Tosin Adarabioyo and Issa Diop. And that's Palhinha, and that's really nice composed play. This is Castagne. Lukic. Now Kearney. Jimenez. Robinson. Best Fulham have put together for a long, long time. And Robinson wins the free kick.
Well, they really work it well. And he just dangles a leg, does Conor Bradley. Maybe a little bit of a tired challenge that. Gets a bang on the knee for his troubles as well. And Fulham, certainly this will be a big plus for them if they can get on level terms.
Well, Liverpool stung them late on the 3rd of December with Trent Alexander-Arnold's very, very late goal. Now can Fulham get a late goal of their own? It's taken a deflection off Diogo Jota. Robinson's header. Diogo Jota will get there and win the throw. He's been just sheer persistence personified in this second half. Well, Curtis Jones just with a little clench of the fist. It was his goal that got Liverpool back on terms. It looked for a long time like Fulham had it in them to come and win at Anfield in this League Cup semi-final first leg. Willian had put them in front. They were playing really well. They looked capable of getting the second goal. But hey, typical Liverpool turnaround again. Curtis Jones with a deflected effort moments after they will feel they should have had a penalty for a clear handball in the penalty area, and then Cody Gakpo's clever finish a couple of minutes later swung the game on its head, and it's advantage Liverpool.
Well, it certainly is advantage Liverpool. You expect Liverpool are more than capable of going down to Craven Cottage and getting a result. Fulham will be half pleased with the result. I think 2-1, certainly they're not out the tie. They'll still feel as if they've got a chance in the second leg down there. But I think Liverpool overall, that spell in the second half, that was like the old Liverpool, just like, well, it was just bish bash bosh, wasn't it? Like 2 goals in the space of 3 minutes, I think it was. You were expecting Liverpool to go on and get another one, and maybe even a fourth as well. But all credit to Fulham, they dug in, they made it difficult for Liverpool, and the tie is still alive.
And a special mention for 20-year-old Conor Bradley.
Second half, I thought he was absolutely outstanding. Did okay in the first half as well, in all fairness. There's always an outlet on that right-hand side, and big shoes to fill with Trent Alexander-Arnold being out. I think he could be very, very proud of his performance tonight.
Well, they will hope it's far from over. The Fulham players will feel it's far from over, but it is advantage Liverpool after the Carabao Cup first leg of the semi-final. Finishes at Anfield, Liverpool 2, Fulham 1.
Are you subscribed to Liverpool's YouTube channel?
I do follow the channel.
No, unfortunately not. I feel like being here, I should be.
Well, I love all the content on the channel, but my favorite thing would have to be the inside training videos.
I know there's like training videos, but more like personal stuff maybe about the players.
We're spending the day with Cody.
Let's go.
Any video with Darwin in it. It's got Nunez in it, I'm smashing it like.
My favorite video of all time was FIFA reaction rating when Van Dijk saw his rating. That was so funny.
Boom. We see everything on the pitch, but how cool is it to see what happens behind the closed doors? That's what I want to see.
They have to convince me that Liverpool will be my team.
I am not subscribed to Liverpool FC on YouTube.
It's an opportunity for Liverpool to reach the final 4, the semi-finals of this season's League Cup. West Ham, the opponents, a tough proposition to beat them. But for Liverpool, the opportunity as well to get rid of the frustration and the annoyance of failing to score here against Manchester United at the weekend. Either way, it's going to be a tough night for Liverpool.
Yeah, a tough night. I think West Ham coming into this game full of confidence and a lot of form as well. Liverpool in the middle of 3 home games. It was a disappointing game, obviously, against Manchester United. They'll want to be putting that right tonight to get somewhere back to their best and get themselves into the semi-final of the Carabao Cup. And obviously with the big league game coming up against Arsenal at the weekend, fingers crossed that there's no injuries in this game as well. But Liverpool will have to absolutely be somewhere near the best to beat this West Ham side that, as I say, full of confidence at this moment in time.
Well, inevitably in the middle of a busy schedule there are wholesale changes for Liverpool once again. Jurgen Klopp has kept faith with doing that all through the season so far, with his teams at the weekend and his teams in midweek. But he does go strong tonight. Virgil van Dijk starts at the heart of the defence, and we're expecting Harvey Elliott to push on into a more advanced forward role.
Well, 6 changes, I think, from the team that played on the weekend against Manchester United. I think that's always inevitable at this time of the year with so many fixtures, but it's still a strong lineup. Obviously Darwin Nunez keeps his position up front. I think he's desperate in need of a goal just to give him a little bit of boost in confidence. Hopefully that'll come here tonight.
West Ham returned to winning ways after a bit of a humbling against Fulham a week ago with a 3-0 win against Wolves at the weekend. 6 changes too for David Moyes, although they are carrying a significantly deeper squad these days with their successes in Europe. They have lost Nayef Aguerd and Maxwell Cornet today to illness, but it's still a pretty strong looking side. Jared Bowen, 27 today, in that new role leading the line.
Well, I think when you look at West Ham's strengths, I think it's not always been the case where you see it's up front, but certainly they look a threat. With the addition of Kudus coming back into the side, I think he's been a big plus for them, and Jared Bowen is always a threat. So they do potentially have the firepower to trouble Liverpool, and we did see against Manchester United that
Liverpool at times were a little bit wary of like teams on the break and got caught a couple of times late on. Hopefully that won't happen tonight. But as I say, West Ham full of confidence and they'll be looking forward to this game, I'm sure.
Well, people only remember the winners in competitions like this. Liverpool lucky enough to win it a couple of years ago, desperate to reach the two-legged semi-finals in January. Tim Robinson is our referee, and it is a case of Liverpool finding their shooting boots again tonight.
Well, coming into this game, West Ham, the more recent winners of silverware, having like that victory in Europe, and I think that really has enhanced them and bolstered them as well. A little bit similar to Liverpool, they have qualified for the knockout stages of the Europa League, which is a big plus for them. They do have a stronger squad, I think, at this moment in time. The departure of Rice has aided that as well, and I think they look a far more balanced side from what I've seen of them so far. So it's going to be a tough night, I think, for Liverpool.
Yes, this certainly is far from a given for Liverpool tonight. Certainly you wouldn't ever be arrogant enough to say that to start with, but West Ham are good. And they've given Liverpool plenty of headaches last few seasons. With Tim Robinson about to get underway. It's actually quite a mild night for the week before Christmas, but it's very, very windy, it's very, very wet, just like it was at Bournemouth in the last round, so Liverpool will be hoping for an omen there. The first ball was played towards Thomas Souček.
You'll see that a lot, I think, that diagonal pass from the goalkeeper or from defenders. Souček will peel on to Tsimikas in that left back position. It's a tactic that West Ham and David Moyes have used on frequent occasions when they've played against Liverpool.
That's a little overhit. And Angelo Bonner will retreat, wearing the armband for West Ham tonight. He's been a great servant for them. Areola just had to hurry up a little. It's a good hustle by Darwin Nunez. Didn't get away with one. He will certainly feel he was in control, but there are probably a few hearts in the mouths of West Ham fans watching.
Well, I think that one thing that Darwin Nunez needs is a goal. I don't think you can ever doubt his work rate, his enthusiasm, his desire to help his teammates. But when you're playing that number 9 on your jersey, you know, I think it's vitally important you get the ball in the back of the net, and I think all that's lacking is that goal, and then hopefully many more will come after that.
Well, David Moyes has always been self-deprecating about his non-ability to win at Anfield.
It's quite an incredible stretch, isn't it, when you think about it from a manager's point of view? It's
such a good career as well.
It's a tough place to come right off, in all fairness, but
it's Edson Alvarez being fouled by Dominik Szoboszlai. He's done really well.
I'm just going to say he's been a big plus, along with Paquetá.
And the man of the moment there, Mohamed Kudus, who's chasing Darwin Nunez. And Jones running away from the ball. It's a foul by Tsimikas. One thing that you know about Liverpool is that there's never really any pressure put on players in their recovery from illness. You get a little update now and again. Andrew Robertson making progress, but not ready to return yet, and it always feels like that's designed just to say to the man who's got the shirt, you've got it, keep going.
Well, I think what we've seen from Tsimikas, I mean, coming into the side, it's never easy after you've not played for an awful long time, but I think the more games that we've seen with Tsimikas, the more settled and comfortable he's actually looking.
Was that always the case?
I think it is always the case, to be quite honest with you.
Because you had to do that in your early career, didn't you, at Liverpool?
Absolutely, and it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, it does help if the team's successful and it's winning on a regular basis, but from an own personal point of view and performance-wise, yeah, I think it is tough.
Feels like a cup quarter-final inside Anfield tonight. It's rowdy.
Well, much was made of the, shall I say, the lack of atmosphere at the weekend. I didn't find it that bad, to be quite honest with you.
I think people look for reasons that sometimes don't exist, don't they? That's Endo. It's a lovely turn. It was a foul by Edson Alvarez. And that's nice. On to Dominik Szoboszlai. And he goes for goal. It's in his own man. Might come to Gakpo. It will break for Tsimikas. Headed up and away by Alvarez.
Well, he strides forward. Neat little ball by Virgil van Dijk, and he gets in between the lines, this Tsimikas. I think the goalkeeper Areola was quite comfortably behind that shot before it hit Darwin Nunez.
Worth remember how highly rated he was always in his younger days, Afonso Areola. When he was at Paris Saint-Germain, of course, seen him at Fulham and Villarreal. And whilst Lucas Fabianski is number one, he's more than an able deputy. Certainly, there's no hesitation to put him in. Here's Kudus. Won't fall for Bowen. Elliott couldn't squeeze it past Kostas Mavropanos.
Well, if anything, guilty, just try to be a little bit too precise there, Harvey Elliott. I think there's a bit of grass in front of Darwin Nunez. Just loft it over the top and let him run onto.
You know he's rapido, you know he's going to get there 9 times out of 10, don't you?
Well, that's his favourite thing, isn't it? To run onto like balls played from the midfield, like with the likes of Harvey Elliott. He'll fancy his chances in a foot race with both centre backs, to be quite honest, with Ogbonna and Mavropanos.
Good to see Ogbonna still playing at this level. He had that horrible knee injury, didn't he, that he suffered a few years back, but such is medical science now, and the way that they can do these operations, that the players can come back and hardly affected by it. I mean, I remember a time that this man here, they talked about him maybe being a yard slower, 2 yards slower than he was prior to his knee injury.
I have to say I've been extremely impressed with Virgil van Dijk since the start of the season. He really looks back to somewhere like his best, if not his best. I think he's been very, very dominant in most of the games that we've seen Liverpool play.
It takes a certain type of character to be able to. That's a ball for Nunez. Flag goes up very, very early. West Ham tried to step out.
Well, again, he won't mind this. I don't think the manager will mind this either. It's probably a little bit closer than what you think that, to be quite honest with you. The referee's assistant's flag goes up automatically. But from that replay, it kind of looked a little bit closer than maybe what everybody thought it was, especially the officials.
Bring back VAR. It was a very, very early flag for something like that. Greenhalgh with the flag on that side.
And it's something that, I have to say, we're not actually used to, is it? Like early flags from offside decisions. But Nunez,
you love it. You'll be happy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But not when it's that close.
No, yeah. Darwin Nunez won't love it either. But that's his. It's his 40, isn't it? He wants to play on the shoulder of the last defender. He's got the pace to get in behind defences. So in many ways, he probably won't mind that one. That was a little bit tight from Kelleher. Give him the benefit of the doubt, but you could sense the gasps from the Kop end there.
I think there was one from you as well. Here's Endo. Kwanzaa. Tsimikas' touch just escapes him. A lovely ball as well. Where do you stand on Jared Bowen playing in the middle? I know we really like him when he's come from the right-hand side.
I just think it gives West Ham a little bit more balance, a little bit more threat. Like, I think with the wide players, certainly Benrahma and Fornals and Kudus are both more than able to get up and support them. I just think that, for me, I think it suits West Ham better. I mean, time will be the teller on that one, wouldn't it? The amount of goals he scores. And
no disrespect to Mikel Antonio, who's brilliant, had a fantastic career, but Bowen may be just a little more technically adept, would you say? Here's Tsimikas.
Well, I don't think there's any question about that, to be quite honest with you.
Jones. Endo. Szoboszlai. Away by Ogbonna. The challenge by Gomez was a good one on Benrahma, who really shouldn't be trying to do Cruyff turns on the edge of his own box into a Liverpool defender. He got away with it. Kudus back to Sufal. Endo has that nice knack of reading the game well, doesn't he, when the opposition team are trying to come out with the ball. Elliott. And still... but it was just always arcing away from goal.
Well, if you've been overcritical, you probably say he maybe takes it a yard too far to his left-hand side, to just creates a little bit more of an angle just there. I wasn't quite sure if Areola got a touch on it. It doesn't seem as if he did, but it's encouraging. The fact that he can't really get the outside of his left foot to take the spin into the goal, as opposed to the inside of his foot, like it's taking the spin away from the goal.
That's towards Nunez. Unable to take it. What a brilliant turn that is by the Uruguayan. He's done incredibly well to win that ball and find Costa Tsimikas. Cleared well by Johnson. Gomez. Good little spell this for Liverpool. That's in towards Nunez. Elliott will pick up the pieces. You can probably hear that wind blowing on the microphones around the outside of the pitch. That's a super ball, Gakpo. Just moments like that are symptomatic of those little breaks for Liverpool right now. Nunez and Gakpo don't seem to be able to get a bit of luck. Szoboszlai. Gomez. Now Harvey Elliott. Well, it's a clever break by Jones, but probably needed a bit more aerial.
Well, I'm not quite sure if it was meant for Curtis Jones, who'd made that little diagonal run into the 18-yard box. I think it was meant for Gakpo, but been bright and promising from Liverpool. But as you rightly say, it's just that area of the pitch where you get into that final third that you just need, well, sometimes it's a little bit of luck, but more often than not it's a little bit extra quality.
Well, that's Souček with Jones and Ogbonna trying to clear. The goalkeeper's going to come and catch that, and he's okay to do so.
I don't think that was ever in question of being a pass back by Ogbonna.
A bit too much on that for Benrahma.
Well, midfield player overclubbed on that occasion. Expected Benrahma to stay wide. Benrahma just come a little bit narrow.
What is it today, Gary? A 3-club wind?
Well, as I say, often enough it does swirl inside this stadium. You're never quite sure what way the wind is actually blowing.
Here's Van Dijk. And Tsimikas again, very, very advanced here for Liverpool. And decides to go the long way around. It's away by Mavropanos.
Well, he just had a split second before he actually takes it on his left foot, Tsimikas, to play the ball into Gakpo in a central position. He probably just didn't feel as if he could get it through there quick enough and accurately enough. Goes on the outside, but ball blocked. But encouraging down that left-hand side. He's got forward on numerous occasions already in this game, as Costa Tsimikas.
Well, Tsimikas with the corner. Endo did well, although now Joe Gomez just has to put a spurt on to get there before Benrahma. Amazing to think it's 35 years since these sides met each other in the League Cup. West Ham gave Liverpool a bit of a tasting that night down at Upton Park. Always nasty under the night lights down at Upton Park, wasn't it? Really fierce atmosphere down there. Oh, I was asking you played in it, I never did. Here's Jones, that's lovely. And on to Szoboszlai. Didn't take it in, but here's Elliott. Well, he's so close.
Well, great effort from the youngster, Curtis Jones. Amazing little run, a lot of white jerseys round about, which creates a little bit of space for Harvey Elliott. And you can see from that replay just how close it was. The space opens up for him. Initially, he runs into a crowd of white bodies, and you think that he's never going to get his shot on target. It's going to get blocked, but he manages to pick the little gap and just ever so slightly hits it too high over the crossbar.
Did you play in the 4-1 at Upton Park in '88? You don't know, do you?
I can't remember, no.
You didn't.
But to be honest with you, I didn't. It was one of the best atmospheres at an away ground you could go to was Upton Park.
Really tight stadium, in amongst the high rises and all those shops around there.
I actually played in the semi-final of the League Cup there with Coventry.
Yeah.
They beat us, and Liverpool ended up beating West Ham in the final.
Of course, after a replay.
I think Alan Hansen scored it in Villa Park.
Such a rarity that Paul Goddard had put West Ham in front.
That's how I remember it, John. Like Big Al scoring the goal.
Yeah. Kenny Dalglish got the other as well. Maybe. There you go. That's one for the ages, wasn't it? Didn't get many, Big Alan Hansen. Saved them for the big games. I think one of the most famous goals he was involved with was that goal at Everton, where he made that 80-yard run from centre off, then he hit the post and he rush tapped it in. Here's Elliott again, busy, influential for Liverpool. Elliott, Tsimikas, Jones. Just a little indication a moment ago of what Curtis Jones can do. Getting the ball and driving, running with it. And it's something you've highlighted that you want to see more of, real positive play. That's a loose ball by Gomez, but Van Dijk bails him out. And it's going to turn into a really good pass. Szoboszlai. Crosses deep for Nunez. And he wants a corner, not going to get one.
It's a decent ball in by Szoboszlai. I don't think he needs to do as much as what he tries to do, Darwin Nunez. That ball there, I think he just tries to do a little bit too much, to be quite honest with you.
He's got the jump on so far there, hasn't he? It's Nunez again, who's causing mayhem.
Yeah, he's a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, what can I do when I get pushed into the ball?
Yeah, I think he's got a point there. Mr. Robinson, the referee, a bit deceived there, I think.
Well, he did have a woolly hat on at the start of the game, David Moyes. That's gone now. He's forgotten about the microclimate on Merseyside. Pass to Elliott was loose. Johnson, Ben Rama. Not seen anything of West Ham down this left-hand side so far. We're trying to create something now. Endo again, well stationed. Elliott's ball just didn't quite have the direction on it to find Nunez. Tsimikas. And he's gone a little too early. There's Darwin Nunez. I think you can always tell when the crowd don't mind it because they're sat quietly behind the officials. We have about a row of about 100 fellas and ladies and children shouting. That wasn't offside, sir.
I think that one was clearly offside.
Yes, which is why they weren't.
Yeah.
Quansah to Elliott. Szoboszlai's there. It's a little short, but he didn't really have much he could do with it. Mavropanos. Edson Alvarez just took a risk. Took a big risk, got away with it. Backed his ability. Came up trumps. And he's taken two Liverpool players out of the game. Ben Rama. That's a really good run, but in the end he ran into a red wall, a brick wall.
Well, you don't mind players doing that inside the 18-yard box. I mean, all it needs for a defender just to stick out a lazy leg and he goes over it and it's a penalty. You can see there the amount of red jerseys round about him. But he just, well, he gets outnumbered in the end. Good defensive play from Liverpool. But from an attacker's point of view, you might as well take the opportunity to run at defenders in the box. It's so difficult these days for defenders to make challenges.
Bowen will look to thread it for Fornals. It was a good challenge by Quansah. Here's Endo. Gakpo wasn't ready for it. Jones. Jurgen Klopp did speak after the Manchester United game about Liverpool looking after the ball in good areas of the field when they're on the attack, and being punishing, being precise, being clinical. Here's Elliott trying to be clinical again, but even with a little bit of a wobble, that's comfortable for the goalkeeper.
Just needed somebody to his left-hand side to create that little bit of an overlap. But West Ham were a little bit narrow on that occasion.
Johnson. Here's Benrahma. Of course, we already know that Chelsea, who came from behind to beat Newcastle on penalties, and Fulham, for the first time in their history, are in the semi-final along with Middlesbrough. Funny thing is that I would imagine, even with Chelsea through, the winners of this game, if it's Liverpool or West Ham, would on paper be the favourites to win the final, given Chelsea's just being Chelsea.
They are at this moment in time very much a mid-table kind of club, aren't they? Be interesting to see if that remains the case.
Quansah had to be precise with that pass, and was to Van Dijk. Tsimikas, now Szoboszlai. Nunez. Szoboszlai just tried to squeeze it in, but was slipping as he was shooting.
Well, when they break here, Darwin Nunez has got to see Tsimikas on his left-hand side. He's got to move infield. If he moves infield into a more central position, Tsimikas gets on the overlap. He just stands in his way. There's too many cooks spoiling the broth on that occasion.
Quansah with the header. Szoboszlai again. Liverpool are going to be without Alexis McAllister for an extended period of time. It's brilliant from Elliott to keep that ball in play. Even better to beat Johnson. Now Jones. Well, Liverpool had lots of shots like that at the weekend. It's catching practice really for a goalkeeper.
Fantastic by Harvey Elliott on that far side. Did really well to keep the ball in it initially, and then to get up and have the composure to pick the right pass and pick out Curtis Jones on the edge of the 18-yard box was really, really good.
Well, West Ham's game plan at the moment seems to be to try and play out down the right-hand side to Sufal, but one thing you do have with Darwin Nunez playing from the left is that relentless energy to chase everything. Well, it looked a Liverpool throw. Szoboszlai was hardly appealing for it, but referee and assistant did take a while to come to a decision. Also, a lot been made of Diogo Dalot's red card at Anfield on Sunday. Whichever way it is, you feel it's incredibly harsh. Gomez. Well, Johnson held him up. It is a goal kick.
I'm not quite sure that Joe Gomez is claiming for a corner or whether he's claiming for a free kick. It looked a little bit clumsy from the Liverpool fullback. There,
it's clearly a corner.
That's a corner, isn't it? Clearly comes off Johnson's legs.
Looked a nasty little come down that for Virgil van Dijk, but he was able to smile after it. Just landed awkwardly, seemed to jar his knee a little, but all good. Quansah, cool. Endo. Szoboszlai. Now Elliott. That is a corner.
Well, you have to say Harvey Elliott's been really bright early on in this game. Have to wait a minute. The referee's assistant has just told Szoboszlai to hold on. I think the corner can't be taken now though.
Szoboszlai's corner, away by Thomas Souček. We've hardly seen him so far tonight. Szoboszlai again. Steps away from Johnson. Finds Endo. Well, it was there to hit for a moment, but by the time he connected, it was gone.
Well, promising, nice position he takes up on the edge of the 18-yard box. We saw him score that goal against Fulham from a similar sort of position, obviously at the other end, at the Cop end. But it does take up some really good positions then, both attacking and defensively.
Szoboszlai. Jones. Tsimikas. Nunez. And nice for Elliott. Away to safety by Fornals. That's Quansah. Lovely touch by Darwin Nunez. Gomez tried to thread it for Gakpo. And as it came back to him, he couldn't sort his feet out. Kudus with Tsimikas. He did well to ride the challenge of the Greek international. Sofal. Nicely done. Benrahma. Beautifully. Oh well. It was beautifully worked. Until.
Well, little triangles, and then the pass from Souček is just a little bit overhit to his fellow countryman Sofal.
Basic errors. We've seen them from both sides, haven't we, so far?
I think what fans probably don't appreciate when they're watching it on the telly is just how fast you've got to think and be that the ball's pinging about there, and it looks a simple 10-yard pass, but it's the pace that actually happens that causes all the problems.
Endo, that's nice. That's Gakpo. His second his second slip in quick succession. Curtis Jones now for Liverpool. Gakpo again, and that's towards Elliott, watched well by Ogbonna, and away by Edson Alvarez, and that breaks for Benrahma. One back. It's an absolutely stunning strike. Dominik Szoboszlai has shown us time and time again so far in his brief Liverpool career that he is deadly from distance. And he's done it again.
Well, given an opportunity, he's had a couple, certainly over the last few games. His shots have not quite matched up to what we had expected, but on this occasion, it matches it absolutely to perfection. You can see there, as soon as he gets the ball, he's got one thing in his mind. He does exceptionally well, does Quansah, just to read that situation. Pans it off to Szoboszlai, and what a strike. It's not really about the force, it's well hit, you have to say that, but it's about the accuracy. You can see there Areola, full stretch, can't get anywhere near it. It's right into the side net, and what a wonderful strike. Liverpool go 1-0 up.
Well, he really is the king of technique, isn't he? What's a glorious goal, another one to add to his collection at Anfield so far. He's second in this competition. We haven't seen much of West Ham so far. And now they have to respond.
They've been quite tame actually in West Ham, I have to say.
I mean, it's still a strong 11 tonight, but it is worth remembering that Lucas Paquetá and James Ward-Prowse are both on the bench tonight. It is the strength and depth that they have these days. There you go, his hat's back on. Kevin Nolan, a Scouser alongside him. Offside against Kudus. Dominik Szoboszlai's goal in the 28th minute of the game. Well, Liverpool in front, and they have been the more adventurous. They are the ones that have been constantly on the front foot. Kwanzaa looks like he's been playing in the first team for years. And Virgil van Dijk has sung the praises of the rookie. Not the only one. He's got a good mentality, got a good footballing culture. Van Dijk slipped, but still manages to find the ball to Szoboszlai. On by Elliott, but he's a little wayward, maybe just tried to be a little too arrogant. Here he is again. Szoboszlai. It's gone behind of Mavropanos.
Well, he does that on a regular basis, does Szoboszlai. He makes these little overlap runs. On this occasion, Harvey Elliott finds him. He just fires it across into that 6-yard box, hoping that somebody can get across the near post and get a touch to it. But the first person to react was West Ham player Mavropanos.
Another Liverpool corner, another opportunity. And it almost comes to Van Dijk. It's a really important touch by Edson Alvarez, and Areola's come through a crowd. Tsimikas, Jones, now Gomez, Jones, Elliott, listening to one of the most respected youth coaches in the country this week, talking about young players having to have a level of arrogance when they're out there. Can't just be a shrinking valley. You've got to show you've got that personality, you've got that character, you're not afraid to try things. I certainly saw that from Harvey Elliott a moment ago.
Well, I think it's an essential thing to be a top player, that I think you need a little bit of that. I'd call it probably more self-belief than arrogance. But there's nothing wrong with a little bit of that, as long as you can live up to it.
Well, here's Endo, now Jones. It's a long time on the ball here, but he's maintained possession of it. That's the important thing. Szoboszlai. It's just going to run away from Elliott, is it? He's done well again to keep the ball in play. It will be a Liverpool throw.
Well, that's real football intelligence, to be quite honest with you. He had no right to keep that in, to be quite fair. But he does exceptionally well. He knows that he can't actually get the header to keep the ball in, but what he does do, he puts pressure on West Ham, puts pressure on Ben Johnson to make the clearance. He's been really good so far in this game, Harvey Elliott.
He's been really good all season so far, hasn't he? Quansah. Van Dijk. Here's Tsimikas. Back with Kelleher. Van Dijk. Quick change of direction. Firing the ball for Gomez. Couldn't quite get there.
Well, he's not been shy in getting forward, Joe Gomez. It's not quite worked out for him so far. That ball fractions away from him, from Virgil van Dijk. We'll see often on occasions making that diagonal pass, mainly to Mohamed Salah.
Oh, that's Bowen. It's a mistake by Tsimikas. Credit to the Greek international. He went and sorted himself out and won the ball back. Got himself into a mess, got himself out of it.
Well, as players, you're always going to make mistakes. It's how you react to your mistakes and how willing you are to make amends for them. You could see there the determination from the Greek fullback.
Alvarez. Elliott. Again, happy to go wandering across field and look for a pass for Darwin Nunez. Szoboszlai is coming on the outside now. Johnson read it.
Ever so slightly just under hit. Could have been a little bit more pace. The pace of the ball would have taken Ben Johnson totally out of the game. Elliott just a little knock, whether he's got a bang on the knee or something like that. As I say, Liverpool will not want to pick up any more injuries.
Well, he's Mini Mo tonight, isn't he? Mini Mohammed playing in that role. He's filling the booth very well. Here's the corner. It was Gakpo who jumped for it. That's a foul by Wataru Endo. Yes, it was you. The bulldozer just wiped everyone out.
Well, he just... I think he realised that it was not a bad free kick to give away in the D of the opposition's penalty area.
I certainly watched on yesterday as his former club, Urawa, played Manchester City in the Club World Cup. Inevitably, they were beaten. Nice thread from Fornals. Bowen. Good leap by Tsimikas. Jones, Nunez. That's nice. Jones. The man has just been on his heels a little when he received the ball. It took the momentum out of Liverpool's attack.
Well, he must have had Tsimikas screaming in his ear to give him the ball in the overlap. I think that was the better option, to be quite honest with you, but he tries to squeeze a shot and I don't think there was any gap really to get the ball on target.
Endo. Elliott. That's Szoboszlai, Gakpo. A wild air shot from Gomez, who does well to go and get the ball back. Gomez, too high for Gakpo and Nunez. Just wouldn't quite break for Curtis Jones. Elliott again. Nunez was onside, but the ball always running away from him. Well, there's some talent there. If required, well, at the moment they are required, but we have to know what's going to happen in the remaining 60 minutes. 50 minutes even. Could be 60, of course. You never know how much stoppage time is going to be.
Absolutely, yeah.
I just base it on 5 minutes each way now.
You're never quite sure how long this game's going to last these days, especially if
I do sort of base football on being a 100-minute game now.
Well, if West Ham were to get an equaliser and go all the way, then we'd be playing a little bit longer, wouldn't we, with the penalty situation?
Edson Alvarez.
It does look as if Gakpo has kind of switched positions a little bit with Darwin Nunez. He's gone through the middle and Nunez has come down to this left-hand side.
Here's Benrahma.
Yes.
Liverpool have done well as hunting packs in this first half.
Yeah, they're showing a great appetite for the game, great energy.
Souček. Kudus.
And what they have done, they've kept the likes of Benrahma for now, Kudus and probably Jared Bowen, like they've kept them really quiet. We've seen more of Kudus and Benrahma like tracking back towards their own goal, is what we've seen going forward towards the Kop end.
James Ward-Prowse behind his manager there, along with his club captain Kurt Zouma. Aaron Cresswell, who's back from injury as well. He's had a delayed start to the season. Here's Quansah. Slipped but still found Tsimikas. He does really well to step away from Mohamed Kudus.
I think that's where he benefits from you playing a few games. Tsimikas, he looks sharp when he's getting in possession, and if he's struggling a little bit in possession, then he looks quick to react, and second effort is always a good thing.
Jones. Quansah. Szoboszlai, Elliott, sharp from Liverpool, bit too sharp, couldn't get it past Mavropanos. Really cool from Quansah again. Van Dijk. Here's Quansah.
I wouldn't have thought there'd be too much extra time to be added on at the end of this first half.
Certainly no VAR checks to look at tonight. Here's Endo. Jones. It's towards Nunez. It just may have carried on the wind a little. Tsimikas with a header. And I just had to be careful. Not entirely sure he was aware Fornells was right behind him, but he was tidy. Jones. Gomez. Elliott. That's towards Gakpo. Well, he'll feel it should be 2-0. What a chance for Liverpool.
Well, lovely little ball in again by Harvey Elliott, and that was a gilt-edged chance for Liverpool, and Cody Gakpo. He just peels off the centre-backs, Mauropanos, and he gets up really well, and it's whether he can direct it on target. He goes for the far post. I think he does everything right, more or less, other than hit the target. And the frustration for the manager quickly turns into applause for what was a decent move from Liverpool, but it should have really culminated in a second goal for them.
Benrahma with a throw. This is Kwanzaa. Touch was heavy. Benrahma. Liverpool don't want to get sucker punched right on half-time here. Lovely touch. Alvarez, Benrahma, and Johnson. Great toe by Szoboszlai. Mavropanos put under pressure by Szoboszlai. Brilliant from him.
Oh, brilliant from Liverpool defensively, really got numbers back, pressurised the ball. Szoboszlai, I mean, showed great energy to close. Well, he must have made a 50-60 yard run, diagonal run to make 2 blocks. And Liverpool back in possession.
Well, an outstanding first half from Liverpool. Another sublime goal from Dominik Szoboszlai. They deserve to be in front at half-time. They are. Half-time at Anfield. Liverpool 1, West Ham 0. Welcome back to Anfield. Liverpool really, really good in that first half. You do feel that West Ham will have had a jolt from David Moyes. They didn't have a shot in the first period. They will want to rectify that. Liverpool will want a second to further put a foot and stamp on their dominance in this game. Liverpool have been really, really good here.
Well, the one thing you would expect West Ham to be better in the second half, because they were pretty lacklustre in that first 45 minutes. But you're right in saying I thought Liverpool were quite impressive. Again, maybe the final decision making in the final third or the final pass maybe just let them down a little bit, but other than that it was high quality, good energy.
Well, that's Elliott. Searing ball for Nunez. Jones. Now Nunez. One door closes, another one opens. It's Tsimikas. Now Jones. Well, they've certainly shown a desire to shoot from distance. That wouldn't have troubled the goalkeeper, but it is a corner.
Yeah, it was a funny kind of decision for Curtis Jones. It didn't really look had any venom in the shot, but managed to get the corner for it.
Well, they've taken the corner quickly, and this is Endo. Now Van Dijk, who hadn't even got time to get forward there. Szoboszlai thought he was going to go again then. Elliott. It's a little short for Gomez, who does well to win it. Endo around the corner. Szoboszlai with the chase. It's over the top of the goalkeeper and away by Soufal.
Well, it showed great acceleration, did Szoboszlai, to get on that ball down the overlap on the right hand side. Gomez initially does exceptionally well. Just thought the pass from Endo was a little bit too much, but Bona can't get there, and the deflection just takes it over the goalkeeper, puts a little bit of pressure on West Ham's defence.
Well, here comes the Liverpool corner, taken by Kostas Tsimikas. Away by Thomas Souček.
One thing you'd say, they look pretty solid at set plays, West Ham.
Well, they are the set-piece masters, aren't they? They score so many goals from them. James Ward-Prowse has added so much, but defensively as well. Szoboszlai. He and Elliott in particular have been Liverpool's sparks going forward. This fella's been rock solid at the back. Jarell Quansah. Van Dijk for Tsimikas. Endo, it's a lovely take. Nunez. Jones ran down a blind alley. Nunez wants to go on his own and nearly scores a sparkling goal.
Well, he kind of runs out of options because he doesn't make the pass early enough, does Darwin Nunez. But then he gets himself out of the trouble with that little turn and creates the space for the shooting opportunity. He hits it really well with his left foot as well.
Tsimikas with the corner. Really good header away by Mavropanos. Szoboszlai. Ball wouldn't come down from him initially, but he hit it with real pace. And Jarell Quansah couldn't quite sort himself out to get a header on target.
I think it just came at him so quickly. This is the little turn that creates the opportunity to shoot. Takes it onto his left foot, a little bit away from the defender, giving him a little bit more room and a little bit more time to get the shot off. But you have to say it was good positioning by Areola.
Szoboszlai. Gomez able to meet the ball at pace. He's a little short with his pass. Johnson will find Benrahma. Brilliant from Nunez to win the ball back. Gakpo, Endo, now Jones. Didn't really get it.
Well, Darwin Nunez, absolutely excellent work there. Alvarez doesn't see him coming, doesn't hear him coming, nicks the ball off him, and it sets off Liverpool on a counter attack. And just a shot from Curtis Jones, he just pulls it ever so slightly with his left foot. Manager would love that. He loves all that counter pressing in the opposition's.
Winning the ball high.
Yeah.
That's how they started the adventure, led by the likes of Lallana, getting in people's faces. A lot of water has gone under the bridge since then. Fornals, Bowen. Oh, Endo tried to touch it to Jones, thought he got it as well. Bowen, really good foot by Tsimikas.
Well, the referee's assistant had not a clue there. He was just looking towards the referee. He went with what Mr. Robinson's decision was.
It's not easy in those situations when it all happens so fast, but Liverpool won't be happy if West Ham do score from here. I'm not entirely sure that was a legal throw by Sufal. Fornals. It's a disjointed West Ham attack. Sometimes they can turn into the best. Oh, that's a thumping challenge by Alvarez. Ooh.
No, misses the ball, just catches Harvey Elliott. Thought the referee had given the free kick for the challenge there, Johnson on Endo. He probably had done, but then Alvarez just follows up with a sliding challenge. And when you look at it again, it's probably the right decision, a yellow
Cheap
card.
shot, isn't it? Knew what he was doing. Tried to slow Elliott down a little. Alvarez is conversing with the nearest Liverpool player to I certainly don't think he's entirely suggesting his innocence. I think he was quite belligerent around the whole thing. Lovely from Kelleher. Gomez. Liverpool playing through that press really nicely. Szoboszlai will get it back. Looking for Jones, well read by Mavropanos. Elliott doesn't seem to be too affected by Alvarez's reducer on him. Well, Szoboszlai's touch was lovely. He felt he was fouled by Alvarez. Referee says no. Johnson. It's a lovely ball. Bowen got a lot to do. Man arriving is Fornals, and it's super defending from Kostas Tsimikas.
Well, initially brilliant from Ben Johnson, deep inside his own half, shows a great little skill and then great pace as well. Konza can't just quite get back to block the cross from Jared Bowen, but Tsimikas covers well at the far post. First real threat we've seen from West Ham.
Well, they're having a little spell here, aren't they, West Ham, as they try to get back into the game.
This might be an area where they can pinch something.
Bowen will take. Souček, Ogbono in the 6-yard box. 3 coming from deep. Gakpo with an important header. So foul for Johnson. Looks offside. And is.
Well, I'm not going to say it's lazy play by Ben Rama, but he shouldn't be caught offside in a position like that. He's looking right along the line. He knows exactly when the ball's going to come. There's no need for him to be in an offside position there.
So you are saying it's lazy?
Well.
I know what you meant.
Well, it might not be lazy. It might,
he just misread it.
Yeah, he's not thought about it enough. I mean, he's got plenty of pace, the boy, as well, hasn't he? So he doesn't need to get in there too early.
It's Kelleher downfield. Nunez on the chase. Ogbono with the header. Here's Elliott again. He's playing with such purpose tonight for Liverpool. And playing with such penetration as well. Endo for Szoboszlai. Looks to have been a finely tuned partnership tonight. Gakpo, he and Nunez have rotated again. Here come Liverpool again with Darwin Nunez. That little flex now and again between Gakpo and Nunez. West Ham are looking around thinking who's the middle man, who's the wide man. Nunez, Jones, it's a brilliant ball. Oh, it's a stunning goal. A wonderful finish from Curtis Jones. It's a goal really out of nothing, but it's another outstanding goal by Liverpool.
Well, it's a prime example of midfield players making runs into the box, and he gets his reward for it, does Curtis Jones. And all credit to the young man, because he's still got an awful lot to do from the position he finds himself in. He just busts into the box. We saw in the first half, actually, he made a few runs from deep into the 18-yard box, and on this occasion he gets his reward here. The little give and go just keeps going, and the big space opens up for him, and it's a wonderfully weighted pass by Darwin Nunez. But all credit to him, there's nothing really. He's looking up, he has a quick glance there, he sees there's nobody really come up with him, so he can't square it back. Then what does he do? Well, he picks probably the only place that he can beat Areola, and it's through his legs at the near post. Goalkeeper will be a little bit disappointed with himself, but that young man will be absolutely more than delighted.
Curtis Jones off the mark for Liverpool. It's a big goal. Areola will be annoyed to be beaten like that. Oh, Szoboszlai, a bit of a let off for West Ham. It wasn't a good ball. Szoboszlai was a little unfortunate. Lucas Paquetá has come on because of that Liverpool goal. That's a foul by Endo. He's something of a cavalier, something of a renegade. He plays the game his own way, but my oh my, does he have some talent, Lucas Paquetá. It certainly gives them another edge and dynamic now. Fornals. It's a lovely ball round the back, brilliant clearance by Kelleher. Under real pressure. as Bowen closed in. Bowen's hurt himself as well. Plays going on, and Liverpool flowing forward in numbers. Darwin Nunez, Curtis Jones got one, looking for two, not far away.
Well, good counter-attack from Liverpool, plenty of pace. Slows down a little bit when Darwin Nunez just stops it, and really it makes it difficult for the move to come to a positive end. Ball gets caught a little bit underneath Curtis Jones's feet.
Well, do you think Liverpool want to win this tie and get through to the League Cup semi-final? There's your answer. Konate, Alexander-Arnold and Salah. That's nicely done by Kudus. Bowen tried to find Paquetá, but Liverpool had closed that route of passing off. Darwin Nunez winning the ball brilliantly. Well, Jared Bowen is suggesting there wasn't much difference between the two challengers. So too is Edson Alvarez. Well, he hasn't scored for a while, Darwin Nunez, and you always get the impression with him, those of you who will remember Dirk Kuyt, he went through similar droughts and then would score 15 in 15. Well, Taro Endo's going to make way. He's put in a really good shift tonight. Been outstanding for Liverpool.
Yeah, played really well. Nice and simple. Nothing too grand.
Dominik Szoboszlai will also make way. Again, it's almost like you could think that this is pre-set by the medical and the science staff. Szoboszlai, Van Dijk will make way for Liverpool. On Konate, Salah and Alexander-Arnold. So Liverpool's rejig. Gary will tell you how they're going to reset now.
I've actually no idea. I would imagine Trent Alexander-Arnold will go into central midfield.
And Harvey Elliott will go in there too.
And Harvey Elliott will fall back in there as well, yeah.
Jarell Quansah goes to the left side of the centre-backs. That's Gakpo chasing Johnson. Well, in the old days, when the fullback was in that position, his centre-half would look across and say, hook it. Not anymore. We want to play the way out, don't they? Elliott. Alexander-Arnold. Jones. Tsimikas. Curtis Jones again. Now it's Alexander-Arnold. That's for Elliott. This is for Konate. Quansah. That's lovely. It's opened the game up brilliantly. And it's on to Elliott. Just couldn't quite get the purchase. Areola with a save.
Oh, he deserves the goal, does Harvey Elliott. If nothing else, just for his work rate, but he's shown some really lovely touches. It makes a lovely little run. Mohamed Salah, it's a perfect weighted pass from Mohamed Salah, and in fairness, the young man should do a little bit better on his weaker of his 2 feet.
Well, Trent Alexander-Arnold has just come on, and he's going to tee one up now from the corner. There's a little bit of jostling involving Konate and Edson Alvarez. Well, a third you feel would be enough for Liverpool. There's still nearly 28 minutes plus loose change remaining. Alexander-Arnold's corner's a little flat. Touched by Elliott is sublime. Tsimikas couldn't quite take it in, and so far away, but only as far as Nunez. It's going to come to Alexander-Arnold. Bang. Oh! Well, Kwanzaa could have scored, so too Nunez. No one could get that telling touch.
Well, it's a really poor shot from Trent Alexander-Arnold. He doesn't catch it at all well. But it goes through a lot of bodies. Nunez has a little bite at the end. But again, it's a difficult one. Comes so quickly to him then. As I say, it comes through a lot of legs as well. But all it needed was a slight deflection. It caused Areola a few problems, I would have thought.
Johnson needs a bit of help here. Well, credit to him. He's won a throw, which is probably the best he could do there.
For a minute, I wondered exactly where he was going to end up, but
well, he was going down a cul-de-sac there. Tsimikas, it's a mistake by Bowen, who didn't read the bounce. Tsimikas gets the break. Nunez. Now Jones. Nunez again. It's really good defending by Vladimir Sofal. I think he thinks it probably should be a goal kick. Well, certainly should have been a foul anyway, one or the other. It's a Liverpool corner though.
He's claiming that there was a little bit of contact by Darwin Nunez. He's not getting it. It's a corner for Liverpool.
Well, can Liverpool get themselves a third? Tsimikas deep. Fornals deals with the danger. That's Gomez. That's Nunez. And he was offside coming back. Jumping for the ball.
Well, West Ham have looked really solid on these corners. Liverpool have like plenty of them, but at this moment in time, they don't really look as if they're going to create anything from
David
them.
Moyes' sides have always been excellent from set pieces, defensively and attack-wise. When you have Alvarez and Souček as your two central midfielders, Edson Alvarez is a centre-half. Played there a lot during his formative years, and Ajax as well. Souček, we know, is just a giant. That's a ball for Salah. Goalkeeper is coming, and Areola judged it beautifully. Salah left with a wry smile on his face. Johnson took a risk, took a chance. Will he pay the price? Oh, Gakpo's not on the same wavelength.
Well, he pinches it really well, does Trent Alexander-Arnold. Then he tries to set Liverpool on their way, but miscommunication, I think, more between Mohamed Salah and Cody Gakpo. It's that young man there that scored the second goal that's given Liverpool a little bit of breathing space, but West Ham will feel that if they get one back, then the pressure's on Liverpool then.
Well, they say 2-0's the most dangerous scoreline in football now, don't they? You get one back and it's a real momentum shifter. Johnson. Nice little volleyed pass down to Fornals, but with his first touch he couldn't go anywhere. Well, he just got another award 24 hours ago, didn't he?
Yeah, the Life Achievement Award from the BBC.
Still couldn't take it seriously, could he? He had to have a little crack, didn't he? And his that lovable dry wit of his.
I actually never saw it, John. I was at a function last night, so I never watched it, I'm afraid. Oh.
Yeah, the referee didn't even acknowledge the high foot from Konate. Well, certainly a question was asked by Pablo Fornals. And he had every right to ask the question as well. Gakpo. Foul by Angelo Agbona.
Well, the introduction of West Ham's substitutes at this moment in time hasn't really had such an impact on the game as maybe what we thought that they might have had.
Yeah, Liverpool have been dominant, haven't they, from the first whistle. So far away. the fact that West Ham haven't had the response is prompting David Moyes to have a lengthy conversation. We'll go Costa Simicas here. And again, another really good shift from him.
Yeah, I have to say I've been really impressed with him tonight. I think he's played exceptionally well. Simicas, I think going forward he's looked really good, and in possession looked confident and comfortable, and defensively pretty sound as well.
Well, speaking about defensively sound and combative, there's a young man who has certainly contributed every time that he's come on for Liverpool. Of course, returning from injury, given that chance to get some more game time. It means that Joe Gomez will swap sides. Massive vote of confidence, though, isn't it? Cup quarter final, young player. Here's Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold forward. The touch by Bradley. This is Salah. Oh. Well, he was moving at such a pace that he couldn't reset himself. Lovely touch by the substitute. First touch as well.
Well, great ball, great diagonal ball by Trent Alexander-Arnold, and it's a lovely little cushion volley by Conor Bradley there. It's right into the path of Mohamed Salah. I know it's on his weaker side, but I would expect him just to put his laces through it and like get the ball on target at least.
Well, that's going to fall nicely for Fornals. Now Johnson. Tidied up by Trent Alexander-Arnold. Ogbonna. Salah wins it. Won't find Gakpo. And runs through to Areola. Bowen thought he was going to get the break there, as it is. Quansah has to put it away, but sliding off the field just opens the game up. And the shot by Kudus won't come down.
Well, he had better options, Kudus. Fornals was on the far side, all on his own. A little pass across the 18-yard box, I think. He would have found him in a bit of space. He would have had a better shooting opportunity than what Kudus did.
Doesn't score tap-ins, that fella. Much along the same vein as Dominik Szoboszlai, I suppose. Konate just won't give up. Now Gakpo. Liverpool looking to put this to bed, and they've done just that. Cody Gakpo with the goal, made by Ibrahima Konate's buccaneering run, and Gakpo, once he got his eyes set on goal, was not to be denied.
Well, it's a lovely finish by the big Dutchman. It's a really good shot, low down to the goalkeeper's right-hand side, but all credit to Ibrahima Konate here. He starts it more or less on the edge of his own 18-yard box. He gets a little bit fortunate there with the ricochets, but then strides forward, just slides the little pass to Gakpo. Gakpo looking to make a little forward pass to the likes of Mohamed Salah, but in the end chooses to go on his own, cuts inside on his right foot. They don't close him down quick enough, and it goes through the legs of the big Greek centre-back, Moripanos. And Areola can't get across to his right-hand side, right in the bottom corner. And Liverpool look good at 3-0 now.
Well, it's his 7th goal of the season for Liverpool. It's his 3rd in this competition. But it's a big goal. You feel it's the match breaker. West Ham have responded by making a double change, although it might be too little too late. James Ward-Prowse is on. Again, it is a case now of trying to get something out of the match. Fornals. It's a foul by Bradley. Well, they'll look at that last Liverpool goal and the standards they set defensively. They won't have enjoyed that one. It was a sloppy goal, wasn't it? They had 2 opportunities to win the ball, and then they just stopped. It's a long way home down the East End. Not that they all live in the East End, predominantly, of course. That's Ward-Prowse. Konate ends up on the floor. Liverpool have a free kick. Oh, John Heitinga on the West Ham bench. He has a really solid group of people he works with, David Moyes. He's very loyal to his coaching staff. Kevin Nolan's been with him for a while now, since he came to West Ham. Here's Bradley. Lovely touch for Gakpo. Salah. Nunez. Away by Kera. Jones for Gomez. Gomez again. Thought about it, didn't he? He often does these days. Determined to get that first Liverpool goal. Jones, that's brilliant. Just run into a bit of a cul-de-sac, but here's Bradley. And behind by Johnson. Liverpool have been really, really good here.
Well, they have. They've moved the ball really quickly, really sharply, and created all sorts of opportunities on the overlaps, both down the right and down the left. On that occasion, it was young Conor Bradley getting to round the back of West Ham, but just again, that many bodies inside the 6-yard box. Can't quite pick out a red jersey with the final pass.
Well, you wouldn't begrudge Liverpool a 4th goal here. Such has been the dominance of their performance. Such has been the emphatic nature, is the way they've gone about their business. Elliott with the corner. It's come down off Ogbonna, having been won by Jarell Quansah. Busy night for Mavropanos and co. They would have hated the draw, West Ham, when they got it. Having beaten Arsenal in the last round, to then get Liverpool away, you're thinking, what have we done to deserve this? It's a foul by Ward-Prowse. Ibrahim Konate just playing a little bit of devilment, shall we say. Quansah. Been to the Van Dijk school of crossfield balls. This is Elliott. Goes both ways as well, Jarell Quansah, doesn't he? He's not shy of confidence, is he?
No, he's a talented young player.
I don't know if you saw his interview post-match when Joel Matip was injured the other week, and I mean, that's a nice ball. Looking for Bowen. Fornals trying to join him. Oh, it's a great effort. Super goal. Jarrod Bowen on his birthday with a really cute goal, cute finish. Really good player. And West Ham might just feel that this isn't over yet.
No, you can't give them too much confidence. All over the top. Just talking about Jarell Quansah, but you can't allow a player to come in on his right foot like that. He'll be disappointed, the young centre-back there. Has to be a little bit stronger in that first challenge. If anything, he just goes a little bit too far. He allows Bowen to come back in on his right foot. And it's a great finish, in all fairness. Still had quite a bit to do.
12 goals this season for Jarrod Bowen now. Luis Díaz is on for Cody Gakpo. Liverpool just have to make sure they stay focused and see the job through. There's still a fair bit of time left in this game. Gomez. It's a brilliant run, and he goes on, and it's saved by the goalkeeper. And Nunez couldn't quite get on hand to turn it home.
Well, fantastic run by Joe Gomez. The initial turn sets it all up, but he's still got that little bit of pace as Joe Gomez gets away from at least 2 West Ham players into the 18-yard box, and it's a decent effort at goal, asking certainly questions of Areola down to his right-hand side.
Well, had he scored there, given what Konate did for the 3rd goal, there would have been a massive inquest later. That's offside against Tilo Kehrer. West Ham will be looking at this now thinking, can we just sneak one more? Can we grandstand it at Anfield? There was late drama last night as Newcastle were pegged back by Chelsea, and Everton and Fulham went the distance. Liverpool, after looking so good, so cool, have conceded now to the most likely player they concede to in this West Ham team. Kevin Nolan giving a few instructions to Danny Ings.
Well, it's just given them a little glimmer, isn't it? I think you can see in the eyes of David Moyes there. Maybe, just maybe, we get another one in the next couple of minutes. Might put a little bit of pressure on Liverpool.
Well, they'll also look at Liverpool now without Van Dijk and wonder, can they make Quansah nervous? Can they make Konate nervous? Can they make Bradley nervous? Kelleher away. Towering leap by Ogbonna. We've got too much purchase on it. And here's Gomez. And now Jones. This is Darwin Nunez. It's gone back off the woodwork, and Salah can't finish. Came at him quick. Nunez so unlucky, and Salah just couldn't readjust.
Oh, he does like to cut it in that right foot, does Darwin Nunez. On this occasion, he's got everything right, power and accuracy. I think the goalkeeper actually just gets a slight fingertip to it to push it onto the post. And the one man that you would want it to fall to when it comes back off the post would be Mohamed Salah. But it does come back to him quite quickly. He's never quite set to put the ball into the empty net, and he just squeezes it ever so agonisingly wide of the right hand upright. You can see the crowd in the background there, gasps of disbelief.
Nice reception for Danny Ings as always on his return to Anfield. This is Johnson. Alexander-Arnold with the challenge. This is where he has to be the Liverpool leader. Edson Alvarez making way for Danny Ings as they load up top. Mavropanos, Paquetá, couldn't keep it. There's the counter-attack. It's Salah with a run on goal. This will end it if he scores. He does score. He missed one a moment ago. He wasn't missing that one. And Mohamed Salah has put Liverpool into the League Cup semi-finals.
Well, Liverpool are never more dangerous as when the other team are attacking, and they hit teams so often on counter-attack. And that man there, the anticipation that he has is absolutely out of this world. But what a pass again by Trent Alexander-Arnold. But you can only make the pass if somebody makes the run. You can see there, West Ham pushing everybody forward, forget to pick up the most dangerous player on Liverpool's front three, and Mohamed Salah, and he does make them pay on this occasion. We saw him just miss that one earlier on, but not this one. Finds the bottom corner, and that will be and that will see Liverpool through to the Carabao Cup semi-final.
It will be the 19th appearance for Liverpool at the semi-final stage. No one has achieved that. And the record breakers and the history makers are at it again. Well, they won't want to stop there. And that's the perfect riposte, isn't it? The perfect response to West Ham scoring, to score immediately. Could have scored even quicker.
Well, I think we just thought that there might be a little bit more for West Ham to get out of this game, but that I would have thought would have killed it off.
Yeah, the West Ham fans are heading for home now. That's extinguished their flame. And there was a flame building. And they're putting petrol on it.
The one thing you can't do with Mohamed Salah is leave him in a position like that on his own when you're in possession. You still have to defend.
There's Jones. They're looking for another. We've got another. Sublime from Curtis Jones. What an outstanding run and finish. And Liverpool are doing this in style.
Well, it was the Red Sea that opened up for Moses. It's the White Sea that opens up for Curtis Jones, and he just walks straight through it. Calmness and coolness personified. You can see there he picks up in quite a bit of space. Nobody really makes any effort to tackle him. And in the end, he just takes it all the way into the 18-yard box, and what a cool little finish. Lovely little skill. Picks out the bottom corner, and it's just the icing on top of the cake, that one.
Well, in the first half, it was Szoboszlai and Elliott who were really catching the eye. And Curtis Jones said, "Don't you forget about me." 2 for him, 5 for Liverpool. And West Ham's defending non-existent. Well, they said that Liverpool would want to provide a response after failing to score against Manchester United on Sunday. They've done that, done it pretty well.
Done it exceptionally well, I think. All round, it's been a really, really good performance.
Not entirely sure what he's got to say there, David Moyes, but the old weather-beaten brow.
Well, I thought I heard them mention 5 goals, so it won't be complimentary, I don't think.
Yeah, the goals they've conceded, they'll be very angry about, won't they, in this second half. Nothing you can do about Szoboszlai's goal. It's an incredible strike. The second Liverpool goal, again, it's a really good finish. But then they really lose their way. As we know, West Ham don't have a great record at Anfield.
Certainly David Moyes has not got a great record at Anfield.
Thilo Kehrer loses out to Luis Díaz. And he's on a mazy run now, which is brought to an end by Thomas Souček.
Well, as long as it's down this half of the pitch and out of play, then Liverpool are not likely to score again. But the way West Ham have, well, I think they've just thrown caution to the wind, West Ham, and they've been punished for it.
Well, Gary, you raise your eyes at Liverpool's substitutions. They were measured and they were obviously designed, as they have been in the Europa League as well. But the transition has been seamless, really, from the players coming on to those going off.
No, I think all round it's been a really top-class performance from Liverpool. And I think, you know, coming here, West Ham, I kind of, well, thought it was going to be a harder game than maybe what it has been.
Elliott.
I thought they could really trouble us, West Ham, but it's been a pretty contained performance from them. I don't think they've had too many shots on our goal. Can't recall Kevin Keller having too much to do save-wise. I think he'll be more than happy with the way it's gone. Just get to the end of the game without any injuries, and upwards and onwards for Arsenal at the weekend, which is obviously a massive, massive game.
He's been the provider tonight. He's been the often the catalyst of leading the Liverpool charges. Brilliant from Jones. Saw the danger, dealt with it. Game understanding. Here's Luis Díaz. Nunez goes now. Two wait in the middle. Oh, Nunez is offside.
Oh, he's never stopped running, in fairness to Darwin Nunez. All he needs is a goal. He's desperate for one. You can see there just a little change of pace there. But again, the left foot is it that's offside probably.
That's Jones. That's a high foot from Darwin Nunez. It's going to be a yellow card for him.
I think it's tiredness more than anything else.
Just taken to 5 though. Tilo Kehrer is okay. That's Bowen. Paqueta.
Well, you've got to be a hardy fan to come out in conditions like this. All credit to everybody that's made the effort.
And Curtis Jones with the header. A put under from Conor Bradley. And Salah will be really annoyed at himself. Well, he is. Don't need me to tell you that.
Well, technically, he should be booked for that. We saw it the weekend, kicking the ball away.
Great win by Konate. Luis Díaz. Now Darwin Nunez.
Well, it'd be just reward for his efforts and his work rate if he could just manage to get that goal.
Jones. Luis Díaz. Joe Gomez. Alexander-Arnold. Jones again. And another semi-final. Another route to potential glory for Liverpool. Surely they can't get a sixth. Salah wins a corner. No hurry now for Trent Alexander-Arnold. We can just enjoy this. Almost a victory lap for Liverpool at the end of an emphatic win. Alexander-Arnold takes. Away by Ward-Prowse. Curtis Jones. Gomez. Bradley. Elliott. Well, it's just anywhere now, isn't it, for West Ham, just put your foot through it. They've been given a good old-fashioned hammering here.
Certainly have.
They won't have expected this. Does anyone when they get battered in football? A little too much on that from Salah. Well, he can plan for 2 more games in the new year. We've got Arsenal away in the FA Cup, as well as Arsenal, of course, this weekend, and then Arsenal a month after in the Premier League. Quansah, another really nice performance from him tonight. It's a ball that's looking for the run of Danny Ings, but never getting to him.
I think he would have been offside there.
Well, what more could you ask for from Liverpool? They were firing blanks against Manchester United at the weekend, but they were all guns blazing tonight. What a performance from Jurgen Klopp's men. And another League Cup semi-final beckons.
Well, thoroughly convincing performance from Liverpool after what was a little bit of a damp squid at the weekend against Manchester United, but all credit to them. They picked themselves up and got on with the job, and I thought they were really impressive tonight in every sort of department. I think defensively in that first 45 minutes they were really solid. I thought Tsimikas played exceptionally well down the left-hand side. In fact, everybody really that played a part tonight did play a part, and I think overall I think the manager will be absolutely delighted with the way things have gone tonight. No injuries it seems as well, which is always a big plus with the fact with so many games coming up, and obviously a massive game at the weekend. Liverpool go into that, should be buoyed, should be full of confidence, and hopefully get the 3 points, which will probably look as if they'll go back to the top of the table if they do so.
Another goal to remember for Dominik Szoboszlai, 2 for Curtis Jones, 1 for Cody Gakpo, and inevitably 1 for Mohamed Salah, which came just after Jared Bowen had scored for West Ham and threatened briefly to ignite the thoughts of a comeback, but Liverpool were just so much better than West Ham tonight. What a performance it's been from Jurgen Klopp's men, and the Carabao Cup Final 4 waits for them. Liverpool 5, West Ham United 1.
Are you subscribed to Liverpool's YouTube channel?
I do follow the channel.
Yeah. No, unfortunately not. I feel like being here I should be.
Well, I love all the content on the channel, but my favorite thing would have to be the inside training videos.
I know there's a lot of like training videos, but more like personal stuff maybe about the players.
We're spending the day with Cody.
Let's go.
Any video with Darwin in it. It's got Nunez in it, I'm smashing it like that.
My favorite video of all time was FIFA reaction rating. When Van Dijk saw his rating, that was so funny.
Cool. We see everything on the pitch, but how cool is it to see what happens behind here, behind the closed doors? That's what I want to see.
They have to convince me that Liverpool will be my team.
I am not subscribed to Liverpool FC on YouTube.
Followed by a resounding victory for the West Londoners in the second leg. That was the story of the other semi-final. Tonight, Fulham will be hoping for a similar series of events as what happened to Chelsea in the other semi-final, turning round that first leg deficit against Middlesbrough, but with the greatest of respect to Michael Carrick and the Teessiders, Liverpool would expect to be a different proposition to them, and they come here with a narrow lead from the first leg at Anfield a couple of weeks ago. The question is, can this young Liverpool side, the youngest semi-final side that Liverpool have had for nigh on 23 years, can they get the job done tonight?
Well, there's not many times or teams that go into a game like confident of beating Liverpool or favourites to beat Liverpool. But when you go into a game that you're a goal behind already, then certainly Liverpool are strong favourites. But Fulham won't mind that. I don't think they have any objection to being underdogs and roared on by this ferocious crowd. They've got a chance, and I think what we've seen already in every game that I've watched Liverpool play Fulham have always been in the game, so they'll feel that they have got a great opportunity to get one over on Liverpool and get themselves into the final to play their near neighbours Chelsea.
Well, let's take a check on the two teams, starting as always with Liverpool. There's a huge boost for Jurgen Klopp, but it is on the bench tonight. It's the return of Andrew Robertson from his lengthy injury complaint that has ruled him out for the last few months. So he returns on the bench tonight, but Joe Gomez stays at left back. Once again, it's Jarell Quansah at the heart of the defence with Conor Bradley at right back. It is such a youthful Liverpool side, an average age of just 24 years, 24 and a half to give it its full title. Diogo Jota starts from the bench tonight despite his brilliant goal-scoring form of late. It means that once again it's the likes of Cody Gakpo, Darwin Nunez, Luis Díaz, and throw Harvey Elliott into the equation as well. But it certainly is a challenge for this youthful Liverpool side.
Well, it's been freshened up obviously with the introduction of Gravenberch in the middle of the park. He's not played an awful lot of games recently. Certainly he's figured in games but not started. Conor Bradley, I think his performances we've seen so far have been absolutely outstanding. Played really well against Fulham in the first leg. And Jarell Quansah, well, I think we've all looked at Jarell Quansah and we're thinking, well, there's no problem with Jarell Quansah. Every time he comes into the side, he looks as composed as like he's been there for like a number of years. So, albeit they're like young players, but the managers has got great faith in them, great belief in them, and hopefully he'll be rewarded by a great performance from all of them.
Well, for Marco Silva and Fulham, they did feel that they could have been out of sight in that first game at Anfield, although you're never really out of sight at Anfield, but they certainly could have been more than one goal clear following Willian putting them in front. There's one change from the first leg tonight. Harrison Reed went off injured in the first game with a dead leg, you'll recall. Tom Kearney came on to replace him. That's the one change. They didn't play at the weekend, remember, that was their break game. They did play after the first leg and they suffered that very slender loss at Chelsea by a goal to nil, a Cole Palmer penalty. Kearney continued in the role in that game, but there are plenty of changes from that game at Chelsea. This is back to their League Cup side.
Well, I think when you look at Jimenez, I think back to something like his best. He will miss the two centre-backs about. I think we saw in the home leg that Virgil van Dijk probably had as hard a game as he's possibly had this season against Jimenez. And I think with the cover Reed down that right-hand side, it caused Liverpool a few problems. The experience of Willian and like the Robinson behind him. Robinson, I think, always seems to play well against Liverpool. It's a big area of the pitch that, you know, we're coming up against the likes of our young players and Bradley and Quansah and Elliott. It'll be interesting to see how we handle the Fulham strength down that left-hand side.
It's the masters of the League Cup against the side that are having their best ever season in the League Cup. That is the difference between where Liverpool and Fulham have been down the years. Plenty of meetings between them, but at this stage Fulham have never been to, and whilst they are the underdogs, there is a massive amount of pressure on them.
Yeah, I think, you know, as I say, we've seen the games in the past with Fulham, they've always been quite close. Liverpool have never been quite able to run away with them. But and he's a very, very sound manager, Marco Silva. I think tactically he's very astute. I don't think they'll go gung-ho from the start. I think they'll try and stay in the game. And, you know, there is extra time in this. It could go all the way with extra time and penalties.
Well, no away goals, no VAR. It's all down to the players out there and those who will come on. Liverpool's early free kick, and the header is by Luis Díaz, who got a pretty good leap at it but couldn't direct it goal bound.
Well, he just got a little bit of space, just a little pocket of space. Just gets up, just can't quite direct the header. It's a good ball in by Harvey Elliott. It's got a little bit of pace and it's just the right height for Díaz to get up there and get his head on it.
And that's the ball towards Raúl Jiménez. Probably isn't quite that same player that he was at Wolves in that electrifying start he had to his career in English football, but he's almost readapted and had to tailor his game following the very nasty head injury, the facial injury he suffered at Arsenal all those years ago. But he's become a very good foil, a very good target man. That's a nice ball played for Ryan Gravenberch. Now Luis Díaz, Liverpool looking to get off to a flyer. Darwin Nunez is onside. The flag has stayed down. Joe Gomez will take over. It might come to Harvey Elliott. Missed kick from him. And it will come out to McAllister. Gakpo will take over. Elliott. And his little scoop won't find Cody Gakpo. They will recall him being that fresh-faced schoolboy when he first appeared here.
I don't think he's got anything to prove to the Fulham fans, but it certainly hasn't been the best of starts for the Harvey Elliott. Missing that volley and then giving the ball away just a couple of minutes after it, or seconds after it. But he's a confident lad. I don't think that'll worry him too much. I think he might even thrive in the fact that the crowd are getting on his back a little bit.
Probably the first time he's going to endure that. There'll be plenty more of it in his career, that's for sure. This is Palhinha. And now Issa Diop. Anthony Robinson, who was so good in the first game, was giving the ball away there. And Gakpo not quite able to maintain possession, and Diop does well to come through the tackle of Gravenberch. Giving it away though to Luis Díaz. Busy early on. Well, is Darwin Nunez.
I have to say Liverpool have been right at it, like early on, the kick-off basically. Been really good.
Well, they started slow at Bournemouth at the weekend and grew into the game. They almost gifted Bournemouth a start, didn't they? Just like they did at Anfield in the league game, but right on it from the first whistle tonight. Liverpool have been coming forward. And Jarell Quansah not quite able to get that cross-field ball delivered for Luis Díaz.
Well, Virgil van Dijk, he hasn't touched the ball. I think this is only his second touch of the ball. Virgil van Dijk finds Luis Díaz right enough.
Well, that's for Darwin Nunez. Here's Luis Díaz. Oh, it's a lovely ball to pick out Bradley. Strike across goal. Just had a little too much on it.
I think his intention was maybe just to drive it lower than what he does do. The ball bouncing up, I think he tries to hit it as low as he possibly can, gets a little bit underneath it and just bullets it out across on the far side.
Castagne with nowhere to go. Gravenberch very quickly trying to seize upon the opportunity to rob the ball, but Fulham have played their way through Liverpool quite well. Robinson again with a little short pass there that didn't really work. That's Pereira on McAllister. Nicely brought away by Alexi McAllister, who's just settled back. Well, just settled back into life so well, I was about to say. Back in the first team following his injury problems.
He played really well against Bournemouth. He was integral the way Liverpool got about their business.
Praveen Kelleher will go downfield. That's Van Dijk. Now Luis Díaz. Nunez with the intelligent run. Red shirts are making their way forward. Darwin Nunez was trying to do it all on his own. Well, confidence flowing through his veins after the weekend. And in the end, a deflection and a comfortable save.
Well, certainly 2 goals against Bournemouth have done him no harm whatsoever. Gives him a little bit of confidence, a little bit more belief. He's always going to come in back on his right foot. He gets the shot off, but gets a slight deflection. I think it was by Castagna that just made a slight block on it. Took the sting off it, and it was a comfortable save for Leno in the end.
Here's Jimenez. That's nicely done. De Cordova-Reid. Castagne. And Kelleher had to stretch. First moment of encouragement for Fulham.
Well, it was a good little overlap, good little give and go. Castagne, the fullback, getting to the byline, just firing it across. For a minute I thought Kelleher had just left a little bit too much space at the near post. But he managed to get back across and make the save at the expense of the corner right enough.
Andreas Pereira will take. Oh, there's a free shot on the volley. Arriving was Palhinha. And he shots over the top.
Well, first big opportunity falls really for Fulham. Too much space, really. I'm not 100% who's marking him. Joe Gomez stays with the centre back. I think he's marking Diop, but it allows Paulinho a free hit, and really should be doing a lot better. But it's poor defending from Liverpool. Been so good at set plays as well recently.
Well, they'd worked on that on the training ground, and it very nearly came off for them. And see Marco Silva's reaction. The way they work so hard to create space from set pieces, to create opportunities. Hours of work from opposition analysts. And it would have worked for them. The ball from Pereira was perfect. It was a great read by McAllister, wasn't it? This is Kearney. Offers maybe a bit unfair on Harrison Reed, but his left foot's so good, Kearney. He offers a little more going forward, you'd argue, than the former Southampton man. It might be a bit unfair. Harrison Reed's done really well for Fulham. Kearney was always creative player, wasn't he?
He's got a little bit more creative flair in his game.
Here's Kelleher. Out toward Jarell Quansah. Not a big night for him, but it's a big night for Connor Bradley. It's a big night for the likes of Harvey Elliott as well. And of course, perhaps inevitably, it would be Chelsea who were waiting just a few miles around the North Circular from here. But Fulham have got plenty to say before Liverpool are at Wembley. Here's Robinson. Kelleher with a big touch. It was a huge hand from the Irishman.
Well, it's a big touch, it's an important touch. First time we've really seen Robinson getting forward, and he causes his problems. Young Connor Bradley gets isolated a little bit. He's got to go with the runner, basically. He's caught in between two decisions, and it's a big arm and a big hand from Kevin Kelleher that just takes the ball off. I think it was Cordova-Reid that was coming into the far post. His eyes must have been lit up thinking, here we go.
Well, it was a vital touch from Kevin Kelleher. Pereira. Fulham are very much growing into this game now. They're very much part of it after Liverpool's bright start. Well, it might be a high foot from Tosin Adarabioyo. To his credit, Luis Díaz got himself up straight away and didn't actually make a big deal about it, but it was high, certainly.
Well, he comes at, I think it's always, this is the opportunity. It's a great ball in, isn't it? It's like a really difficult ball to defend against. Goalkeeper's really got to come and get that.
I know it's, that's a ball by Robinson that nearly flattens his own, but it does flatten his own play. There was a lot of work to be done before Dick Cordova-Reid could have actually put it in, because it was a horrible height, wasn't it, for him, had it actually come to it. Anyway, Kelleher took that out of the equation. Here's Luis Díaz. That's beautiful from Luis Díaz, and it's squeezed in. Liverpool lead early. Clear daylight now in the semi-final. Luis Díaz made it all about himself. Took the ball, took the opportunity. 1-0 Liverpool.
Well, it's an absolutely ideal start from Liverpool's point of view, but Fulham will be a little bit disappointed with the defending on this occasion. First and foremost, he gets a little bit too much room to bring the ball down, and then the defending is probably, well, it's non-existent really. I think it's Castagna. You see here, Castagna follows the flight of the ball and then loses it. He doesn't realise that, like, Díaz is behind him, and then faced with that situation, he's running at the defence. Takes a slight deflection, I think. Is it Paulinho that comes across and tries to make the challenge? I mean, he's well within his right to do so, that's his job. But what it does do, it takes it away slightly, wrong foots the goalkeeper, but a goalkeeper of Leno's ability and standard, you would expect, he's got a finger to it, but you expect him to get a bigger hand to it than that. and all he can do is really touch it onto the post and into the back of the net. But Liverpool won't mind, certainly Luis Díaz won't mind, and I'm sure, as you can hear, the travelling support from Merseyside, they certainly don't mind.
Well, maybe, just maybe, the sting being taken off the ball from the deflection, maybe what stopped Bernd Leno making the save. It's one of those that he's dived to make the save, and then as it slows up, he's sort of pawing at the ball like a puppy.
Yeah, well, I think initially he's wrong-footed as well, isn't he? I think initially he's moving towards his left-hand side, throws himself back to his right, and the deflection just takes probably the pace out of it that he was expecting for him to make the save.
Fully enough, credit to Jarell Quansah. He tried the ball a couple of minutes ago. He put it into row 13.
Got it right that time.
Does it again?
Yeah.
Got it spot on, didn't he?
Got it spot on.
It's a young man with a lot of confidence.
Well, I think we've talked a lot about Luis Díaz, and the one thing that we've probably said about the fact that he needs to score more goals, but when you look at his goal tally this season, he's come up with a few, hasn't he?
7 now.
7 now.
7 now. Of course, he got Liverpool's first goal of the season in West London. That's another vital one. He's got, what, half a mile from Stamford Bridge here tonight. If you come out of it, it's about half a mile. I think they're as close as any two grounds in English football. Is Joe Gomez.
Well, maybe not as close as Everton.
Well, obviously, yeah. We already know that's close. Let's come off tossing Adebayo. It's a day up. Says to Bernd Leno, are you coming? And he wasn't. Made some great saves at Anfield, didn't he? Bernd Leno, after Liverpool really got on top. He was on a mission to keep Darwin Nunez out. That's brilliant from Quansah. Kelleher. He's overcooked that one for Conor Bradley. Even he, with his excellent distribution, doesn't always get it right, and will give Fulham the opportunity to get some field possession. It's a great toe to win the ball back, and Bradley has it. McAllister. Kelleher again. Comfortable and easy for Adebayo. It wasn't the best header in the world, though, from the former Manchester City man. Always feel that Luis Díaz is one of those that, very similar to, a very different player to Dirk Kuyt, but when they're scoring, when things are going well, they thrive, and you feel like they're going to score every time, and they're causing mayhem.
Well, you know, he had a troubled spell, didn't he, over just before Christmas, obviously, with his family and what have you, and it maybe took a little bit more out of him than like maybe what we thought, but he certainly seems to be back to his best somewhere along the line.
Here's
he looks a
McAllister
threat right now, doesn't he? He looks a real danger.
Gakpo, beautifully done by Liverpool. Harvey Elliott towards Gravenberch. Palhinha was in the way, as he so often is for Fulham. Bradley, nicely brought down. Gakpo isn't going to maintain possession there. Tom Kearney did well.
Well, it's just messy. Like Gakpo and Gravenberch, it can be a little bit messy at times. I think that just the fact that they're so gangly and long-legged, and sometimes it looks a little bit ugly at times. I'm speaking through like experience there.
Here's Robinson, Willian, and towards Kearney. Ball a little behind him, so he didn't really have much to do apart from just touch it back to Robinson. That's Palhinha forward, but it's straightforward for Quivin Kelleher. What you would say tonight is that down in West London, the weather is a lot more pleasant than it has been seemingly for every game of late, where the wind and the rain has been horrendous, but it's a pretty calm night on the banks of the Thames. I don't think there's anyone in that swimming pool up at the top of the new stand at Craven Cottage, which is just away to our right.
No, not quite, no.
Never think you'd see that.
No.
Swimming pool in a football stand.
Nothing should surprise us in this day and age, I suppose, though.
Nunez. And McAllister. And Bradley. Good toe from Robinson. Luis Díaz. When you looked at Liverpool's team tonight and you saw the setup, Gary, did you think, oh, Elliott wide right or Elliott in a midfield three, Gakpo playing maybe as a left-sided player, Luis Díaz maybe on the right, but at the moment you look down, it's pretty hard to work out who's where, isn't it?
Well, they're everywhere, aren't they? I mean, that's the beauty about Liverpool. They're so fluent.
Nunez for McAllister. Here's the Uruguayan. And he's looking for Luis Díaz again. Castagna with a better piece of defending this time than led to the Liverpool goal. Gomez.
Good from Liverpool there, though. You feed off the second ball. They follow that ball. Oh, right, Díaz is not. There's no way he's going to win it, but they pick up the second ball and they're still in possession. Really good.
Bradley gets the break. McAllister. Gravenberch. That's a nice ball in towards Darwin Nunez. He wasn't quite set for it.
He was on his heels a little bit, wasn't he?
Great read by Jarell Quansah. Now Luis Díaz. Fulham are loaded up on that side of the defence, and Luis Díaz, while deciding what to do with it, let the ball just run away from him. Van Dijk. Here's Gakpo. On Liverpool formation bingo, you probably wouldn't have had Gakpo as the right-sided player, would you?
Probably not.
It's great that managers can still catch us out and surprise us, isn't it?
Well, I mean, Jurgen Klopp has uncanny knack of doing that on a regular basis.
That's a ball towards Darwin Nunez. He's taken it down beautifully. Oh, Gravenberch's not quite going to be able to get there. Well, it's brilliantly done by Liverpool again, and Darwin Nunez in. Well, he thought he'd cushion this into the path of Gravenberch.
Well, I'm not 100% sure Gravenberch expects him to play it there. The idea's right, I think, in all fairness. You can see the manager's reaction. He thinks it's fractions away. I think that he was asking a lot from Darwin Nunez to score from a header from that sort of distance.
Liverpool have won the ball again here. And it's Alexis McAllister. Gomez. Another clever run by Connor Bradley. Not quite able to take the ball down. Willian. Kearney almost turned into Gravenberch there. He did well to sort himself out. Had he actually opened his body up, he was going to get, well, not crunched by the Dutchman, but he was certainly going to lose the ball. Leno downfield towards Jimenez. Quansah more than competing with the Mexican. It's another ball towards Darwin Nunez. Castagna was in the way, and the flag's up anyway.
Well, the games that I've watched recently, I have to say that this is the most impressive Liverpool been start-wise. I think they've really been at it. They've been on it right from the kick-off. Fulham are finding it really, really difficult. Can't retain possession first and foremost, and if you've not got the ball, then there's not an awful lot you can do. Liverpool just dominating it at this moment in time, and looking threatening as well.
Well, their season has been built around their record here. Of course, the last day of 2023 on New Year's Eve, they beat Arsenal here. Haven't actually played here since they played against Rotherham at the start of the month. It's been a strange old month, hasn't it, with the break and everything else. And bizarrely, after those two 5-0 wins against Forest and West Ham, They then lost here to Burnley, which caught everyone out by surprise. Well, Liverpool have been really good here so far. Liverpool, of course, are the away day kings of the Premier League this season.
Well, certainly a lot better than the form than what it was last season, but yeah.
That's Adebayo downfield. Joe Gomez is underneath it. The ball will be picked up by Pereira, who has been very peripheral to the game so far. That's Gomez, that's nicely done. Confident and cool from Joe Gomez. Was interviewed pre-match by Daniel Sturridge in one of the most surreal things that you'll see. Lots of hugging and baby bro, but of course that's what he was when Joe Gomez arrived at Anfield. He's now, of course, the club's longest serving player. And he's still that very quiet, understated young man that he was when he first arrived at Liverpool. There is Gomez back towards Virgil van Dijk. Forward by McAllister, but a little bit too much on that.
Well, the radar was just out there. The idea was absolutely spot on, but that's what Alexis McAllister does give you. He picks up that ball, he's got that vision and awareness. More often than not, he's got the capability of hitting passes like that. Not on that occasion, no.
Robinson, Willian. Diop needs to just get the ball away downfield here to get away from Liverpool's squeeze. Robinson won't keep it. Really well run by Quansah.
Yeah, again, it's really good from Liverpool. Forcing Fulham into hitting longer balls. Liverpool just mop it up. Virgil van Dijk, comfortable header. Liverpool back in possession.
Well, Harvey Elliott is absolutely everywhere for Liverpool so far tonight. Here he comes again, and the ball is towards Gakpo. Well, the flag's gone up against Cody Gakpo. It very nearly came back to him off the goalkeeper and nearly went in.
Well, that was a right tight, teasing, enticing little ball. I'm not 100% sure Gakpo was as much offside as the referee's assistant says. It's very, very tight. No VAR here, obviously, but then the goalkeeper, Leno, makes an absolute hash of it. Gets Superman style, just bounces it off Cody Gakpo, and it could easily gone into the net.
Had that gone in and been chalked off, let's just say there would have been some debate.
Yeah, it would have been an interesting one, that wouldn't it?
But it is a night for the quick flags. Willian, Kearney.
Well, you have to think that Fulham have got to get in the game somehow, haven't they? I mean, they've just not been able to get any sort of fluid sort of play at all. This is probably the longest spell of possession that they've had.
Well, that's Robinson for Willian. Robinson was going for the return but wouldn't get it. They did go behind in that Arsenal game here. Back at Bukayo Saka scored after 5 minutes, and it was turned round by half-time, and Fulham got a second-half winner to win 2-1. That's a foul on Luis Díaz by Castagna.
Should be a yellow card, shouldn't it? I mean, I would say 9 times out of 10 you see that in the Premier League, and it's a free kick and a yellow card automatically, isn't it? Defender gets the wrong side, pulls the player back.
And Gomez has fired that long straight down the middle. It's comfortable for Leno. I'm not saying it's been comfortable for Liverpool so far tonight, but they've been good. They've made life easier for themselves with their performance. Really good start. Diop for Robinson, all the best. Down there on the touchline, and Liverpool have taken the ball off them again. Here's Gakpo. Elliott's ball back to Gakpo, just puts him a little off the ball, but there's Darwin Nunez. That's come off the post, and that's gone in, but it's not going to count. The flag's up against Darwin Nunez. Liverpool have a goal chalked off. The flag did go up, when Darwin Nunez went through.
Well, you have to say my initial thought was that he was offside. We'll see from this replay here. I think that's one of the clearer decisions. I don't think there's too many questions about that. It's what it's about, Darwin Nunez, isn't he? Playing on the shoulder of the last defender.
Robinson, Raul Jimenez, and again it's Jarrell Quansah who does so well. Elliott can't keep it though. Willian, good tackle by Conor Bradley. Jimenez did well to take the ball back. Willian, that's nice. And Jimenez, and the flag stays down, and Virgil van Dijk heads the ball away. And when I say the flag stayed down momentarily.
Well, I think Liverpool knew was offside, that automatically as a defender you put your hand up without really looking behind you, or again you can see from that referee's assistant gets it spot on. Beggars the question, do we actually need VAR?
Don't go there.
Yeah, don't go there. Got things to think about, the manager. His side have certainly been second best in the start of this game.
Bradley. Just sensing that Fulham want to try and up the pace a little here. Feeling that they got a little, well, not a let-off, but certainly had Liverpool scored a second goal, it was a long way back, and it's almost like an electric shock to them to say, you've got to start playing here or else you're in real trouble.
Well, I think they'll still think that, that at 1-0 they're still very much in the game, aren't they? It's not beyond them to, as you say, did it against Arsenal.
Well, they always had to score 2 tonight, didn't they? If they were going to beat Liverpool. Oh, that's going to break nicely for Raul Jimenez. Well, Van Dijk was clear. One would have been good enough to level things up, but I think we always thought that Liverpool would score here. Beautiful from Gakpo. Helping the ball onto Gravenberch. Now then, where does he go? He goes to Luis Díaz, who went early, and Leno able to make the save.
Tried to squeeze it in the near post. It's a good counter from Liverpool. They got bodies forward. Thought Luis Díaz maybe just took the wrong option, maybe just fire it across the face of the goal. You're never quite sure what's going to happen. Had he struck it a little bit better, he might have asked a few more questions of Leno in the Fulham goal.
Tom Kearney. Nicely done by Diop for Palhinha. His ball fired downfield.
Well, that's a waste, that really, isn't it? It's the first time really that Fulham have looked confident and comfortable, played out from the back and beaten Liverpool's press. But then a wasted ball by Palhinha, really. He's probably asking the question of the Cover Reid to make that little diagonal run, but wasn't forthcoming from the wide player.
It's Virgil van Dijk that was looking for Elliott. The little touch off Willian will actually help Liverpool and take the ball to Cody Gakpo. Here's McAllister. Here's Gomez. Now Luis Díaz. Couldn't squeeze it through the crowd for Gravenberch, but again, Fulham's passing is just letting them down at the moment.
Well, it's letting them down because Liverpool are working exceptionally hard. When they lose it, just to win the ball back straight away.
Well, it's not a sight you've seen too often in his time at Liverpool, certainly from when he took the shirt from Alberto Moreno. Andrew Robertson on the bench, but on the bench after 2 training sessions with the team. Jurgen Klopp's really happy with his progress in terms of his fitness. Here's Raul Jimenez, and the shot is palmed away by Kelleher. And Bradley brings it away. Here's Gakpo, and that's on for Darwin Nunez. It's a brilliant ball. That's a super tackle by Tosin Adarabioyo. Really was, had to be as well.
That's a tackle defenders really like, because I think you're always kind of going to be favourite to win them. It was a really good counter. The shot was certainly asked questions of Kevin Kelleher. Full stretch down to his right hand side, gets a big hand, palms it in the right direction away from goal, and then the challenge there by tossing Darwin Nunez. I think he was always going to be second best there, wasn't he?
That shot by him, and it almost was like one of those toe bungers that just keeps on going, wasn't it? Bradley, Gakpo, Bradley, Robinson in the way.
They're a pleasant crowd, Fulham, aren't they? There's many other grounds that have had that ball being out that have been gesticulation from them, like,
particularly in a semi-final, a cup semi-final.
A few deletives.
Kevin Kelleher is just backpedaling here, just has to be careful. And he's found Gomez, but they were never really comfortable there, running back to their own goal with Liverpool. And that's why it's given Fulham the ball. It's come off Elliott. Kelleher was going to come. Kearney. This is Castagne. Decored over Reed. And Luis Díaz is a little too hungry for the ball there.
Well, he certainly was looking for the contact, was Decover Reed. Screaming, I'm not quite sure if it's the full-back or the centre-back. Looking for an option to make the pass. There was none forthcoming, and in the end, you're just desperate to get a little touch from the Colombian.
Well, can Fulham bring this game back to life? Remember, it's 3-1 to Liverpool on aggregate. That goal scored by the man at the front of your picture there, Luis Díaz, early in this game. It's Pereira's free kick. And it's a header by Jarell Quansah again. And that's Ryan Gravenberch, who had Raul Jimenez jumping all over him, but legally, according to the referee. Now here's Jimenez, who goes down. Referee absolutely not interested. Just shook his head and his finger straight away. Jimenez was going down in instalments from getting to the penalty area. Here's Willian. That's a decent hit, but Kevin Kelleher will be very happy it came straight at him.
Well, probably Fulham's best spell. Got the crowd off the seats. I mean, he literally just throws himself to the ground. Slight contact there, and then in the end it's just no. Decent effort from Willian. He strikes it well enough, just straight down the throat of the goalkeeper.
It's one of those goalkeeper that when you see it coming you think, oh, this is straight at me, and it was. But again, a little bit of encouragement for Fulham, who have had little so far in this game. That's for Pereira. He's managed to help it round the corner there, away from Van Dijk. The dead cord over Reed will win the free kick. The foul is by Gravenberch. And just the sense that after a tough start to the game, Fulham are just starting to find something. It's taken a while. It was only a little under 9 minutes to go until half-time. There was a little bit of time to add on, of course. We had that stoppage a little earlier. That's a ball that's found its way to Decoud over Reed. Robinson, always a threat when he comes forward down that left-hand side. Willian dovetailing with him beautifully. Cross comes in, and it's away by Van Dijk. It is still alive. Cody Gakpo's touch is beautiful. Able to get the ball away downfield. Mr. Diop's header wasn't the cleanest, but he was able to find Tosin Adarabioyo. And Robinson again. And Paulinho. Tosin Adarabioyo. Pereira. Timothy Castagne tried his best to keep the ball alive, but Joe Gomez did everything he could to make sure that that was going out of play.
Again, it was good defending from Liverpool, good defending from Joe Gomez. He matches the run of the overlapping fullback Castagne. He just gets his body in there, shields it out.
Now, what Jurgen Klopp did brilliantly in the first leg was at half-time, he made alterations. He saw the way Fulham were playing, he looked at it all and made the in-game alterations that basically changed the course of the game. What's Marco Silva got in his locker? Because at the moment, it's Liverpool heading to Wembley. Gravenberch, Bradley. Cody Gakpo was coming towards him rather than away from him.
Well, Gakpo couldn't really make a forward run there. Had he made that run, chances were he was going to go offside. Just a little bit of miscommunication between fullback and wide player. It's a shame because it was a decent opportunity for Liverpool to build something.
Well, Willian's going to lose that. Bradley. Robinson comes flying into the tackle. And in a crowded midfield, in a cluster of players, ball into part of play. It was all just a little too fast and furious.
Well, that's all to Liverpool's credit because, as I say, can't highlight it enough. Like every time that they lose it, they're really quick at it, try and win it back, closing people down, and that puts pressure on the opposition, makes them hurry.
Here's Gravenberch, McAllister. Van Dijk. I know all about Liverpool's record in semi-finals. This is Jurgen Klopp's 10th semi-final. Here's Joe Gomez, and the deflection is off Tosin Adarabioyo.
Well, it's coming, it's definitely coming. I think you could hear the crowd as well, Liverpool fans. Shoot. He duly obliges, does Liverpool's fullback. Decent strike as well.
Well, Quansah and Van Dijk are inside the penalty area here. Harvey Elliott. Goes to deliver, but we'll have to do it again. The referee just needs to have a little word.
Well, a goal before half-time would certainly make the cup of tea at half-time taste a lot sweeter. It'd certainly keep the pressure on Fulham.
Well, there's the delivery again, and the header away is by Diop. Elliott. Nice flight. And towards Quansah, and again it's a good header, this time by Adarabioyo. That's Gakpo. It's going to come to Van Dijk. Palhinha and Van Dijk. And Virgil van Dijk, the right winger, not quite coming out on top. Willian. Kearney's touch a little heavy. Oh, and he's gone right through the Liverpool man. And it could be a bit of trouble this for Tom Kearney, who was followed right through. It's going to be yellow for the Fulham man, and he might be lucky getting yellow.
Well, he's got that scar. I'm not 100%. I think it's on the other leg, isn't it? I'm not sure. It certainly was a nasty one. He totally committed, both players, it has to be said. Kearney will probably say that he made contact with the ball as well, which he does do.
Well, we know that's irrelevant these days.
Yeah, I mean,
he's actually a bit unlucky, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't see a lot in that myself, to be quite honest with you, but I'm old school.
The problem is that as we see it in normal time, and the referees, as his foot bounces down, it seems to come up studs up, doesn't it? Which makes it look like his stud's gone through onto McAllister.
It looked as if like the actual leading leg went through the legs, actually through the legs of McAllister. Still, it's a nasty collision.
It looked a lot worse, I think, than it actually turned out to be.
This is the goal. Castagna just takes his eye off. Well, one probably the ball, and the two certainly Luis Díaz. Well, he probably keeps his eye on the ball. In that situation, you've got to have like kind of half an eye on like the attacking player and half an eye on the flight of the ball. And Díaz just cleverly nips in.
Well, Alexis McAllister should be okay. Chris Morgan will give him the old revitalising juice. Well, he spat it straight out. Quansah to Luis Díaz, that's where the goal came from. That's Darwin Nunez. That's Joe Gomez, that's beautifully done. Van Dijk created a great angle for him. And Van Dijk for Bradley, well read by Robinson. I don't actually think Alexis McAllister can come back on yet because the ball's gone out exactly where he is. There you go, he's ball boy at the moment. There you go, he's let him come back on now. There you go. Beautifully done. Gakpo for Bradley. Early ball. Oh, Darwin Nunez was arriving. And Tosin Adarabioyo did so well. We talk about the stretch and the hand from Quevin Kelleher a little earlier. The stretch in the foot there from Tosin Adarabioyo was absolutely huge.
Vital, absolutely vital. It was a lovely move down that right-hand side. Young Conor Bradley, little give and go, gets the ball round the back, whips it in with such pace and such accuracy. And Darwin Nunez was just looking behind Tosin.
Jimenez. Quansah. He took the gamble to try and get the ball away with the back heel. Joe Gomez then clears up in the air. Willian. It's bounced up onto the arm of the Brazilian. Gravenberch can't escape. Robinson again. There's so many bodies in and down there. And Conor Bradley shows a very calm head on Carabao Cup semi-final second leg night. It's nice to see that, isn't it? On you always talk about old head, young shoulders.
No, I think he's proved that already.
Let's come out to Kearney. Constant stretch, it comes towards Pereira. He couldn't take it in. Or Luis Díaz, his touch very nearly released Darwin Nunez. Palhinha. Castagne caught by McAllister.
Well, I would bet quite a bit of money that I don't think he actually touches him. Oh, he doesn't, does he?
The referee will say that he was forced to take evasive action to avoid the lunge. That's all, I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah. Well, you're right, aren't you?
Well, Fulham desperate for an equaliser before half-time. Pereira with the free kick. The header's come off Jarell Quansah. It's gone out of play into the Liverpool fans behind that goal, and Fulham have a corner.
That was a strange old header, wasn't it?
And 5 minutes of stoppage time. There's plenty of that to go for Fulham.
They had the chance before, didn't they, with Paulinho?
Pereira with the take. It comes down to Cody Gakpo. And Bradley has to stretch to get the ball away. Well, that's come off Elliott, and that's Luis Díaz. Pereira did just about enough legally, I think, to stop Luis Díaz getting the ball. Here's Darwin Nunez. And that's for Harvey Elliott. It's one heck of a take by Harvey Elliott. It keeps Liverpool on the front foot, and on the front foot very nearly turns into a second goal. Ryan Gravenberch not quite able to put his best foot forward.
Well, it's a fantastic ball. I think he's got to go and head it myself. Darwin Nunez, great switch. Harvey Elliott, fantastic takedown, and then with that left foot, it's a really good ball. Gravenberch on the far post. I think he's got to follow the flight of that and go and head it. He sees it coming from a long way away. Well, go and head it. Meet it earlier. As I say, it's difficult as well. Sit in the commentary position where we are. It might be a little bit deceiving with the flight of the ball, but for me, that's got to be a header.
Well, Gakpo actually stopped as Castagna clearly seemed to handle the ball. The referee Simon Hooper just says carry on. Leno gets the ball inside his penalty area. He will look back on that moment that led to Liverpool's goal. He'll bemoan the deflection, but will probably feel he could have still kept it out. But he more than earned his keep in the first leg. One incredible save from Darwin Nunez. Willian. Fulham desperate for a goal. Desperate to breathe new life into this semi-final. But at the moment, it is very much going Liverpool's way. This is Issa Diop. Nice movement by Kearney to get himself into a good area. Now Robinson. Willian. Ball delivered behind Kearney. And Ryan Gravenberch will bring it away. And this is what he does best. He's put Liverpool on the front foot. Darwin Nunez. Should be a Fulham throw. Last touch went off the Liverpool man. And here's Pereira. He just runs into traffic. He's a lucky boy to get a free kick.
Well, I've not seen too much of him in the game, have we?
Well, Andreas Pereira should actually get a yellow card for that reaction there. We've seen many Liverpool players caution this season. Simon Hooper's going to let him off with a warning. And again. Well, Pereira's going to launch this downfield. It should be the last action of the first half. Liverpool set the defensive line high. Pereira fires now, and he fires it straight at Quavi Gallagher. Maybe a little bit too much adrenaline still from him. But it's Luis Díaz who has set Liverpool further on the way. If they had one toe in the final before tonight, maybe just dipping another in the water, but certainly there's a long way to go. Palhinha's had the best chance for Fulham, but they've offered not much from open play going forward. If anything, Liverpool have looked more likely to score more.
Yeah, well, the one set play that really Liverpool defended poorly, and it didn't cost them because Palhinha put the ball over the bar. But Liverpool, I thought, really in that first 45 minutes, a really good performance. They started right from the whistle, got out the gate really quickly, closed Fulham down, hurried Fulham, and every time they had possession, and Fulham just couldn't handle it and just gave the ball back to Liverpool on regular occasions. And these two, the coaching staff and the manager, have got quite a bit of thinking to do at half time if they're going to get something out of this and get back into the game. But it is only two. If they get that one goal, then you never know, it can put pressure on Liverpool. There's still quite a bit to go, but from what we've seen in that first 45 minutes, Liverpool were far the dominant side.
Yeah, it's half time at Craven Cottage. Liverpool with that 3-1 advantage lead now on aggregate. It's Fulham 0, Liverpool 1. Welcome back to Craven Cottage. Liverpool 45 minutes away from another League Cup final. Whatever guise it's come under, Liverpool have a historic record with this competition. They go together so well. Marco Silva will hope that his Fulham side have got something to say about Liverpool's progress, although it might not be that comfortable. Gravenberch's won the ball and he's found Luis Díaz. This could put Liverpool in the final. Still Luis Díaz. Well, he's gone across goal and Gakpo has to backpedal. Liverpool is still attacking and Gakpo still has it, and that's Elliott. Well, that's a huge moment in the tie.
Wow, just when you think Liverpool could put this game to bed, they've done everything right. They've won the ball in a good area of the pitch. Darwin Nunez leaves it because he knows he's offside, and then Luis Díaz, well, I'll give Paulino, like, he's got a little bit of credit because he gets across there and makes it difficult for like the Colombian to have a shot, and then it all kind of just peters out after that. Liverpool will be disappointed that they didn't make more of that.
Well, that's a lifeline for Fulham at the start of the second half. Liverpool almost running away, and I mean, you'd think one more would end it. 4-1. As it is, it's still tough for Fulham, but there is still hope. What Fulham have tried to do is stay calm and stick to their principles, but they've not really been in the game from open play. Diogo Jota's just got a rapturous ovation from those Liverpool fans behind the goal as he makes his way back out after half-time. Nice smile on his face as well to appreciate the noise and the applause that was coming his way.
Where's he been?
Just relaxing.
He's
making his way.
He's obviously milking it, isn't he?
I'll be there when I'm there.
He won't be having a club sandwich at half-time, will he?
Well, there is a health club, of course. I don't know if they do the old chicken and lettuce under bacon. Luis Díaz. Virgil van Dijk. Gomez. There's Quansah. Back with Quavin, Kelleher, McAllister.
You've got to have confidence and belief in your players for doing that.
There's not many would fancy it there, was there? But Liverpool have played it beautifully downfield here from their own penalty area. Gravenberch's overrun it, and it allowed Joao Palhinha to win the ball, and he's done ever so well to maintain possession. And he's overhit his pass, and that has been somewhat symptomatic for Fulham, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've kind of, when they've been in possession, they've not been calm enough and composed enough to really hurt Liverpool, which is unusual because they've got technically gifted players, but Liverpool have just harassed them and harangued them and made them hurry.
Luis Díaz, Cody Gakpo, just trying to open the game up to Darwin Nunez, just opens it up a little too much and sends him a little wide, but that's still Darwin Nunez. He's waiting for support, he's waiting for the right moment, the optimum point to move the ball on, and he's found Joe Gomez. Just couldn't quite keep it down.
Again, hits it pretty well. Had he just a little bit of awareness, a little wee dink into Gravenberch. Difficult pass, but he was certainly in a little pocket of space, was the big Dutchman.
I know it never happened to you because you were a regular goal scorer, but it's become such a talking point, a topic of conversation. His teammates having jokes with him about it, that it's coming, and all the supporters, his managers talking about it. You almost just want it to happen just to get it out of the way, don't you? And everyone can move on. Now that Fulham have moved this on beautifully. It's Willian. Well, they do have support. It's De Cordova-Reid. That's a big block. That's where Joe Gomez is his best.
No, he might not have scored, but certainly defensively very sound. Makes a really good block there. First time they've got a little pocket of space inside the 18-yard box. Fulham, and certainly in this half, Liverpool just about doing enough. Joe Gomez getting across there, plus the help of
Luis Díaz as well.
Their first corner nearly led to a goal. What about the first corner of the second half? It's flicked away by Van Dijk. This is Willian again, and he's going to fire it again. It's hit Gomez again. And Luis Díaz is off and sends the ball off downfield for Darwin Nunez. Robinson has pace to burn. Don't think he even got into fourth gear then.
Well, it's a good race that, wasn't it? Both exceptionally quick.
That's Quansah. Luis Díaz again, and again gets on the front foot, attacking Castagne, beating Castagne, and the flick. Oh, Cody Gakpo, it came from nowhere, that right leg. Really did what he did in the first leg.
Well, you know how I was talking first half, where they looked a little bit ungainly with like long limbs and what have you. Certainly the long limbs come in handy there. Big outstretched right foot, just toe poked it. That's all he could really do, to be honest with you. Wasn't a million miles over the crossbar.
It does tickle you that. I mean, he's really annoyed with himself for not hitting the target. I mean, it's now an impossible, isn't it, to score from there. Fulham have done well. Here's Kearney. Now Raul Jimenez. It's towards De Cordova-Reid. It's Gomez half away. Paulinho. They're trying to play further upfield now. They have to play further upfield if they want to get back into the game. But you can see straight away that Tom Kearney's very, very advanced in this second half. Willian. Here is Kearney. And he's won a free kick for a foul by Gakpo.
Ball had actually gone. I think Fulham were in possession. The referee could have played on, but probably thought that the free kick in an area like this gave them a better advantage than maybe playing on.
One of those that Kearney's looking away from the pitch, doesn't know where the pass is going. It actually goes to a teammate. He didn't know that and decided the free kick was a better option. They've taken it quickly. There's Willian. Kearney with his left foot. Willian again. He will swing it right-footed, and Quivin Keller comes. He doesn't get there, and Andres Pereira has fired against the woodwork. And now Liverpool are on the counter-attack with Darwin Nunez. They could easily have conceded at the other end. Now Darwin Nunez picks out Harvey Elliott, and Elliott fires straight against the goalkeeper. Still the red shirts are forward. McAllister, lovely touch, and his shot. He was trying to hit it across goal with the outside of his foot, but he couldn't get his foot across it. Well, he could easily have scored there, Pereira.
Well, yeah, we didn't see much of him in the first half. Totally misses the punch, Kelleher, and then wow, he does exceptionally well to control it, Pereira. You thought the goalkeeper was going to be favourite there. He totally misses the ball, and then he's not a clue where the ball had actually ended up. But then Liverpool on the counter-attack really should again probably done better.
It's the first real worrying moment for Liverpool from open play, you'd say. It's a big let-off, really. It's a difficult finish, isn't it, for Pereira, but it is still technically an open goal. Maybe he doesn't like what he can see, although maybe that's why he just pulled that snood up over his mouth, just to mask a few things that were coming out that he wanted to get out in frustration. Quansah, that's short. Might have been in meant for Gravenberch. It didn't come to Darwin Nunez. And at the moment, Fulham are just starting to get a little bit of hope and a little bit of confidence. Although Joe Gomez has he's used the kid gloves to see off Pereira. That was all too easy.
Well, in fairness, Pereira didn't make too much of it, did he? Like, could have been a little bit more of a pest than that occasion. He'd have been a pest had he gone the other side of the post with that effort that he had earlier on.
Luis Díaz. Connor Bradley. One thing you say, the standards at this level are such that Pereira will feel he should have scored. And there'll be a few looking on who will certainly bemoan the failure. I mean, it didn't come too fast at him. It wasn't like it was it was bouncing, wasn't it? It was awkward, but it was a slow bouncing ball. It wasn't zipping across the penalty area. The angle was tight, as we say, but what a chance it was. It's tossing out a Rabiot. A toe from Van Dijk. This is Issa Diop. And now Robinson hits the line, looking for Tom Kearney, and again an example there of Kearney playing a much further forward and advanced role in this second half. I was saying to Paulinho, are you just sitting there and we've got to get Tom Kearney more involved downfield?
Well, you've probably got to get him more on the ball in dangerous areas of the pitch.
Should he score?
Pereira? Well, I think he would have backed himself. He probably just maybe tries to be a little bit too precise. I think on the half volley, you just got to try and make good contact, which he does do.
That's come off Gravenberch, but that's a good stretch from him as well to take the ball away. Luis Díaz was taken out, but he's getting on with the game. He doesn't want to lie down and take a free kick. He wants to get Liverpool off downfield. Now Darwin Nunez, and Nunez is denied by a fine save. Well, if he should have saved the goal for Liverpool in the first half, he's made up for it there. That's a super stop.
Well, Luis Díaz does ever so well to stay on his feet and then make the pass. Darwin Nunez is always again from that position going to cutting in his right foot, uses the defender as the shield just to bend it round him. And Leno full stretch to his left hand side. It's a good save. I thought I was going to say that it was a save that he should have made, but it was difficult because it's kind of blinded by the defender, and he was at full stretch as well.
Fingertips, wasn't it? Well, we could have had more than one goal in the second half so far. We haven't had one yet. Here's Bradley and McAllister. Beautiful footwork by Alexis McAllister, and Robinson does well. It's probably a free kick against the Liverpool man, although the referee says play on. And can Liverpool make it count? The challenge was a good one by Paulinho. Gravenberch does brilliantly to win the ball back. Away by Adarabioyo. Bradley, Gakpo, Luis Díaz. Here's the runner, it's Gakpo. Had to sort his feet out, did it well. Well, Kwanzaa was looking for Luis Díaz. Liverpool are keeping this ball here, and they're trying to add that killer goal. It's Elliott. Well, they were never sort of comfortable there with that attack, Liverpool, but they maintained it for what, 2, 3, 4 phases?
Yeah, it looked promising, then it didn't look promising, and then it kind of just all fizzled out in the end. Certainly plenty of bodies forward. Even Kwanzaa was in a position where it was headed the ball back to the 18-yard box.
Well, here come Liverpool again. This is Bradley. Next goal's huge, isn't it, in this tie? If Liverpool get it, you can rearrange your weekends for Wembley. If Fulham get it, it's game on. Virgil van Dijk, just for a moment, didn't have the ball in that comfortable area right between his feet. It was sort of bouncing between the two, but he sorted himself out.
Yeah, he's big enough and strong enough and skillful enough just to brush off the challenge for the Kovarit.
That's another free kick.
He's been brilliant tonight. Luis Díaz, he's been everywhere, hasn't he?
He's been brilliant last few weeks, hasn't he? He really has. He's going through a really rich vein of form. He's been an absolute menace again. Ryan Gravenberch. It's a delightful crossfield ball for Harvey Elliott. And ball back towards Bradley, and that's nice. That's in towards Gakpo. May have just been unaware of his surroundings, had a bit more time maybe. That's Gravenberch again, and Issa Diop's in the way. Pereira. His flick wasn't the strongest, it wasn't the best. And Liverpool hunting down the ball, and Luis Díaz again. And still Luis Díaz has it. And still Luis Díaz has it. And he finds Gomez. Now Nunez. McAllister. Got into a strength off with Raúl Jiménez. The referee eventually gives the free kick against the Liverpool man.
Well, I'm not quite sure how you identify who's fouling who here. There's two Fulham players around. I mean, I don't understand how you can give a free kick in either way, to be honest with you. I think Tom Kearney just comes crashing across the top of like the two players.
And this toss to Adebayo. That's not a good ball. Luis Díaz, Harvey Elliott, Darwin Nunez. Flag stays down. It's going to come towards Elliott, who can't take it in. Well, free kick does go against Darwin Nunez.
I think it was offside in the end.
Hey, it was a free kick. The flag's not got up. He actually just pointed for a free kick for a foul. Of course, had it been offside, the old arm would have got up, wouldn't it, for the indirect free kick. Here's Anthony Robinson. Took a chance.
Well, he had to, because the weight in the pass from Leno, the goalkeeper, was way under hit.
That's Bradley, and on he goes. Well, this might break for Darwin Nunez. And there's his little pirouette turn. Oh! Well, it just bent agonisingly away from goal.
Well, all credit to Conor Bradley, because he never gives it up. And he gets the bounce of the ball. Here again, throws himself into a challenge. Falls to Darwin Nunez just inside the 18-yard box, and just for the fact that he just hits it with the inside of his right foot, the bend and the swerve is always taking it away from the goalkeeper, but unfortunately it's always taking it away from the far post as well. Again, Liverpool been very, very dominant from the start of this second half.
Well, they had that little flurry, Fulham, didn't they? They didn't get anything from it, and now once again it's Liverpool who are asking all the questions. That's Gomez with a lovely little turn through midfield, and he continues his run. Maybe just ran a little too far. It was a good tackle by Palina.
Well, the energy levels that Liverpool have got is really, it's phenomenal.
Robinson. And he's giving it straight to Bradley. Look at that open expanse of turf for him to run into.
Last touch was just a bit heavy, wasn't it?
McAllister. Quansah. Gomez again. Quansah's ball. Gakpo will chase. Flag goes up. One of those that you were just waiting for the flag to go up.
Well, I think he knew he was offside. Liverpool about to make a double substitution here. Fresh legs.
Andrew Robertson is probably behind the manager saying, come on, Gaffer, get me in. And Diogo Jota and Curtis Jones will be those introduced by Liverpool here. McAllister. That was the eye of the needle pass that was squeezed shut. It's a foul by Bradley. One of those where Defender knows what he's doing.
Yeah, in fairness, Willian, he moves the ball quickly, doesn't he, and just sucks in the young fullback.
This is Pereira. Fulham are going to bring on Harry Wilson in a minute.
Well, that ball doesn't certainly help their cause, does it? I think I'm right in saying he got taken off at Anfield, didn't he, Pereira? I don't think he was none too pleased with that. Didn't see an awful lot of him in the first half.
We're taking off Bobby Dakota over Reed, who's not really been in the game at all tonight. No. Harry Wilson will come on against his former club.
Well, it's a like-for-like substitution, isn't it? In fairness.
And here come the Liverpool changes. Curtis Jones died in the wool. Alexis McAllister is making way, and Darwin Nunez. It's an interesting change, isn't it, to take off McAllister? He's your anchor.
Yeah, he's your kind of like go-to man to play that position at this moment in time, isn't it? I mean, Curtis Jones has played it in the past. I'm not sure that's his favourite or his ideal position.
Well, Jurgen Klopp has done so well with his substitutions this season.
Well, you can't question him, really, can you? I mean,
here's Bradley. Here is Jones. And Diogo Jota, who right now, I mean, is as hot as any forward around. It has been pretty much for a while. He's obviously had the injury problems. It's a lovely turn by Bradley. Took about 3 players the wrong way there, didn't he?
Really did well, because he was under a little bit of pressure.
Had he gone right, he'd lost the ball. He actually sort of went to go right and then went left.
But you have to say that really is the difference between the two sides. When Liverpool have been under a little bit of pressure, they've still looked composed and quite calm.
Well, speaking of composed, here they go to Luis Díaz, and still Luis Díaz. Now he looks up. What's his options? Here's Elliott. Luis Díaz again. Jones takes over. Now Diogo Jota. And once again, well, Joao Paulina does that so well. Well, it's a foul against Diogo Jota, not against Curtis Jones, is what the referee indicates.
But why doesn't he blow the time when it's a foul?
I think he's asking the same question. Well, we're into the last quarter of the game tonight. We've played 3 quarters of it. And here's Willian and Kearney. Paulina, it's a lovely run, and it's for Wilson, who can't quite gather a difficult ball in.
Difficult. I think he times his run really well, does Harry Wilson. I think he's onside, in all fairness. So difficult to defend, like that little diagonal run from outside to in, straight ball more or less. Referee's assistant sprinting along the top there just to try and keep up with play, but I think probably give the right decision, not offside.
That's a ball for Luis Díaz to chase. Adebayo has gone with him, and he's had a grab of Luis Díaz, and Luis Díaz will go on. He doesn't want to stop for anything. He wants Liverpool to get a second goal. He wants to book some tickets for Wembley. Bradley's done well. Gravenberch just dragged it a little.
Oh, again, Luis Díaz is probably at the hub of most things that are good from Liverpool.
Did the same in the first leg. Almost the same shot that he just dragged a fraction wide.
Yeah, it was a difficult one to get on target. He was getting closed down pretty quickly, and again, similar to Darwin Nunez, inside the right foot. I swear I've just taken it away from the goal.
Well, Fulham aren't lying down for Liverpool. They never were going to, given the games that we've had between the sides already this season. The referee just needs to pause the game for a moment, because Issa Diop and Diogo Jota are having a conversation.
Well, he's never shy coming forward as Diogo Jota. You could just see the difference in height as well. He was looking up to Diop.
Brilliant. He's just not having any of it, is he? This Kearney. Again, Liverpool putting traffic in the way, and again Conor Bradley doing really well. Remember, he's a rookie. Remember, this is still going on between Diop and Diogo Jota, by the way. No more.
Well, there's just no need for anybody to have contact there. There's just no need for that.
There's Bradley again. He came through his full Premier League debut at the weekend with flying colours. He's been flying through this semi-final as well. That's Adarabioyo, Kearney, Palina, Nice, Willian. Just slowed the attack down somewhat. Now can they turn the injectors on to get moving again? Robinson. Back to Palina. Tossing Adarabioyo. Forward to Raúl Jiménez. Castagne. Well, it's going to break here for Palina, and it comes off Raúl Jiménez, and it could easily have gone in.
I don't think anybody really knew where the ball was there. It was just bouncing about like a loose ball in a pinball machine. Eventually the last touch comes off Jimenez, who knows nothing about it really.
That's Quansah away up towards Diogo Jota. This is Wilson, who's turned into Joe Gomez, and now Elliott. Gakpo. Elliott. João Palhinha's just a one-man ball hunting machine, isn't he?
That's his game, isn't it? He's pretty good at it as well, in fairness to him.
He's like those little tractors at a driving range, isn't he? He goes around just scooping all the balls up of the golf driving ranges. Here's Curtis Jones. Gomez just showed a little too much of that to Palhinha, who does foul him. Couldn't do anything else. Gomez did well to rescue himself from a difficult situation.
See, for me, that's not a free kick. Joe Gomez has totally lost control of the football. Paulinho commits himself, makes contact with him, but let's face it, Joe Gomez had lost possession there, hasn't he?
Here's Elliott. Luis Díaz. Gomez. Gakpo round the back, and Robinson managed the situation well. It just seems that Cody Gakpo's the man that Jurgen Klopp could say, listen, tonight you're playing centre mid, tonight you're playing right wing, and he just does it, gets on with it. The sort of player that coaches and managers love.
Yeah, well, I think he's one of these adaptable kind of players, isn't he?
Pereira. This is Wilson. Jimenez gives him an option down the line. We'll have to go back though towards tossing Adarabioyo. Now it's a Diop. Robinson. It's a clever little ball in between the two Liverpool defenders. Willian still with the ability to get there despite his advancing years. That flick from Wilson was a little casual. And Fulham fans wanted that with a little more certainty. There's a foul against Gakpo though.
You don't need to be giving free kicks away in areas of the pitch like that. Rash kind of challenge from the Dutchman. Gives Fulham a free kick in a dangerous area.
Well, they're going to bring on Kenny Tete in a moment, along with Rodrigo Muniz. But first, we're going to see Andreas Pereira try to do some damage to Liverpool. He stands aside Kearney's take. Super header by Gravenberch. That's Willian. He appeals for a penalty as a challenge was made. The referee ignores them. It was Diop who got to the ball. Now that's Wilson. That's beautiful. Away from Bradley. And across the face of goal and in. Issa Diop touches the ball home. And Fulham have hope. All about Harry Wilson. Doing so well on that left-hand side. And with 14 minutes to go, this game is back on.
Well, Fulham for the first time really take advantage of what has been few and far between situations in attacking areas of the pitch. Harry Wilson does exceptionally well. Commits young Conor Bradley, and then the ball in. Diop just does about enough, to be honest with you, from a centre-back's point of view. He just makes contact, gets it in off his thigh. And Fulham, well, they're back in it.
Well, perhaps the most unlikely of Fulham scorers. Issa Diop, who stayed forward, having been involved in the challenge on the edge of the penalty area. And now tails are up. Now Fulham feel that this is theirs for the taking, and Liverpool are going to be put under pressure here now. It's Willian. That's not a foul, says the referee. That's Gakpo. And he's managed to maintain possession here. And Diogo Jota, rather agricultural challenge on him now. Diogo Jota's been rather crudely taken out, and Liverpool will get a free kick.
I don't think Fulham or Diop will mind that. Paulinho just has a grab at Diogo Jota, misses him. And then the second challenge, well, Diop doesn't miss him. Wipes out Jota, gets a yellow card for his trouble. He broke up Liverpool's momentum there.
Well, now you really do feel that Liverpool need another. Whilst it was a 2-goal advantage, it felt pretty comfortable, but his first goal since October of 2022 means that it's back in the melting pot. Liverpool need to open the Fulham door again now. And Elliott, and a cross goal by Van Dijk. It's away by Wilson. That's Gravenberch. That's Elliott.
Ambitious. He backed himself right enough.
Well, you can understand why Fulham's tails are up. We feel the possibilities are endless now. It's Wilson. That's a really good stop by Kelleher. It was an awkward ball that was bouncing at him.
Well, he's been lively since he's come on, Harry Wilson. He's certainly made a difference. Maybe takes a slight deflection of Virgil van Dijk as well. Bounces right in front of Kevin Kelleher. Not the easiest ball to take as a goalkeeper.
A Fulham corner. Look at them away behind the goal. Gravenberch with the header. Curtis Jones. That's Willian. That's Pereira. And away by Kwanzaa. Jones. Jota. Still going, and Anthony Robinson's done ever so well. Now Kearney. It's got somewhat chaotic, this game. And challenges by Gravenberch. The referee looked as though he was about to say stop play. This is Raul Jimenez. Looked like handball by Jimenez. He almost seemed to catch it.
Well, we've got the tails up Fulham, got the crowd going.
Liverpool got to withstand this pressure. Cool heads required now.
Well, noise the like of which Craven Cottage hasn't heard for a long time. That's Kelleher. That's a good strong take by the Irishman.
Well, he just makes himself a nuisance, as Raul Jimenez does. Well, he nearly brought it down and caught it. Like, it's certainly a handball.
Would have counted and he got it down and scored. Fulham believe, their fans will believe. Oh, Tosin Adebayo's done well.
Got to be stronger than the challenge there, Curtis Jones.
Willian. That's Virgil van Dijk. Jarell Quansah. Miscue by Castagna. Stretched by Gravenberch. But Díaz done beautifully to find Pereira. And his cross delivered on the run. No one there to turn it home. Willian. Liverpool are under the cosh here. It's taken its time to come, but it is coming now.
Fulham just beginning to win the battles, winning the tackles, winning second balls. Liverpool at this moment in time has been under the most pressure that they've ever been in the game.
Well, Timothy Castagna will make way for Kenny Tete. And Andres Pereira will also make way. And on in his place comes Rodrigo Muniz. Tom Cairn has also made way for Harrison Reed. The Liverpool are going to get Ibrahima Konate and Bobby Clark on here. With fresh legs in midfield, Cody Gakpo is going to make way. Well, they always say, don't they, when you go to three at the back, it's sometimes inviting the teams onto you. But Jurgen Klopp has said to Ibrahima Konate, go and be strong, go and win us some headers. Ryan Gravenberch will also make way. And Bobby Clark comes on in a semi-final against the team his dad played for and played very, very well for as well. Headed by Diop. As Clark's first involvement in the game is to find Van Dijk forward for Luis Díaz to chase. And the flag eventually goes up against him. Kenny Tete, to his credit, just wanted to restart the game over on that far side and was told by the referee that it had to come over to the middle. Tosin Adebayo for Palhinha. It's a lovely play from Harry Wilson to get himself into a good area, but not a good ball as Bradley takes it off him. Here's Jones. Bradley will continue his run. It might come for Bobby Clark here. He just can't quite maintain possession. In goes Bradley. Super challenge by him. Diogo Jota. Tackle's just starting to fly in now, as you'd expect in the final stages of a cup semi-final.
Just the fact that Fulham seem to be winning them all as well, that's the problem.
And again it gives the crowd a lift. And again it puts Liverpool on the back foot. Palhinha. Diop. Hammered forward downfield, looking for the run of Rodrigo Muniz. Away by Gomez. And Diogo Jota's done ever so well. It might even stay in play, this, it does. Luis Díaz trying to run away. And Kenny Tete with a challenge.
Well, new opposition for Luis Díaz. He had Castagna really on toast for most of the game. Tete comes on as a substitute. How can he handle the Colombian? Different stage of the game, obviously.
An experienced Dutch international now on against him rather than experienced Belgian international. Joe Gomez down by the corner flag for Diogo Jota. Back for Ibrahima Konate. There's the Frenchman again. Now Bradley. Elliott. Fuller trying to maintain possession. That's given Kelleher a little bit to do. Up towards Jota. He's so strong in the challenge, isn't he? He's so strong in the challenge. But Leno manages to come and get there, although it's going to be a foul against Diogo Jota. He's an absolute menace.
Yeah, you would like to play against him. Bouncing ball. Tosin is actually on the back foot.
That's a foul against Diogo Jota. Had the referee seen that replay, I think he might have seen it the other way.
It's always a difficult one when the ball's bouncing between two players, and Tosin was certainly on his heels, wasn't he?
You would normally say that the fact that the ball flicked the way it did, good stretch by Van Dijk, the fact that the ball stretched the way that went the way it did should have suggested that Jota had got the touch. Here's Jones. And now Clark. Gomez. Quibin Gallo will send the ball downfield. We'll just see two Liverpool central midfielders bombing down the left flank together.
Not sure the manager will be happy with that.
Van Dijk's header. It's towards Luis Díaz, tossing under a buyout down towards Kenny Tete. Gomez, Clark's flick. Now then, Luis Díaz, Harvey Elliott, Diogo Jota, and still Diogo Jota, and Bernd Leno does well. Got out and smothered the danger, smothered the ball more importantly. And now Robinson. Header by Van Dijk is a really good one.
Had to make that one. Had to make that one, Virgil van Dijk.
Here's Reed. That clock keeps on ticking. It will be ticking slowly for Liverpool. They're close to booking their trips to the League Cup final, but it will feel a long way away right now. Fulham's comeback has been something to behold. Wilson has led it, now Tete. And it's a complete miscue, which will give Liverpool breathing space from
that's just one big sigh of relief from everybody involved. Fans alike.
Is that one as a centre-back when you just suddenly go, oh,
yeah,
cheers.
You just thanks mate, thanks for trying almost the impossible.
Well, Paulinho's been absolutely everywhere. It would be unfair to be critical of him. Here he is again, the man who gave Fulham that lifeline. Challenged by Clark's a good one, Robinson. Now Konate will close the door. And it's going to be a Liverpool free kick. Robinson just left his arms dangling on Conor Bradley there.
This guy's down. He's going to need treatment.
He's done well again, this corner, Bradley. You can't follow him. Referee, Mr. Hooper, had a bird's eye view of that one. That challenge from Robinson on the young fullback. Clear free kick.
Well, it's 4 minutes of additional time. We're already deep into the first minute of it. It's Harvey Elliott. Diogo Jota. Is it get it in the corner and keep it time? I don't think Liverpool ever seem to do that. Bobby Clark's going to head that way. Paulinho stepped in really nicely. Adrian Holmes, the assistant, giving some instructions to Anthony Robertson. Not certainly needs many at this time. Just get that ball downfield, that's all he wants to do. He'll be told, oh, you don't steal too many yards. Now Jimenez wants to get the play moving again quickly. Conor Bradley doesn't. There's Díaz, he's going to run right down the line. Jones, Jota, Elliott, a little ball in behind, which Diop might head out for a corner if he's not careful. Did well to keep it in play. Robertson's done even better to get it downfield, but here's Kwanzaa. He doesn't quite get it right. But it was his ball that led to Liverpool's goal tonight through Luis Díaz.
Stay there.
Another Abayo for Tete. Fulham are almost out of time. One last charge. And he's being summoned up by Harry Wilson and co here. Paulinho. Wilson forward, but again it was hopeful, ambitious, and there was nothing on for them.
No. Liverpool resolute. Fulham just, well, last gasp, isn't it? Trying anything. Paulinho pleading for a free kick. There's never a free kick.
Well, they've needed all their resilience late on here, Liverpool. They're not home yet. And super leak by Kenny Tete. That's Virgil van Dijk. And ball stays in play. Tete again with another good header. Well, Wilson gets in the way of Raul Jimenez. Bobby Clark and Joe Gomez. And ball comes back off the metal post in the stand. A quick ball is returned to the sideline for Tete. Here's Harrison Reed. It's that time for Fulham. I'm going to have to just load it up and see what comes. It's Jimenez. It's Wilson. He's turned Joe Gomez. Liverpool with red shirts everywhere to try and keep it around, and the flag goes up. Wilson is suggesting that Joe Gomez gave the ball to him.
Well, it's a decision that Liverpool were pretty grateful for. I think you might actually have a case, Harry Wilson. Liverpool fans think it's theirs for the taking. There's still a little bit to go.
That's Luis Díaz. And Liverpool have done it again. Their special relationship with the Football League Cup continues. My oh my, did Fulham run them close in the end? It looked as though Liverpool were cruising to Wembley. It was looking as though we could book the tickets at half-time. But Fulham, full of courage and full of energy, and most of all, Fulham found a goal. They couldn't find a second. And so Luis Díaz's early goal sends Liverpool through to Wembley once again, to a competition best 14th final, and looking to win it for the 10th time, and perhaps inevitably.
Yeah.
Chelsea waiting again, isn't it?
Chelsea waiting again, yeah. Hopefully it doesn't go to penalties again, but listen, First 45 minutes, Liverpool were absolutely excellent. Second 45, well, they had to dig in, they had to show character, and they've got that in abundance in this squad of players. Liverpool were the better of the two outfits, I think, but I don't think there's anything getting away from that. Díaz was absolutely exceptional. The goal from Fulham gave them a little bit of hope and a little bit of encouragement. It lifted the spirits of the crowd. They tried to get behind their team, but in the end they didn't quite have enough to get the job done, and it'll be Liverpool that will play Chelsea in the final come the end of the month in February.
Yeah, you better change your plans for the last weekend in February, because no longer is it a league game for Liverpool that weekend. Sunday the 25th of February is now the Carabao Cup Final at Wembley. Yes, it's Chelsea, it's Mauricio Pochettino as well to add to the subplots in it. And again, Liverpool are there. Anfield South will be putting up the signs once again, and Liverpool, there are huge celebrations down there from the players in red, but it will mean everything, because Liverpool 2.0 have made their first big statement here. They've reached the League Cup final. It finishes at Craven Cottage. Fulham 1, Liverpool 1. Liverpool go through 3-2 on aggregate.